Hello everyone and welcome back to more CCT action. Of course, it's a new day, but still we are here with Europe Series 3 play-in. Still more action to be had here in the play-in stage. We're definitely not done with this action, as there's still obviously those Swiss stage spots up for grabs. We got some really exciting games today. I was looking over these yesterday, seeing exactly the matchups that I'm going to get to cover. And look, this is one of my favorite parts of the play-in stage. This is the final day of kind of like the actual groups. This is where we get all the decider matches from Group A, B, C, and D before moving on to tomorrow, those final decider matches for those playoff spots. So what we have today for you is Monty versus Eyeballers kicking off today, which I think, what a banging game to start the morning with. What a way to wake up. Before we move on to Novak versus Chemistry, 72C versus Copenhagen Wolves, and Preasy versus Rush B. Like I said, this is the decider match for each of these group stages. Each of these teams have got that one win under their belt, one loss. And we've got some really interesting storylines to talk about over the day. But I'm going to be covering the Monty versus Eyeballers and the Novak versus Chemistry. And these are two games that I'm super interested about. I think let's start off a little bit more by talking about Monty versus Eyeballers, as we'll have plenty of time later in the day to cover some of the other series. But in terms of Monty versus Eyeballers, we've seen interesting things from these teams in the past. And obviously, Monty being one that's gone through quite a few changes recently. And look, they're a team that struggled massively with form. They were a team that basically, as soon as Demka and Hades left, it felt like you knew this team was going to be going through some really difficult periods. And seemingly, things are continuing just like that. Monty, they've made a lot of changes to their roster. I don't even know the full ins and outs of what we've seen. We have seen this 5 play from them before in this playing stage, but it felt like the addition of the 2 Frenchmen on the team that they did make when they did sign Haji, when they did sign Afro, it felt like, okay, this is going to be a promising look to this team, and the results did turn around, but more changes have come through. More difference makers have been made. Lean's now been benched. Haji's gone. And this is whether it's going to be temporary or if it's going to be permanent, I'm not entirely sure. We've got another Frenchman to replace Haji, that being Jocko, and Bima standing in as that 5th for the replacement of Lean. On paper, I still like this team. Still a lot of question marks to go around, as this is from very recent changes. I still don't know if they're permanent. I don't know if this is going to be something that this team's looking to move forward to, or if it is just going to be for this event. Look, there's a big player break that's going to be happening after the major. Maybe it gives Monty a bit more time to sort of really discuss what's happening with this team. But the results did turn around, so it's bringing in Haji and Afro, but seemingly still not where Monty want to be, maybe still not where the players want it to be. So we've seen these changes, and it's very difficult to actually predict what we're going to get to witness today from Monty, because there's been a lot of changes in these last 2 months, and then literally just a couple of days ago. On paper, I still would favour them against Eyeballers, but now with these moves, I think things get a lot more difficult. Talking about Eyeballers, let's have a bit of a deep dive into their roster. What we've seen, very much one of these teams keeping the mantle of Swedish CS alive. Them themselves have made a recent change, getting rid of Delhi and bringing in Rolf instead in that position. Eyeballers, it feels like they've kind of just been slipping further and further down those world rankings, and things haven't quite worked out. You've obviously still got the veteran of JW on the team. You've still got Heap, who's been on this roster for a good amount of time now. Obviously, been on Dignitas, Fnatic, and now, of course, Eyeballers. It feels like these two are really kind of the 2 more experienced players that try to guide some of these younger guys in the team. Because it definitely feels like Eyeballers, their main goal is to try to nurture the future of Swedish CS and see what they can achieve. Poi being one of the most notable players that I always love to talk about when I talk about Eyeballers. Bought him in when he was 17 from Lil Mix. Had a couple of pretty difficult starts to his time at Eyeballers. But right now, though, we're starting to see some more concrete performances. We're starting to see a little bit more of the reason why Poi was brought in. Look, it was undoubtedly that this guy always had talent. He was always going to be something very special. But it feels like Eyeballers maybe just with their track record where they are as a team, it's not always the easiest environment to perform in. But this is an event where I think they have to look to make it out of the play-ins. They have to look to make it into the group stage, because it's been a little while since we've seen eyeballers there. And this can't, for me, be another CCT event where they just fall off in the play-ins, where they don't show us what they can do. Because there are a lot of players on this team that can show us why they deserve to be there. But look, Monty, it's the same argument for them. It's the same situation that they probably find themselves in. These are two teams that have to make it into the Swiss stage for me. And sadly, one of them is going to be denied that chance pretty soon. But let's see where we're going to be watching this series in. Let's see what maps are going to be played as we do move on to that map veto. I'm curious about what Monty are going to do. They have opted to select Mirage. It is always going to be one of their better maps when they do normally play in series like this. It always feels like Mirage is a map that Monty feel like they are always pretty comfortable on, so I'm not really surprised to see them pick that. But I was interested in terms of, just because they made some recent change, I was wondering if maybe they were going to give us a little bit of a different look at things. On the flip side of things, we do see the Anubis pick from Eyeballers. This has been a map that they've found so much success on. They also really would have liked to pick Inferno. It's been a map that they like to pick a lot of the time as well. But obviously with that being Monty's insta-ban, sadly, Eyeballers, that's not on the cards for them. So it is going to be this Anubis pick. Ancient as that decider. Interesting results that we've seen from both these teams. It's not been the most concrete things from Monty. They've been up and down, but I feel like sort of those inconsistencies pretty well define Monty as a 5 right now. Whereas on the flip side of things for Eyeballers, they played it 5 times in the last 3 months, haven't got a single win on it yet. A couple of them have been very close losses, quite a few of them in fact, but quite a few of the losses that they have had have been to teams that you're kind of hoping Eyeballers might be able to get a result against, but not being the case. We've also had a head-to-head between these guys. It ended as a 2-1 fashion pretty recently, just a few days ago in fact, and Monty did go on to claim it there. With that series, it was also with this full 5 from Monty. So it wasn't with their previous roster. It was with what we've seen. So we kind of have already got to see a bit of a back and forth between these two pretty recently. So you are hoping that maybe we're going to see something similar. But obviously for Eyeballers' sake, they've got a bit of homework that they've been able to do. They've already had this matchup. Have to try to see what they can do to right those wrongs. But in terms of that head-to-head that was on display, it was honestly really reasonably close. I thought on paper, the first time I looked at this series, Monty versus Eyeballers, I felt like Monty were going to take it pretty cleanly. Then obviously remembering changes have been made. And Eyeballers, despite their difficulties, they can still get some closer results. And that kind of feels like the embodiment of the last time that these two played here. It was in the playing stage as well. And we had on Mirage, Monty did take it there. Anubis was taken from Eyeballers, and Ancient was just about won out by Monty 13-10. So on paper, both teams winning their map selection and things going down to Ancient where Monty do find that success. Maybe history could repeat itself. But I am happy to see on paper, this does look like it is going to be a competitive affair. It does look like both teams have opportunities. I'm still slightly worried about Eyeballers Ancient, though. Because Monty's isn't great, but Eyeballers has just been a little bit of a letdown on quite a few occasions. And it's been something where you can look at and say teams can tend to exploit it. But equally for Eyeballers, when they look at a map like Anubis, it's something that Monty have played a decent amount of times. They've looked pretty weak on it. So on paper, it feels like things should go the same way, with Monty able to take Mirage, Eyeballers able to take Anubis, and then Ancient as that third and final. Feels like that could once again be the finish ground for these two teams. But we'll have to wait to see if we do make it all the way to Anubis, as we're kicking things off now. Sorry, Ancient, as we're kicking things off now on Anubis. So we're definitely making it to Anubis, I can tell you that. It's my first time getting to cast this new Monty lineup, and it's been a little while since I've actually got to see Eyeballers play. Used to watch them quite a bit, but like I said, just haven't been able to make it to all too many CCT events. Not really been able to get to that Swiss stage much. Afro finds the early kill onto JW. It was just a pick in middle as JW jiggles and gain some information towards mid, but ripped out of this round here. And Monty look to try fronts towards B, where 2 defenders reside for now. Dex is trying to rotate in time. Player at the back of the bomb site has been spotted. Dex forced back by the smoke grenade. Is poised, only able to get 1 on the defense. Needs quite a bit more as Ryu gets a double there with the Glock. So 2 versus 4. As Heap and Dex, no defuse kit. Might be 1 dropped in the bomb site, perhaps. They're not going to be easy to find entry paths into this bomb site. You can see Heap still looking at a potential flank to come through. Still worried of a lurk, but might just look to keep hold of this armor, keep hold of the smoke grenade. You got Julies as well. If eyeballers do opt for a force buy, I mean, these are weapons that are certainly going to help you in the next to save some money. Heap might be able to even buy a FAMAS, perhaps. Dex tries to tap away. Had nothing to save, no arm behind it. And Ryu will be able to find his 3rd kill in total.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, Ryu, I wouldn't mind Heap sort of buying a FAMAS if they did want to go for a force buy. Invest in an armor instead. I'll be honest, I do kind of hate that on these second rounds if they do go for a force. Just because, like, you're going to need to take some risks anyway to win the round. Why not risk just having no head armor? But we all see the force bite, no rifle in play. Heap instead opting for an MP9, deals and 5.7s on the rest of his teammates. Obviously, utility is naturally going to be a limitation for these CTs, but Monty look like they're not messing around. They might look to just punish towards B. Nade could be well timed. Nice bit of damage there onto Afro and Jocko. But the T's emerge through the smoke. Gizmy finds first. The flashbangs are good to delay the T's slightly, but just far too many of them, and Poised Deagle not enough to stop them all. JW's got a good chance here, actually, to find Afro. Quite a few players are low HP. JW can find this kill. That's where there's a great chance, but Afro snuck past. Oh, JW does actually clear out the angle. I thought he was going to overlook that. Now with this rifle, it's all of the final low HP players. Dex finds the kill, but Biomass is not cleared. And with the Mac 10, 1 bullet from death, does so much damage to Dex. There isn't a defuse kit in play right now. Top of the bomb. Ryu's holding his nerve. He's calling the bluff. The peak comes through. Dex does connect, but not enough time. Well played from Ryu. But super close round from Eyeballers.
Terrorists win.
And Dex is able to walk away with 3 kills and a retrieved AK. But you could see, even in that 4 versus 2, with Afro, Biomass, and Ryu all being sort of 1 bullet from death, things always could get dicey. And as soon as Gizmy goes down to Dex's Deagle, I mean, that's where a real possibility could be made. But Eyeballers have the chance to go for a force buy again if they want. They don't have to, and they've opted not to. Just want to go for the half buy. You can see the money is obviously very limited for Monty. They had no players surviving in the last. Even a buy like this can stay competitive. He's down in mid and Gizmy's fast to take down JW. He towards the camera with a deagle, connects a couple of bullets, but Jocko's Khalil's will find. Gizmy spams away. And Jocko just cleaning up a couple of kills. Gizmy making quite a bit of noise there, so an easy kill for the USP to find. And that's the AK fallen. That's the heavy hitting weapon. Danger averted. And Eyeball's biggest goal in a round like this is just to do damage. They've opted for the half bite. They know that Monty's economy is pretty weak. If they sort of could find 2-3 kills, you're going to keep that economy very humble going into your next full buy round, and you've got a chance to win it. But sadly, not the case. Only the 1 kill found, so money's been built up slightly. And we've got the AWP out now for Eyeballers. JW, of course, wielding that. So first look at Eyeballers' CT side here. First real test that they've got, and Heap gets flashed in, makes noise, but will back away. Doesn't want to linger around for too long. Flashbang thrown and a molly thrown in response. Ooh, Ryu wants to go in front of this by the looks of things. Might wait for a flashbang from his teammates. And here is the flash, perfectly played. Both players blinded. Heap's looking the wrong way, in fact. And Bymas gets a double. JW does rotate in, but the molly forces him back, and the smoke towards heaven. Jocko's pushing up. Easy for JW as he brings it back to a 3 versus 3. JW finds a second, takes down Bymas. Nice find from Gizmy onto Boy. Looks caught off by the position. 1 versus 2 now for Afro. And there's a smoke thrown towards his position. Does find the first. Afro with a second. Clean couple of kills from the Frenchman with the M4 there. And proving that even without the open hand, still can have that impact. But great round from JW as soon as he gets the AWP in play. Makes easy work of that, but still needed just slightly more. Just the half buy again from the Swedes. Team Monty, they've got a really good start here on this map. Should be primed to find 5. But with it being a T-sided map, they do still need to be wary. They do need to be careful as to not allow eyeballers a foothold back into this game. Even if they sort of have a 6-7 round streak, they can't slow down. Because all it takes is sort of eyeballers finding 4 rounds, and there you go. You've got a pretty standard CT side. Like we said, Monty, they haven't been great at this map in the past, so it is going to be something that this would be a real big turnaround in this series between these two teams, because a very close affair in the last head-to-head that we did get to watch. This map finishing 13-9 in favor of eyeballers. But pretty simple round for Monty here. Clean site take into an empty bomb site. And into the pistol as they go. So damage could be dealt, but none of it is. Bit of a team kill there onto Jocko. Taking down Bymas, but only 1 casualty again. Monty aren't going to mind, even if it is a team kill. Money's still growing. And there is that 5-0 lead. Did say I'm never too worried for a scoreline like this, even if I am eyeballers, because you are on the weaker side of this map. And all you need is a little string of rounds, and you've got a reasonably comfortable half. But you certainly would want that streak to start sooner rather than later. JW in middle. This time, and any peek into him, you feel like he's going to connect that shot. I don't know if Gizmy's got the nerve to peek alone. And slow played round, just a standard default from Monty, but they haven't taken a lot of space just yet. They're still just biding their time. Finally, Gizmy looks towards middle. Utilities getting thrown. Molly towards the doors. It's as soon as JW starts to back away. Well timed, in fact. 2 Molotovs come down. Smoke towards camera, forcing him back. Dex is actually out here in middle. Has been spotted now by Gizmy. All this attention is being drawn. There's still 2 players towards A. Dex kind of has to go towards B, and that is where Monty are looking to hit. 35 seconds on the clock. Ryu still towards A and Gizmy in middle. The molly and the nade onto Dex's position, forcing forward 13 points of health. Afro does find point. At the back of the bomb site, though, the defenders are still standing tall. Afro's got this bomb, so can't really go down towards main. Now the pillar is the low HP Dex. The lurks does find a kill. They know there's 2 players at this back of the bomb site. Gizmy finds the first. Gizmy takes down the second with Afro's help. And the bomb can now get planted. Just with a couple of seconds to spare. Heat in a 1 versus 3, getting chipped down to 24 points of health. And a save is going to have to be the call. A bit dicey, a bit scrappy at times there. But Monty, they do manage to make it work. But you can see what happens there when Bymass and Jocko go down towards A main. You've got Afro who doesn't want to overextend because he's got the bomb. If he goes down, the chance of Gizmy finding 2 players on the bomb site, being able to run towards main and get the bomb down in time is very slim. So he's very hesitant about sort of swinging out. So it's a lot of the rounds reliant on Gizmy finding those kills and finding that impact. And luckily it is done so for Monty's sake. But 6-0 and the first tactical pause now called from Eyeballers. Of course, like we said, we've seen this matchup before. We've seen this map between these 2 teams in this playing stage just a few days ago. Ended 13-9 in favor of Eyeballers. Already, Monty not far away from the 9 rounds that they found in that series. With a bit of time to discuss Eyeballers. I have to find a solution, something different to do. I was curious if we were going to see some sort of aggression in a round like this. It is just a half buy. The fact that Poise bought a scout, perhaps not going to look to take any space. And in fact, I said the half buy is pretty weak. Not a lot of utility. No armor on Poi, just a USP on JW. Not the greatest device that we've seen. Jump spotting in mid is Dex. Poi looking from something from the E-box position, something that Bymass might give up if he peeks out further. Bymass does look like he might give this a peek. Does peek, gets the dink on the Poi. Ryu tries to come in, gets tagged down with the scout, and Dex blinded in middle, still finds Gizmy. Dex finds Jocko as the spray is not quite there. And a big turnaround from a 5-7, no utility, alone in middle. Weapons now retrieved. 2 AKs found for free. As Monty have to head towards B. Scout of Poi connects onto Afro, brings him down to 11 points of health. Is smoked off now. Still a chance in this round for Monty, but not anymore. Dex doubles up, 4K from him. He's on for the ace. He's making the call, aware that the AWP of Afro is likely going to want to save this. All the way down to T-spawn. Dex with the ace, it looks likely. And what a round from Dex. Started off with a 5-7 alone in mid. Fully blinded finds Gizmy. I have no idea how Gizmy doesn't take down that kill. Or even how Gizmy doesn't do more than 1 bullet's worth of damage. I'm not sure if he was blinded. Yeah, I'm not sure if he also sort of tanked a bit of that flashbang. That's all I can really think. You feel like the setup at mid was a great idea, but what a way for Eyeballers to get their first round. Now, Eyeballers, let's see if they can get something more concrete. Still, 5 rounds remaining of this half. Bymass. Great find on Deploy there. Aware of the position in the smoke. Player in pillar and Roy finds 2. Dex at the back of the bomb site finds another, and it's just these multi-kills that Eyeballers have been able to get. Needs to be stopped. Nade into the pillar player. Does a lot of damage, but just no one's giving up a kill in response. And it's all on Ryu now. Well, this looked great. Vimas's first kill into the round. So the players are B main hitting. There's 2 on the bomb site. But it's just the fact that the pillar player is able to find 2. The player playing towards darks, not mollied off, not forced into a tough spot. Just able to swing for free onto Biomass. And just like that, from Monty's dominant start, this is why I wasn't worried about eyeballers. All it takes is a few rounds and you're straight back into the game. 2 on the board now, forcing Monty onto a half buy. We could very likely see a 6-3 scoreline. Needed the smoke, JW, not quite getting the angle he wants to. Into E-box, Poi fully blinded, but he plays in the smoke, is able to get one back, but does get taken down. Ryu with the retrieved M4. Sells the presence that allows Gizmy to find this, and the molly from the Roll's position. The molly not quite actually spreading, so he's still in dark. The spam comes through, Ryu will find player in CT and in Temple. Dex finds the first. Missed shot from Gizmy on the AWP. Won't miss the second, and it allows Eagle to rotate in, and Afro just not connecting the bullets. Dex switches to the 5-7 and finds another multi-kill round. 3 kills from him, 13 in total. I mean, that's a round Monty had to take. When it comes to that 3 versus 2, and you sort of look and say, why did they lose it? You never want the answer to be, we missed our shots. There's quite a few opportunities. If Gizmy found the player towards Temple, they're in a 2 versus 1. Player in CT can't trade instantly. And then Afro just, it's like watching me play with the Deagle there. And that's not a compliment. As much as I'd like it to be. Main duels back and forth between both teams, but this 3-man B setup that eyeballers have so often taken has really been the bane of Monty's existence in recent times. Molly thrown out towards A main, forcing the T's back for now, but Gizmy finally gets the better of Dex towards middle. And he's in the smoke here. Oh, he could have so much impact on this round, but JW's in between a rock and a hard place. He blames up 1, gets the second, the trade does come through, but the issue is JW finds nothing on the bomb site. There's so many players pushing towards his position, but with Poi finding Jocko, who's advancing in heaven, it allows this 2 versus 2, but Ryu's position, not expected so deep, gets the info of Poi in just 1 bullet. That's all that's needed. Finally, Monty do find their 7th. Money's in a strange spot for eyeballers. They can buy. Just got to recycle and spread the economy and the wealth evenly. But you can see, although players like Dex were sitting on around 10k, the rest of the team's money wasn't so great. So they've got to buy out. There's no issues in this round, but the issues do come if they lose this one. Because not only will Monty be able to find A, maybe even more aggressive stance, and Afro by his lonesome gets taken down. Although there were 4 players towards B main as well, no one actually close enough to get that trade. The CT's advanced through main. Still, there are T's here who could punish, and Biomass is the one to look to do so. Misses the initial shot with the AK, sees a player drop back. Is he ready for a second to be here, though? Rolf is searching. Biomass so glued towards B main. Is he going to clear out this position? Might not need to, as Rolf takes the fight onto him. Biomass swings. does get the kill. A little bit dicey at times there. And finally back to a 4 versus 4. Through E-Box, the T's go. 1 kill is found. Dex not ready for the second. Missed shot from JW. And we highlighted Eyeballers, the issues that they'll have if they lose this round financially. Despite a brilliant start in the round from Rolf, things do slip apart as he maybe hangs towards B main for a little too long. In fact, I actually like the continuing stay towards B main. It's the fact that he wanted to get the information of more. He wanted to sort of push further, and he kind of has no choice but to save. Likely wants to save that AWP, so he's sticking around. Reaves that now and backs away.
Terrorists win.
I mean, the buys are not going to be great, but it's not going to be awful. He can buy FAMAS for himself. You see some MP9s, FAMAS has been bought out, things like that. And the tactical pause, second one being called from Eyeballers. Like we said, Monty, they've had issues on this map in the past. They haven't had the greatest Anubis. Only winning 3 games out of 7 in the last 3 months. Quite a few of them being dominant losses as well to teams that I feel like Monty should be able to have a good attempt, good effort against. And the fact that we've seen these two play it before, Monty found 9 rounds in total, and there's a real chance that they could find 9 rounds in the first half. I mean, that's a big difference maker. And I think regardless, even if you don't have a great CT side, there's a good chance you can still walk away with it. So with these MP9s around JW's AWP, what work can be done? We have seen Eyeballers win a half by this game. Thanks to some individual heroics from Dex. What do we see here? Flash into a main. A nade response well timed. Dex does find the first. Dex finds a triple again! He was essentially just like leaving Dex on his lonesome. Basically said, Dex, you do it all alone. And somehow Dex again with a triple kill. I'm convinced every single one of these rounds that Eyeballers have won have been off of Dex. He got an ace. I think he's had 2 3Ks, and this is potentially his 3rd 3K. Maybe even a quad kill here. Flashed in, Afro cleared, Dex finally taken down by the jumping MP9 of Poi. I mean, I don't know what went so wrong there for Monty. They take a main ready to punish. Heap isn't even really supporting Dex that much initially. He throws out the HE grenade, but it's kind of playing anti-flash. And then it feels like he's sort of backing away, ready for Dex to die. But Dex just doesn't die. Finds 3 kills before Heap's like, okay, I'll come back and help. What is that? How is the trading so poor there? But that, I don't even think you can put that down to, oh, Jocko and Bymass have just joined this team. Whether it's going to be temporary, whether it's going to be permanent, who knows. But I don't think you can put it down to that. That's just very poor trading. It's as simple as that. But not an ideal situation for Monty in that one, but regardless, they've still got 8 at the halftime score. They'll be happy with that. Yeah, for now, it looks like Bymass and Jocko are just temporary. Perhaps could be more permanent, depending on how this event goes for them. You never know. in mid. CTs are fighting. They're trying to hold off this onslaught of the Ts, but back and forth kills go through. Back and forth, I say, until Heap and JW chime in. 2 quick kills back. So from a 3 versus 3 to a 1v3 for Biomass very quickly. Heap just absolutely domes in with the double dink from the Jawlies, and Eyeballers win the pistol round and continue bringing themselves into this game. Now's the question for Monty. What do they opt to do? See a lot of teams in this current meta come for second round force buys. Are Monty confident enough in their CT side to be able to win it all on full buys, or do they think they need a bit of fortune in their way and might go for that full investment here? But a bit of a technical pause here for now. But I mean, that was a pretty necessary pistol, it feels like, from Eyeballers. I do think if they lose that, we're going to see Monty probably at least hit double digits. And that's where you're just 3 rounds away from the finish line. 10-4 scoreline. You'd favour Monty to be able to close that game out. But with Eyeballers winning that, a different story, and yeah, we are going to see Monty just go for the eco. They want to play for the full investment. If and when this round goes the way of Eyeballers, that will be them winning 6 out of the last 8 rounds. Still throwing out the USPs, getting crunched on. The MAC-10s want to make some money. Team kill there from Monty as well to rub salt into the wounds. I think that's Jocko's 2nd team kill onto Biomass. Maybe a bit of bad blood in the Monty camp. But weapons back in play now on this second half. First full buy round for Monty. Let's see what their CT sides are looking like. Eyeballers a little slow to get off the mark on their CT side. They still walked away with 4 rounds, which is still a pretty respectable scoreline. Dex opening kill again. I mean, what a player, what a game he has been having. Gizmy gets a double in response through the smoke. And with Dex still being alive, the low HP player, this is a great opportunity for Monty. But in the meantime, JW is pushed out towards middle, looking to probe, looking to take this space alone. And still, the CTs haven't considered this. Finally, Gizmy looks towards the pool. We see Afro look towards CT. It's all going to be on timing. The M4 does. Beacon does fine. JW's flank accounts for nothing. And there's 2 versus 4 with Dex just being 16 HP. I mean, you wouldn't even mind if Eyeballers at this point just sort of packed it up and decided to save. Money's pretty solid. With time ticking, they are making their way through rugs and towards A. "20 seconds on the clock, still no contact being made. A flank's come through. Ryu, it looks like he might have spotted because everyone's now starting to rotate towards A. Ryu strikes from behind, finding Dex. Bates gives me in perfectly to allow him to complete his triple. Monty cleanly win their first full buy round of this second half. I think a slightly worrying sign for me would probably be saying that Gizmy is the player who's stepping up a lot And I mean, Ryu's having a good game as well. Afro's having a few moments, but you'd probably want a little bit more out of Bymas and Jocko as well. Look, Gizmi's playing great, but he's not really meant to be the player up there on the leaderboard. And if things do start to go wrong, you would want for Monty to have hopefully some other players who can help step up. I mean, look, Gizmi always can have games like this. We've seen it plenty of times with him. You don't want to rely on him too much, but he's also got the calling responsibility. Gizmi has been able to somehow survive himself, but it's Ryu to manage to go down. Peeks on out. Gizmi does tons of damage. But no kill found on this 4 versus 4. Gizmi still pushing, still searching. Gets a double. Finds JW, but Heap and Afro all combined. It's all on Jocko. The French standard. Knows Heap's positioning. Has a Molotov, will drop that at his feet. And the stick of the bomb, Heap just tanks a bit of the Molotov. And the full stick comes through from Jocko, but the bomb's going to be defused before Heap can swing. I love how he played that there initially. Having the tag from the Molotov, baiting Jocko into thinking he's pushing through, but the bomb was just planted so wide that there's so much ground that Heap needs to cover. And a great attempt there from Heap to try to bring that one back. From a 4 versus 2, very quickly finds a double kill himself. But it's not enough, and Jocko with a 1 versus 2 clutch. I said we need these guys to step up. Bymas and Jocko, that's a good way to do so with a 1 versus 2 there on round number 16. The money whittled down for eyeballers. Tech 9s amongst the AK that's being carried over, and players are going to be pushing through this. Flashbang comes over. Jocko spots the first towards Pillar, does take down the first. A great catch with the Tech 9. Afro getting pushed with the AWP. Under pressure, needs support from his teammates. Jocko does find a second of the round. The flashbangs are incredible. No one can connect their bullets. And somehow Jocko, who's in the action from start to finish of that round, is 77 points of health. I mean, that just looked like chaos from his POV, but finds a triple. And Monty do survive a pretty scrappy looking round, all things considered. $11 on the board now. 1 round to guarantee OT for Monty. 2 to take the map. Eyeballers, they'd be very slow off the mark. Could maybe put a little bit of it down to some sort of early morning rust. I mean, Dex certainly isn't feeling that. Great find from Royf there. I mean, Rob has actually had quite a couple of really big kills in the last couple of rounds. Feels like he started to come online. Need a couple more of the other stars on Eyeballers to do the same. Afro takes down JW to make it a 4 versus 4, and Dex felt like he had to get caught out of mid, but Gizmi gets taken down as Dex with a quick readjustment. I mean, give this man space and he will punish. I love this from Afro, but the AWP scope would have been heard here from Heap. Picks up the bomb and just backs away. This is a really uncomfortable position for Afro to actually be in. He's heard this player towards A, but they know there's one in middle, and he's got the AWP, so it's not exactly easy to readjust your aim in this position, but Afro is coming behind A main. He is working as this flank. Heap is holding this position, but timing of Jocko finding that kill could have baited him in. Afro's so close behind. Player in heaven. Player in heaven taken down. Heap doesn't stick the bomb. He just taps it, so allows this Molotov to land at his feet, and his bomb plant can't go down just yet. Dex take it down in mid, and it's all on Heap. Afro, I said, what a horrible position it is to play the AWP. It's so difficult, because you've got so much information, but it's what can you do with it? You can't overextend. I mean, don't get me wrong, timing a bit unfortunate for Heap on a number of occasions there, but Afro, what a way to play that round in a really difficult spot. And Monty, 6 opportunities to close out Eyeballers' map pick of Anubis and bring us onto their home turf of Mirage. Smoke dropped in middle from Afro as he wants to go for this advanced peak. Flashbang. In fact, smoke grenade comes over. So no early frag, but Afro still wants to have impact with the AWP. He still wants to go actively searching. Boy into E-Box, takes a couple of liberties, hoping Bymass isn't holding. That's the easy to kill Bymass is going to have all game, and just 4 frags away from Monty taking things on Anubis now. Peek into middle, Afro, is he ready for the wide swing? Yes. Dex goes down, it's the Tech 9 of JW to contend with, and just as Afro backs away, JW pre-fires with the Tech 9. Gives up his position, does retrieve that rifle. Missed shot from Afro as JW creeps ever closer. Brings him down low. And playing mind games with the Frenchman here. As finally the AWP can be retrieved now from JW. And a kill is found back from Eyeballers, but still 45 seconds on the clock. Heap's taken all of this space in the meantime. We are going to have a 4 versus 3 post plant. The CTs have to be ready for this. Flashbang's good. JW, the player with the bomb, has to get that advantage. I can't get posted on the angle. Bymass towards the pillar. Util's great there on the Jocko, man. Gives me. And the bomb coming up to a 3rd ticked. Monty can wait out this smoke if they choose to. Rolf towards A main, makes his position known as a 1-for-1 trade comes through on the bomb site. This is for survival. Eyeballers not ready for JW's positioning. And Ryu might just look to do damage, might just look to take everyone down with the ship. But a round successful for Eyeballers, and they managed to fight for survival for another day. A little bit too slow on that retake. Well, I say that, I don't even mind that the speed that they actually played it with. Look, I don't mind you taking your time, trying to burn the utility of Eyeballers, but the utility that Eyeballers did have, they used it perfectly. And it's, I think for a team like Monty, where there are going to be certain teething issues due to the fact that Jocko and Bymass are both standing in. And even then, Afro's not being long on this roster. I do think playing retakes very slow often can punish. Nice find there from Afro as he takes a very advanced position in middle, goes 1-for-1. There's just the pistol rounds. And the pistols are finding a little bit of success. Just on Bymass and Jocko here, though. And Bymass forced back by the Molotov. Jocko can retrieve a weapon in middle. Is there an AWP down in mid at all? I'm not sure. Did JW have one, or did he switch to a rifle? Either way, AK's been picked up. Bymass making his way in mid as well. Might see if there's a weapon for him. Eyeballers get another round and bring it another round closer.
Terrorists win.
Still 4 more to go. 4 more flawless rounds needed from the Swedes. This is a dangerous setup for both teams. Flashbang's great. Ryu gets baited in, Afro is posted with the orb, and it's a bait and switch played to perfection. 3 players towards A, Gizmy throws the flashbang for his teammates. And it's going to be this hit towards B, JW, through the smoke. Right, not going through it, just staying scoped, ready for these 2 players. Jocko, what can he find? They line up. Jocko gets things down for nothing. Second player in E-Box that JW's not expecting his biomass with a big round from him, and Gizmy closes the game out with that 20 bomb from him. I said we needed a couple more players to step up around Gizmy. As soon as I asked for that, it felt like that's exactly what we got. Afro was right up there, started to really have some big rounds. Jocko came alive as well. Both him and Biomass were pretty silent throughout most of that game, but look, Jocko had a couple of big moments at the end there. And when you take into account, he had a couple of team kills as well. His stats look probably a little bit worse than they are. Ryu was a pretty instrumental player. But Monty, the most important thing is we've seen this series. We've seen this map. We've seen these maps and this veto before, just a few days ago between these 2 teams. But on this occasion, Monty do take Anubis. Last time around, losing it 13-9. And they take things pretty comfortably. CT side, look, poor start after losing the pistol, but as soon as the guns were in play, yeah, they looked like a different beast, looked like a machine there. So really successful and positive signs for Monty there. And moving on to Mirage, which has always been one of their home turfs, it's always been one of their better maps, and also can be a bit more of a puggy map. So even when you do have Jocko and Biomass standing in for you, these might not be as big an issue on a map like Mirage, similar to Anubis, in fact, where it's not necessarily like your nukes, it's not necessarily like your Infernos or something. So a very good chance that Monty can prime themselves to take this one in a 2-0 fashion, but Eyeballers, backs against the wall now. Can they turn things around on Mirage? Can they keep themselves in this series? We'll have to find out after the break. Hello everyone and welcome back to map number 2 of this Group A play-in game. The decider match for Group A between Monty and Eyeballers. Eyeballers taking a pretty heavy loss on map number 1. Anubis being the map that they got the 1-up over Monty recently. It's been the map that Monty have struggled in the past the most. A pretty big map for Monty to steal and a very good opportunity for them to take this one in a 2-0 fashion now. Util over B as Heaps fast on this flank. Rolf does find the opening kill. Jocko rotates in. Finally, that trade comes through from Ryu. And Heaps strikes, but just able to get one. Bomb has been retrieved and the bomb site is being taken. And all 3 players from the Eyeballers here in market. Gizmy's got the bomb and is taking this forward stance out of fight, and actually it has paid off. Yeah, interesting decision from Monty to look for the fight rather than the bomb plant. But it works out on this occasion. They leave it up to fate to decide, and the gunfire for Monty is superior on this occasion. So pistol round goes their way. Just the eco from Eyeballers, not wanting to press their luck too much here. As in, big lean towards A from the Swedes. In Palace, Ryu does reside. I'll get a bit more than he bargained for if he goes searching. Monty, no contact being made across the map, so no information yet, and it does look like they're backing up and gonna lean towards A. In fact, changed their mind. Izmi has come back, just lining up utility. Thought he was gonna make his way through T-spawn back towards A. Mag 10 of Jocko spots 2 players. Could be the call now just to hit towards B, and yeah, quick change up. That info from Jocko is enough, and despite of the Mac 10, still doesn't want to just take too many unnecessary risks. Gonna play this one out smarter. Spear towards B. Confirm this is clear for the rest of his team, and that bomb can get planted. And now Ryu gets all of these steps. Here's everyone making their way towards ramp. And wants to get involved, wants to see if he can find a kill or 2. Timing's good enough for him to find heat. Plays at range, tapping away, gets dinked on down. And that'll be good enough for Ryu. Back towards the bid, our Eyeballers. This is as much of a pack mentality round as it gets. And in middle, Gizmy gets found solely by JW. Quite a few kills are found. Yeah, quite a few kills given up there from Monty, actually. Considering they had the bomb down, considering they had all of this info of where they were, probably find a little too heavily. And in terms of, look, the kill rule that they could have, it's not incredible. I think they ended up getting 1.8k. Just as Jocko was able to only find the 1 kill with the Mac 10. So when you consider 1.8k and then all the equipment and weapons that were lost on those 2 players, doesn't necessarily feel worth it. But Boy finds the early kill, wants to bypass through the smoke. As Monty, it looks like they want to just head straight towards B. Player spotted. Rolf drops the Molotov, but he's fully blinded out here. Jocko's able to find 1 with the Mac 10. Taken down by Ryu. Ryu finds his second on the JW, who rotates in. Heap, it's his turn to try to contest. And Ryu in the apartment is not quite connecting the bullets. And the final 2 players here in apartments. The bomb makes its way back towards A as Gizmy's positioning is so strong here. Posted up at Murder Hole. Neither CT want to take the risk and push through there. So the bomb can get planted. Gizmy can even work as a flank if he wants, similar with Ryu. But no defuse on these final 2 players, so the time could be one of their biggest enemies. And Afro gets the information of at least one player towards CT. Gonna get the intel that both these players are here now. And with Afro falling, there's a Molotov dropped on the bomb. I think it's a smart decision. Gizmy is low HP. Better safe than sorry. And Heap has to try to escape towards ramp. And it allows Gizmy to find as he tries to make his way over there. So just one survivor for Eyeballers. As Monty passed the test of the Swedes' first full buy. Like I said, I did think on paper, if things go similar to how things last went between these two, it did feel like there was a good chance we end up seeing both teams take their own map pick and we finish things off on Ancient, where that could be a close finisher. But with Monty stealing things on Anubis, I mean, that's where things become very daunting as a task from Eyeballers. And obviously, a winner will go into the decider match. The loser, that's them eliminated. Scary times ahead for Eyeballers if they can't get some rounds on the board early. Dex with that save Gen 4, tons of damage onto Gizmy, but it's poised Eagle to find the first. Found the first kill in the last 2 rounds, Poi. Last one onto Biomass, this one onto Afro, and Dex catches an angle before the smoke blooms, and Jocko does go down for free. Ryu gets a kill back. Obviously, this is just this weak buy with these pistols. Sneaky position from JW. Takes down Gizmy, and Biomass tries to get the trade, but it goes down to JW's retrieved weapon. I say, Eyeballers need to get around early. I mean, this is the round to do so. It's the exact same that's what happened on Anubis. Couldn't make things work initially. But it's just a half buy that comes out on top. Keep taking all this space in Palace. He's gone against Ryu. He's going to make his way back in here. I just don't think he's going to be ready for Heap's position. And no, Heap comes out on top. I'm very curious about what we see from Dex on this map, because he was the brightest spark for Eyeballers on map number 1. You could make a very good argument. He was sort of only the one real player that felt like he could have changed that game. Top of the leaderboard, went 24 and 15. And Poi, Heap, and JW all on single-digit kills at the end of that one. Needed a couple more players to step up around Dex. Prof did towards the end, to be fair to him. There's still an investment from Monty, but it's a little bit lackluster in terms of some pieces of equipment. Jocko and Gizmy on Galils. 2 Deagles in play. You do have Afro on the AWP, though. And he was similar to Rolf, someone who really stepped up towards the end of Anubis. First was triple for a pick, but no one's given anything up. Eyeball has been quite disciplined in this round. Peek into CT, Dex. If he overextends, that will be his life given up, but the nade's enough to force Afro from staying on that angle. $50 seconds on the clock, and not a lot of damage has even been dealt. Just that HE grenade. Smoke into window. Boy drops smoke into con. Afro first kill finally found, and this is where the swarm onto the A-bomb site starts to commence. The Eagle of Biomass finds one. JW caught in no man's land. And the bomb gets planted, and slow and steady wins the race from Monty. They use the time, they get these deeper positions in middle, and as soon as Afro strikes, that's when they pounce. And it's all on the solo B defender. Just going to be a save in this one. And look at that. Coming into this round with 2 Galils, 2 Deagles, and the AWP. They're going to be leaving it with 3 rifles and that AWP, 3 premium rifles. Instantly bouncing back despite Monty's success in the last. Good thing is, due to Eyeballers actually winning the half buy, you can see that money's really good. And even if Rob didn't save, we could have seen a buy. Even more chance now, could drop over a weapon to the only player on the team who didn't have a lot of money, that'd be Boy. So still a super competitive buy here from the Swedes. AWP in the hands of JW. You can see if he can be the one to silence Afro. But Afro cannot be silenced, at least not yet. Finding Heap. Ryu takes down JW, tries to take an advanced position towards Palace. And Monty are trying to press the issue here towards A. They want to capitalize on this quickly, but maybe a little bit too fast. As Jocko on his lonesome gets taken down. Ryu almost caught out by Dex advancing up the ladder towards Palace. And finally, the remaining 3 players on Monty are here towards A. Just as Poi is starting to rotate away. Well-timed smoking ramp. And in fact, Eyeballers have got a ton of information towards mid. Rolf has advanced up. Poi helps clear him out this initial portion. And with the smoke thrown from Gizmy, they know it is just a fake. And it's a wrap towards A. 2 defenders here with Rolf in the flank. The question is, how much time can these defenders hold off this attack for? Towards CT, the peek from Poi is good enough to find one. Rolf very close in the back lines. Poi, can he get anything else? Is gonna need to. Rolf wants to line up multiple. Finds Gizmy, finds Afro, and it's all on Ryu. Low HP with the AWP in Palace. Great decision making from a 2-man disadvantage. Eyeballers can still make things work. And that is where you do have to question Monty. Maybe this is some of the issues that they're having from being a team that's had a lot of changes recently. A team that's got 2 stand-ins. I've only played a few series with this roster. Because you see 2 kills found, and then Jocko just by himself tries to find a kill towards A. I don't know why. You've got a 2-man advantage. Just sort of chill at that point. But goes down, and then Monty are just super slow. They want to use that time again, but they don't have a lot of information like they had in the last round. And instead, they do get punished. Again, no eco from Monty. As they still have a pretty competitive buy. Again, another opening kill. Ryu finds Dex. Monty have done a really good job of finding some of these opening kills in the last few. Afro's hearing a lot of noise. The boost comes up. JW goes down. It was just jump spotted from Rolf towards B. They assumed it's clear. Jump spot comes through again. And Afro knows he's caught in this position. Just going to drop a smoke grenade. Bam, connects a bullet. But Rolf really wanted the kill back. Again, another 2-man advantage for Monty. And heading towards B. Eyeballers, the call-in's been very solid in terms of how they rotate, where they position their pieces in this disadvantage round. Because look, there's 3 defenders towards B. This is what they need. They need to make a gamble like this. And with Monty not clearing out any space elsewhere, not having any information towards mid or anything, this is a lot of information that they've got. Molotov will tick at one player. The kill does come through from Ryu. But now the T's know all these players are here, and it's all on Poi. Gizmy's Tech 9 takes this advanced space, and very quick up in the face of Poi, giving him no time to settle. Monty take the round, but things get very close again. And finally, money is broken for Eyeballers. Just gonna have to go for the eco. Gonna have to concede up 6 rounds to Monty. But like I said, I think the call-in has actually been really good from eyeballers when it does come to where they look to rotate in these disadvantage rounds. You look at the last round number 6, when they have point Rolf clear out towards mid, send one of them to flank, the other 2 rotate towards A. Great decision making there, and in that one, 2-man disadvantage again, stack towards B. They don't manage to make it work, but it's a 2-man disadvantage anyway, and they give themselves a very good chance in the round. Afro towards middle, flashbang blinds him, just hoping that his team can clear up while he's blinded, but Poised Eagle finds a double. This is an eco, this is not a half bite. This is a straight up eco, and somehow it is working. Poi with 2 kills of just a deagle. Peep with a 5-7 and armor finds 2. He's the only armored player. Big misstep in this one from Monty. And I say Eyeball is going to have to give up 6. Apparently not. I think that's been the biggest issue for Monty so far this game. They've lost a half bite, they've lost an eco, and they've lost a 2-man advantage round. They're not losing to the guns. They're not losing rounds that they should be losing. They're losing rounds that on paper they should be winning. And the numbers are in their favor. And these are the biggest things that keep an eyeballers in this game. These are the things that Monty, if they're able to iron out, realistically, we could honestly have seen an 8-round start. And again, it's another 4-5 from Monty. On this round, eyeballers get the opening kill from Jocko. But I do think if Monty not lose the half, obviously they can't do that. But if this half becomes at all close, I do think they're probably going to be kicking themselves, realizing we have literally lost a half by a 3 versus 5 and an eco. Finally, they are going to lose to the weapons. The force buy in this one from Monty, I don't know if it was if they had to go for a force. But if they didn't, I mean, I question it quite heavily. Because, you know, eyeballers have just won an eco. They won it with plenty of players surviving. So a lot of weapons could be retrieved for free. Their money's just naturally going to be good, so you can't reset them. So if they didn't have to force, I don't really know the decision-making there. As well as the buy was pretty abysmal. A lot of pistols, 1 rifle. But an easy one there for eyeballers. In fact, obviously Monty can lose the half. I thought they hit 6, but no, 7 on 5. Yeah, they can actually lose this half still. And now it is going to have to be this eco from Monty. 5-5 should be the scoreline, and the eyeballers are going to be thanking their lucky stars that they've been able to bring themselves back into this map. The eyeballers have had some really tough times on this map in the past. Got 27% win rate on this map in the last 3 months. Does have to be said though, it is their T side they tend to struggle with. Rocker Gizmy does get the trades. Gizmy's retrieved. AK now finds another. And AK can be recycled, and JW can try to be punished in CT. Just 21 points of health. Climax still not able to make it out of the Palace position. And Rolf rotates in and brings some normality back into the round. Round number 11. Just 2 rounds remaining of this half. Eyeballers still can find 7, steal things away, but Afro finds the opening kill and a quick burst out of middle from Monty. Flashbang to send in the eyeballers, but Biomass gets the trade on the heat. Biomass finds his second of the round and a really rough spray from Rolf, who's actually looked really sharp in this series so far. taken down from Ryu. And is all on deck. So Monty do stabilize and finally do show us again why Mirage is their map. Dex's position is being made known, space being taken towards A, and it allows this bomb to have free range rotated in.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Now with Dex going down, that will confirm the round for Monty. Money's still in an unbelievably good spot from Eyeballers, so could have no issues with a buy in this final round whatsoever. Round number 12, if Eyeballers can level up this game, there's still a lot to play for. Despite Eyeballers' T-side not being great, I think given the context of how this one's gone, I think they'll be very pleased with it. JW's AWP does strike true and does find Jocko as the early kill. Vimas taken down by Dex, who catches him off towards Sandwich. Molotov thrown out, but Dex already repositioned. Ryu needs to find this kill. JW still finding impact. Ryu's trapped. Has to drop out this Molotov. Up the stairs he goes. Get chipped away even more. And somehow, in a bit of a messy fight, Ryu does find the kill. And he's actually going out of A for more. Has a bit of a glance before retreating back through connector. Roll firing off the shot. Gives up his position. Smoke grenade thrown. Afro, for a second, thought, is he going to go through it? Does opt against it, but with Gizmy making a lot of noise here in the apartment, Afro pushes through the smoke at the same time and catches off Rolf. This was a 3 versus 5 for Eyeballers. But the core of this team, Ryu, Gizmy, and Afro, the three that played together the longest. And obviously Ryu and Gizmy, two of the players that graduated from the academy. All they need to be able to take a round like this. Tons of damage dealt to JW. Dex chipped away as well. And Ryu is just a contingency plan. Gets a freebie onto JW, and Afro's AWP strikes for a third in the round. Monty will deny a leveled up halftime score as they find 7 and maybe get a little bit of redemption for some of their own mistakes that they made. But Monty, I definitely do think they could have had a slightly better half there. I think, look, teams make mistakes. A half-by victory isn't the craziest thing to see. And a 5 versus 3 loss, I suppose it happens as well. We did just see Eyeballers lose it, but the full eco loss is one that's going to be a bit difficult to take. I do think Monty probably should have at least found 8, maybe even more. But 7-5 is still a good scoreline for Monty. They still have a good CT side. Eyeballers, their only really good side on this map is their CT side. So if history does repeat itself, Monty should still be favored here. But look, this is play-ins. This is the decider match of Group A. This is where the chips are down at this point. Eyeballers have nothing to lose. They lose this map, they're out. So they really do have to show us what they can do. Out in middle, and Eyeballers fight really heavily early towards mid. A lot of speed as the USP of Jocko does make his way into ladder and in front of the Molotov, but Ryu's USP finds a couple. Jocko from short strikes for one as well, so it's a man advantage for Monty as this bomb makes its way onto the bomb site and starts to get planted now. There is a defuse kit on Gizmy, and Monty can slow this one down if they want to. Smoke grenade on Gizmy as well. Can throw that towards CT, can throw it towards the bomb. Rolf playing from Tetris hasn't spotted anything yet. Smoke thrown on the bomb now. Gizmy finds while running, and he does make his position known. Gizmy connects. Bomb is going to get defused. And Monty win the pistol round, and with a couple of kills found and the defuse from Gizmy, he's got a nice amount of money in the reserve. Second round force is coming through from Eyeballers, though. Haven't actually got these, considering the amount of actual force buys we've seen in this series from both teams, haven't actually seen a lot of second round force buys. Eyeballers, they want to go for it now. They got the bomb plant and get a decent buy. 3 Galils, a Mac 10, and a Scout. HE grenade chipping away at poise slightly. As Heap's taking so much space in middle by himself. He's already up in connector. I was going to say no one spotted it, but Afro finally has a look and does find a kill. Rolf takes down Poi. And Ryu does take down Dex. Afro strikes as well. All on JW and a clean sweep on the force buy attempt. I don't know how the team kill came through. Maybe Poi was going to go down regardless. But considering we've seen 2 maps on this series, I'm pretty shocked that we've seen, what, 3, maybe 4 team kills? We've seen at least 3. And I don't think I've seen a team kill for a very long time, but these 2 teams, maybe a bit of rivalry within their own camps. With that round going against Eyeballers, double digits should be found here from Monty, and they should be on the finish line. For Mirage. And for this series as a whole. Really unfortunate timing from Heap in the last. I thought it was a great idea. Taking all of the space, it's being given up, it's being offered up, and Afro just starts to have that 6th sense and looks at the perfect time. With the early kill found from Monty, Eyeballers are kind of just hoping that players peek into them. And sadly, there were 3 players on towards middle, but as soon as the mid players do advance up, that's where it's just Poi there. Gets overwhelmed and taken down. And JW might try to crack open this B-bomb site. Gives me the only defender for now. Afro will be this fast rotation in, though. He's starting to clear things out, but Gizmy just holding the walkout from the door. Timing's good for Gizmy. Finds the first, readies himself for the second. Afro's already rotated in. It's all on roll. Spotting now from Gizmy. The jumping MP9 does the job. And another clean round from Monty. No casualties. The money's in a really good spot as the weapons are back in play from Eyeballers. There might not be many full buys for them left to play with if they're not successful here, if they're not successful now. It's been taken from Eyeballers. Utah's being thrown in response. Jocko peeks from short to find the first. There is Ryu towards underpass, but he's able to escape into connector. And as the smoke settles, man advantage has been found, but I'm not sure if Gizmy heard or just spotted part of Rolf, but does take him down through the smoke there. Had a good idea of it and will find. Obviously, we were in this matchup between these two teams. We ended up actually having that 5-5 scoreline, of course. So we were all square, but it looks like Monty are primed to have a 6-round streak. And with Poi going down, the 2 remaining T's are split. They know exactly where Heap is. Jocko and his teammate in Ryu swinging at the same time. Heap will find 1. But it's not enough. It leaves JW in a 1 versus 4, and he can't even find the first. Jocko 3k from him in that round, and Monty 2 away from the finish line. I mean, it's such a tough situation if you're at a round like this for Eyeballers, because look, you've got full loss bonus. You can go for a half buy, but it's not hugely convincing. And even if you do lose it, you'll end up finding yourself in a 12-5 scoreline, and you've got to fight back from such a deep sort of scoreline against you. But surprisingly, the first tactical pause being called in this whole game from Eyeballers. You could probably make the argument a little late. Maybe you needed to call it on the second round of this half even, just to discuss exactly what they were going to do on the force buy. Maybe even call it in the last. And then their first actual full buy of the half, but I suppose it's better late than never. That was nice there on deploy. But it's going to be a burst through ramp. Bymass peek it in, does find the first. I'm not sure if he spots anyone else out, but the util is definitely going to indicate there's a lot more players behind that. Flashbang's great to blind. Bymass here, spotted at the stairs, is cleared. Ryu finds Rolfers. Afro just spams through the smoke, but instead it's one bullet needed from Heat to find. Oh my god, smoke criminals. Jocko gets another through the smoke as Gizmy's going to have a duel here in CT. His MP9 versus JW's M4. And the lack of ammo, JW's being his hindrance. Jocko knows one's towards stairs. Does get dinked down. On the deagle is Gizmy. The bullet's not connecting. Jocko's by his side. And the run in Tech 9 find. What on earth are we watching? I mean, Eyeballers deny map and series point from Monty. In a interesting affair. I mean, the tactical pause worked, I suppose. In fact, I don't even know if it did. The amount of kills that were found through smokes, I think it's difficult that that was a part of the game plan. But look, they won a round. That's the most important thing. Finally breaking this streak from Monty. Still a hell of a lot more work to do for Eyeballers. Jocko takes down JW. Peeks into the angle. Bit too ambitious from him there. Found a lot of success towards short in the second half and maybe a little too complacent. So 4 versus 4 as mid is under the control of the T's. No end goal yet to be determined, though. B is looking like it's going to be the end goal. Bymass has a smoke, has a molly, and a flash. For a nade, not a molly. Smoke is well timed. Tees might just go through this. Bymass has to dodge the flashes. Gives me praise frantically. Bymass tries to keep him alive for a bit of time. Afro goes down towards shore, and the entries are good enough from Eyeballers. And 7 will be secured. And the 4 versus 4 does go in their favour, and it gives them enough time to fight for another day. Monty, in terms of their buy, they should be alright to actually invest in the next, as long as Ryu survives. He can drop over an M4, invest in one himself. Jocko and Bymass can buy. And you just likely have Gizmy on a weaker weapon. So still, Monty will be able to keep things competitive in the next, but Eyeball is slowly but surely creeping that scoreline closer. In fact, obviously, Ryu not only can drop over a gun, can drop over an AWP to Afro. We do have this buy from Monty. Pretty much perfect in all regards, apart from just gives me on an MP9, but he can make it work. Lots of info gained here from Gizmy. Drops out the HE grenade, deals a little bit of damage to Rolf and JW, just allowing these players to be one-hit headshot from the M4s. And the T's are searching for something here towards B. But don't want to press the issue too hard where it comes back to haunt them, so we'll slowly evacuate out. Afro's AWP strikes onto Poi. They're used to Jocko being towards short, so on this occasion, Poi maybe just a little too confident of peeking into a rifle rather than the big green. X being held in connector while the rest of his team makes their way through Palace and Ramp. Ryu, the only player actually on the bomb site. It's all about what Dex can find. If he can find biomass, there's a very good chance in this round. But if it goes the other way, that's when things start to get a bit dicey. Flashbang thrown out now. Dex does get taken down on that duel. Ryu's still alive, but the bullet's not quite connecting. Finally does strike. Switches to the USB where JW finds the kill, and it's all on JW. Found by Jocko and Monty. From map and series point here on Mirage. 12-7. We saw Eyeballers need to get 6 rounds on Anubis to try to keep themselves in that map. This time they need 5. 1 less, but still just as hard a task. And Monty, they want to get it done in 1. They don't want to draw this game out. Look, you can see a lot of teams where they have made recent changes, or in Monty's case, where they do have these stand-ins. It can take them a little bit of time to be able to actually get the map over the line. So Monty, they're not going to want to have to go through that. They don't want to have to delay this finish. It can always be tough to close out a series, but Monty, they've got 5 chances to do so, and this is a great buy that they've got. Very much now or never, though, for the Swedish side. Eyeballers. They need 5 rounds, otherwise they are going to get eliminated here. And no chance to make it into the Swiss stage of Season 3. Out towards mid, quickly again. Our Eyeballers. Afro finds the first kill. Is he going to be ready for heat below him? No. But he somehow keeps himself alive, and Afro doubles down. The French AWP stepped up beyond belief in the second half of Anubis, and the form has just continued from here on out. Rolf does get a trade, but so low, and it's all on Rolf by himself. Takes down Ryu, in fact, and is the leader of Gizmy to end, and he is successful to find that final kill. Monty do manage to get things done in 2. 2-0 victory, a reasonably comfortable Anubis, surprisingly. And a reasonably comfortable Mirage. Both map number 1 and 2, Eyeballers were able to bring things back to make things look competitive. But at the end of the day, Monty, their finish, their close, they did enough. They did more than enough, really. And it did feel like after we saw Anubis go their way, we know how good Monty's Mirage is, even with these stand-ins in play. It does feel like Monty were able to close things out. A couple of players I do want to highlight. I mean, Gizmy on map number 1 felt like he was really keeping Monty as competitive as possible in that game. He was stepping up majorly, and then we saw Afro in the second half managed to sort of match him in terms of kills and in terms of firepower as well. And then Afro again on Mirage, second map there of the series, goes above and beyond. Some really big impact with the AWP. Ryu was a consistent factor from start to finish of this series. Had a couple of moments from Biomass and Jocko, but look, these are stand-ins. These are guys that are probably being thrown in the deep end. So far from what we know, it is just from this event. So we don't exactly know fully what to expect from them so far. But look, there was definitely moments from these two, and you're hoping if Monty can stay in this event for longer, this is where the team's going to really be able to step up together, where maybe a bit more time in the server, we're going to get to see what this team can really do. But a positive series, and Monty will be able to put themselves through Group A alongside Favbet. and they'll be able to make it into that final decider match where they get to find out if they make it into the Swiss stage. But we still got 3 more decider matches, Group B, C, and D left to play. And after about an hour and 10-minute break, we're going to get to see our Group B decider match between Chemistry and Novak. That's going to be a great series. I'm really excited about that game. Haven't got to watch either of these teams play, so I think that's going to be a thrilling one for me to get to watch. But before that, like I said, we are going to go through about an hour or so break. But don't go anywhere, and we'll catch you very soon.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to CCT Season 3 Europe Series 3 play-ins here. We've obviously got to watch our first decider match of today. That was a Group A decider match. Eyeballers versus Monty there, where Monty did take things in a 2-0 fashion. Looked pretty comfortable on it. We've got 3 more decider matches for today. We're just getting into things. We've just had one of our 4 series, and we've got another one coming up straight for you here. I think we may as well just jump straight into this one. Pretty much, there's the games that we're going to have for the rest of the day. Novak versus Chemistry, which we've got coming up now. 72C versus Copenhagen Wolves. And then Preasy versus Rush B as that 4th and final map of tonight. But before we dive too much into these 2 final games, we've got one more best of 3 beforehand. Novak versus Chemistry. This is an interesting one for me. I haven't actually got to watch any of these teams play. So I'm pretty looking forward to it, if I'm being honest. There's definitely some names that we're aware of on the server. Definitely some players that we're gonna give some sort of name value for when we do look at these 2 rosters. And starting off with the team with probably a little bit more name value is Novak, the Kazakhstanian team. Obviously, we've got players like Neelam on the team that I think a lot of players are going to be aware of. A lot of people are going to know what someone like him is all about. Been around for a long time, played on teams like K23, Evil Geniuses, Gamer Legion not too long ago, 1 win as well. And now moving on to this Novak roster as well. Seen some decent results from him in the past few months. He is always a player that anytime I see him on the server, always got to keep your eye out for a player like him. But in terms of this actual team, I haven't heard a huge amount of it, other than you've got someone like Adren as the coach. Obviously, tons of experience as him as a player. Been on so many top teams, major MVP as well, and now moving into this coaching role. And the first look that we get to see from him is in this Novak team. Hasn't been in the coaching role in that seat for all too long, so still going to get to wait and see what this team's all about. But in terms of actual HLTV officials for this roster, once again, there's not a huge amount of events that we've got to see them play. So I think it's going to be really exciting to see both these teams here in Series 3 and see if any of these rosters can make it into that Swiss stage. But like I said, I think Neelan's the player to watch on this team. Always is one of the star players to keep your eye on. But flipping onto the other side of things with Chemistry, we got the Polish team. And honestly, this is a team on paper. Things look pretty damn good for them. But that's about... Basically, because we've only seen 2 series from this roster on HLTV so far. So we haven't actually got a huge amount. We got to watch a game versus Amcal and a game versus Modem. The thing that excites me about this series is both these teams took down Modem in a 2-0 fashion, and then both these teams lost to Amcal 2-1 as well. So on paper, there's potentially a bit of a storyline there between these 2. Both teams facing off against the same opponents, getting the same results. But like I said, in terms of what we've seen from these guys on HLTV, because it's only been a couple of series, I mean, their stats are unbelievable. They all look super good. The game against Modem, players to point out, you've got guys like Fugor at the top of the scoreboard. He had an unbelievable game. But so many players on the team did as well. A lot of these guys are super young on this Chemistry team. Haven't had a huge amount of sort of top-level experience. All sitting around sort of 20, 21 or so. So there's not a huge amount to dive into in terms of what we've seen from them in the past. They've been on a couple of Polish teams previously. Garden Garage or Garden Garage, wherever you're from, was a team that quite a few of these players came from. So these guys have played together for a decent amount of time. But like I said, not a huge amount of HLTV and event experience to talk about. So I'm curious if they're going to be able to sort of outlast some of the more experienced side of the Kazakhstani team of Novak. But even them, they're still a super young team. They've got Adren at the helm, but there's a lot of players on this server that we're going to watch today that, look, these are going to be guys for the future. These are going to be the guys that potentially are going to help support the rest of their scene in the years to come. But Matt Veto, in terms of what we've got between both rosters, we've got the Inferno pick from Novak. We've got Ancient coming up next from Chemistry, and Mirage as the decider. In terms of what we've seen from both these teams at this event so far, Chemistry have played Dust, Mirage, Inferno, Nuke, and Ancient. In the last few months or so. Obviously, we've also got some of their results under the Garden Garage roster as well, because it was that 5 there previously. So we've got some results from their ESEA Advanced, but obviously a bit of a step up here playing in the CCT, and it'll be a big step up if they can make it to the Swiss stage as well. So we've got a little bit of sample size to actually look at in these teams. Chemistry, though, Ancient feels like on paper is a no-brainer. Is a map they've been really solid at. Is one of their more played maps when they do play these HLTV officials. And they've got 83% win rate on it. On the flip side of things for Novak, it's also a map that they're more than happy to play a lot of the time. Beating some solid teams on it. Took down Gun 5 recently. So Ancient, on paper, is a very good map for Chemistry. But on the flip side of things for Novak as well, it's a map that they're also more than comfortable to play. But touch it on a little bit, the first map that we're going to get to watch in this series. This is an interesting one. It's the Inferno pick from Novak. And it's a map that they've not exactly had the greatest of times on. They've got 25% win rate on their HLTV officials. A lot of them have to be said, even their losses are very, very close. They've got a lot of close defeats in there. But it is a map that, look, they're clearly comfortable at playing. They've played it a decent amount of time. It's just they haven't found a huge amount of success on it when they've played it. Similar for Chemistry, they've got the exact same win rate, 25%. Only got 1 win on it. They've played 4 maps. So this Inferno is going to be a super interesting one, but I also do have to say the stats that we've seen, they can be pretty misleading at times because we haven't seen a huge amount from both these rosters. I feel like I'm probably going to say that a lot of times throughout this series. It does feel like it's going to come down to less so we can sort of pick apart stats and dictate who we think is going to favor it. It does feel like a lot of it's going to come down onto what we see on the server and who's going to step up and what team's really going to be the ones to show us what they can do. And I think that's the most interesting thing about this veto and about this series in general, because there's a lot of unknown players on this server, a lot of players that I think people at home aren't going to be all too aware of, but hopefully as time goes on, some of these names can start to prove what they're all about. Obviously, though, to give anyone a bit more clarity in terms of what's happening, who is just joining us now, this is the Group B decider match. The winner of this will eliminate the other, and they will make it through Group B alongside Amcal. And then afterwards, there'll be one more decider match to be played to decide which 4 teams are going to make it into the Swiss stage alongside those that are already invited. So super important, really, really crucial for these teams to be able to actually make it through. Only 4 spots up for grabs. Not a lot of teams that can go on to take it. And look, the Swiss stage, not only is it really key to put yourself on the map, it also allows you just to get these officials under your belt against some of these better teams out there. But we do the head-to-head, which is nice. Neelam is the player on the side of Novak, because I do on the side of Chemistry. But by the sounds of things, we are jumping straight into things here of this series. Kicking things off with Novak's map pick of Inferno. Things are going to go down. Both teams, pretty poor percent win rates that we've seen. But look, it's all about what practice they've done behind the scenes, what homework they have on the map. And map number 1 underway here. Chemistry, unsurprisingly, he selected that CT side. Feels like, although Inferno is not exactly nearly as CT side as it once was, still feels like it's kind of a go-to that teams will select this side in when given the choice. And an interesting pistol round from Novak so far. I've only had about 15 seconds of play, but just holding these angles. No one advancing up through second mid. Kind of just tucked and hiding there. Hoping perhaps that if someone jump spots, they're not going to spot anyone. So maybe they can look to catch them off towards A. I like this. I think it's a decent idea. And with quite a decent B leaning from the CT side. Feels like the call for an A hit now is the perfect one. Exactly when the CTs start to emerge their way down Banana. Joke in the pit, spamming away with the dualies, but the flashbangs are sublime, but still the kills aren't going their way. Zaidu does get a double and keeps things competitive in this 3 versus 3. Pump P250, connects onto the first, taps away at the second, and it's all on Fugal for the final. 1 versus 3 from the young Polishman. Nothing being given up to him so far. You've got Pump. Probably just going to be this first contact with the other 2 swinging off of it. Hey, good awareness from Hugo to clear the angle, but pumps P250, completes the triple. And him and Buster do take down everyone. Obviously, Buster, another player. And it feels like when you do look at Novak, been playing with them recently. Not sure if this is something that is going to be permanent. On HLTV, at least, it is a different vibe, but perhaps Buster is just standing in for this event. He's played all of their playing games so far. Another player with a huge amount of name value on this team. And we've got a nice little Novak picture with Buster, so at least we got that. Back and forth kills early. Matthew 5-7 does get one, but a bit too ambitious trying to retrieve the weapon. Does get punished for that. There's obviously this investment here from Chemistry. Do have Zydo keeping some extra money in the bank, obviously, to bring out the AWP. After the initial fights towards Banana, it's gone silent. And Novak might just get a bit of a free run in towards that B bomb site. Undefended now. Nealon's the one clearing out all of that. I do love the Mag 7 on Inferno. I like playing it towards half wall. It feels like you get a lot of success there. Due to the fact it's towards B as well, there's always a lot of contact to be made. But sadly, Zydo not having any of the action there. But if these weapons can remain in play for the CTs, it'll give them a bit of a chance at things in the next round, of course, as well. Because it is going to be an eco for the CT side anyway, so you may as well look to see if you can bring these weapons over. Shoke posted up here with the MP9. Buster to face him. And Shoke coming out on top. That can be a weapon that Fugel can actually get. It can drop over the 5-7 to someone. Yeah, I don't mind this device. Actually, just going to get better there. Buster looks to see if he can remove some more of these forced weapons, but in fact just makes the CT sides buy stronger. Because the 5-7 can get dropped over to one of the other CTs without armor. Got 2 SMGs, 1 shotgun in play. Now look, is it a buy that's necessarily going to win around? No, but is it a buy that can definitely do damage and definitely give yourself a chance? Yeah. Plays towards top Banana. 3 players here, ready and waiting, but the molly towards Harful. Oh, in fact, I actually thought they were going to molly towards Yellow Wall there. Keep the CTs at bay. Dropped it to molly slightly shallower. And after the initial Banana contact that was made, I love this call from the CTs. Full gamble, all 5 players over towards A. Now, this is the sort of gambles you need to make on a force buy like this to win the round. You don't exactly have a lot of utility in play. And Inferno being one of those maps, it does feel like you desperately do need an extra bit of util to be able to win a round like this. I think this is as good a call as it can make in something like this. Buster does flash out towards mid, but no contact being made. Zydo's finally going to peek down, has made that step, and Buster gets the intel. The rest of the team out towards B, and Buster's just going to hold for these rotations. The only remaining player on A is that Mag 7 of Zydo. Zydo's still not made a move yet, so Buster's just posted it in the middle, just holding, so disciplined on either side. The CTs look like late into the round, might look to swarm onto the bomb site, try to take down a few players. No chance of winning the round, but you can certainly cause a few issues. Mag 10 does get a double kill. Zydo's Mag 7 finally gets some contact, but instantly gets domed by the AK of 4 keys. And weapons in play now. The MP9 does remain, so you may see we'll actually have a bit of money in the bank, as isn't going to look to upgrade to the M4, just sticks with the MP9 for now. But first real test here for the CTs as weapons are in hand. Neither team taking full control of Banana just yet. As utilities traded back and forth. Double nade comes through from the CTs, but in the meantime, the Ts have already crept their way up towards middle. So I do let the first player across. Strikes slightly too late as Neelan's able to rotate into position and just catch him off, only allowing Zaitu to find the one. Joke emerging from pit, taken down for nothing. And Bugle playing around this smoke does well to actually find the Apps player. The other two were definitely chipped away at. There was a chance, but well handled by the Ts to rip them out of this round. And now Chemistry might just want to keep hold of these weapons into the next round. Guns being juggled across, and actually it looks like they might give this one a bit of a look in. They do have a util to play with, but after the second smoke lands towards Moto, I think that's them packing it up. Swap over the MP9 for another M4. Novak gonna allow them to save. Want to make sure they can keep their money strong themselves. And 3-0 turns 4-0. Like we said, we got to see some interesting things from both of these teams against Amcal, able to take a map off of them, but neither team successful in actually taking them down. So up towards B again. Massey is elevated up. The nade bounces off of him, and Neelan just about clocks what's going on and manages to find the kill. Takes down the headshot, being brought on to 4 HP. Stays slightly too long towards Banana and does get punished by the HE grenade. The round remains a 4 versus 4. Buster in the apartment. Did have Shoke on the other side of the smoke, but as it fades, Shoke opts to back away. Played this one safer. 3 towards B as Banana. 3 towards A, sorry, as Banana's being defended and held from Zaidu on the B bomb site. 42 points of health. As Defizer is the player to potentially look to contend with him. Missed AWP shot there from Pump. It does cost him his life. 30 seconds on the clock, and the bomb is dropped towards middle. Defizer tries to take this duel into Zaidu. Does manage to get some space. And creeps even closer. 22 seconds on the clock. Novak need to make a choice as to where to go. Zaidu posted up. Hasn't spotted Defizer. And does take him down. The bomb has rotated towards B on Buster. So we can get the plant as we're now having this flank from Forkies. Finds the first, and now it's just a bit of a thorn in the side of the CTs as they look to hurry up on this retake rather than turning on the flank. Good crossfire between Buster and Defizer. Just playing off of one another here. Works out to perfection. Takes down the first. And the second about to fall. What a big turnaround in that one. I mean, I think the first thing that's evident about watching this Novak team, more than happy to use the clock as their friend. Not afraid about the time ticking down. You saw 3 players towards brackets where you got Defizer on B. In a really slow placed round. And then even when they lose the bomb, even when we do see Pump go down, Novak don't move. They just wait for Defizer. He'll be the one to get us any information. And then eventually we see that bomb make its way to the B-bomb site, planted with about 3 seconds to spare. A lot of trust in their decision-making, a lot of trust in their individuals. It's not easy to pull off a playstyle like that. But it did feel like Novak were... That's exactly what they were intending for. Towards middle, needs to be careful. 2 players nearby, the shotgun of Zaidu's forced forward, and he does actually get taken down, but a trade comes through. Pump. I have no idea what Pump was looking at there. He had 2 teammates covering Banana, so he sort of just back-turned the fun of it. But a man advantage found from Chemistry after a bit of fortune, perhaps. And again, we're seeing this presence towards B from Defizer. Makes these steps away, would have been heard. And that's why we can see these rotations coming through quickly. Crossfire in the bomb site looks good. Flashes come over, guys fully blinded, but not cleared on the bomb site. Buster's double. But Shoke does one better and gets 2 himself. Now Q-Streets find their first round on the board. And you feel like Buster's double was good enough to put his teammate at least in the 1v1 there. The trade felt like it could have come through, but Shoke had different ideas. And first round on the board now for the CETs. Question is going to be, how much more can they find? Obviously, like we've said, this is Novak's map selection. It's a map that they've opted to pick and play. Haven't seen all too many positive things from them. They've had a lot of close losses, but sadly just not really able to convert too many of them into wins. This is a map in the series that it feels like they need to do. I think, honestly, both Inferno and Ancient are going to be really exciting maps to watch, because you've got both teams actually having pretty poor results on Inferno, and then both teams having pretty good results on Ancient. So both teams probably have a good chance to take things 2-0, but if not, we have Mirage waiting as that third and final, which again feels like it could be a competitive affair between both these teams. But I did question, why is Pump looking the wrong way? Looked like he might have lagged out. Makes a lot more sense. I'll let Pump off there. But it was it did look a bit questionable. Yeah, it might just be a bit of a game crash, internet issue. Who knows? But Money's in a bit of a strange spot, as Pump and Buster both have more than enough money. Pump's back in the server now. Yeah, Buster and Pump, they've got a ton of money. The other 3 players, a little slim on cash, so going to need to look to rejig their finances to make sure everyone's reasonably level. But we should still be able to see a buyout from the T's. With the technical wars over, Chemistry up for a tactical one. Aware that Novak probably can get one more investment out before being reset. Let's see what they've got for us. Let's see what they can do to try to shut this down, because this would be a really great way for Chemistry to bring themselves back into this game. With the tactical over. 5 seconds remaining of the freeze time. Round number 7 is going to begin. No AWP in the hands of Pump. I want to say we could have seen one. I mean, we definitely could have seen one. I'm curious what this means for Novak's decisions here. Might look for something a bit more pacey. Might look to group a little more, and maybe thinking the AWP is just going to be a bit more difficult to manage than the rifle. But it could even be as simple as T-Side Inferno is not always easy to warp on. Why don't we skip it for this round? Shoke in a bomb, it's just great to find one. Zaidu's nearby for the trade, and Shoke able to double up again, similar in the last round. Trade-in's been a bit of a letdown in the last two for Novak, and missed shot from Zaidu cost him his life. Well, Pump's making the risk to push through this smoke. Fugal, easy kill for him. And Neelan in a 1 versus 4. Chemistry there, tactical pause, whether it was used for the apartment setup or not, it works to perfection. Neelan throws the flashbang out in mid, does find his second, surely going to be found from Shoke though, as this reposition from him is unbelievable. Neelan not even considering it, gets taken down, Shoke completes the triple. Oh, could have oh no! What just happened there from Shoke was horrendous. Picked up an AK. Zaidu had an AWP that was on his body on balcony. Shoke opted not to pick that up. Threw away his AK for his teammate, assuming there was enough time, and then left himself with no gun. So we've had to see the AWP reinvestment. So around that should have been pretty decent for Chemistry financially. Looks pretty poor now. We ended up having to see Shoke drop over an AWP and then him have an M4 dropped over to him. But it shouldn't matter too much. It is a weak buy for Novak. There is a hero AK on Neelan. A couple of upgraded pistols here or there. It should still be around that Chemistry. If things go their way, could be reasonably clean for them. Zaidu's AWP does find 4 keys. And that's the first blood in this round. Novak not entirely sure where they want to head. Up banana, down banana. They have set their sights towards A now. Neelan, the player spearheading this attack. They knew Zaidu was towards pit. How is it they look to handle this? And we are going to see the boost of Neelan towards short. Lining it all up. Neelan swings out, and what a way to get the kill. Zaidu left no chance there. Player on the balcony. Dropped into mini pit, fully blinded. Neelan finds his second of the round. Fugal bluffs his line slightly and allows Buster to get the kill and a bomb plant. Buster's now wielding the AWP. Has been softened up though. And they know his position, but Massey does get taken down, and this was a weak buy. This was just Neelan's hero AK. 1 versus 2 now, missed shots. They know the final player's positioning. And it's all on Buster. 26 points of health. He peaks at the perfect time. And what a turnaround in that one from Novak. Started off from Neelan's heroics, getting him boosted up, deleting Zaidu in pit with a really cheeky way to find the kill. Finding the second player in mini as well. And Fugal just not quite hitting the bullets. Only able to find 1. And what a way for Novak to find their 6th. And we said, obviously, Chemistry, they had some money issues there with a bit of a fumble in the last from Shoke, where he opted not to pick up the AWP. And he basically threw away his weapon. And had to reinvest in both the AWP and his rifle. So it is a hero M4 from Shoke. As he's 5'7", and his close range angles can be lethal. And Neelan continues his success. The 4 versus 4 here as B looks to get exploited. Just one defender here. Buster aware of the possibility of players towards apartment. Shoke with a bit of a running spray. Buster handles the utility. Finds the one on the bomb site, and Defizer takes down Fugal as well to finish things off. So 7-2. Things look like they could have started to get a little bit closer, but Chemistry just losing that eco with the hero AK is going to be a really bitter pill to swallow for them. But weapons back in play. Look, we've got 3 rounds remaining. Still a chance that the CT side can bring themselves into this game. Look, I probably would want to see them at least get 4. Keep things where they have a chance to be competitive in the second half. Even the possibility they can 5-5. Neelan does spot the first. Not ready for the second player, though. He gets taken down. So strong vision. On Massey's position. He's dropped some utils to allow him to escape. And will do so just at the cost of a little bit of his HP. Out towards B, gets flashed in. Oh, he's able to find them both. The flash completely blinds the second. Keys looked like he was playing anti. The Defizer, whether he decided that whether he thought he killed the first and looked to move to the second, or whether he realized that the first was blind. Let me just readjust to the second and then see if I can get them both. Regardless of what happened, how it transpired, 2 kills were found, 1 entry. Honestly, I would love just to get a game of watching nothing but Defize's POV, because how he's playing towards B on this map is super interesting. He's very much playing off of timings. Sort of catching, positioning, seeing if he can take some space off of it, and seeing if he can surprise his opponents. Had some really exciting rounds just to get to watch it. So that is going to be 8 on the board for the T side, and like I said, I kind of want Chemistry to at least find 2. At least find 2 more. But with that save, investments can still come out. Lost bonus is sitting at max. Early peek towards Banana, but the util starts to rain down. Early smoke and double nade, just going to force him back. We're having a boost of Zydu over the top of this mid smoke. I'm not sure if there's too much he can see. It doesn't look like it. Neelan again. So many times he looks so unfavored, still finds the kills. Bugle nearby though to ensure the HE grenade gets the trade. So 4 versus 4 as we're approaching the 1 minute mark. All on Fugle to defend this B bomb site by his lonesome. 3 players pushing his way, one of which being the AWP of Pump. Missed shot. Fantastic key, sorry. But the utils are quick, and the T's are quick, are already emerging. The smoke grenade not stopping them whatsoever.
Bomb has been planted.
A quick bomb plant now as 2 of the CTs are still towards the A bomb site. These get taken down. Now it's probably just going to need to be another save. The issue is, at a point in the half like this, you kind of just want to say to the CTs, you probably need to give this a crack. It's going to be a 9-2 scoreline. Sure, you can get a buy in the next, or sure, you can get a full buy in the next if you lose it, but you can still get a decent buy, even if you attempt the round. You can still have Keys getting an investment. You can still have Zydu bringing out the AWP. Pfizer will find Zydu, so he's going to force him to invest in the AWP. Like I said, it's not going to make that big a difference. Might cost a little bit of utility. But apart from that, not going to be game-changing for Novak, but they've had a very strong T side so far. Patience is the name of their game. Not afraid to slow things down, but just like that, they can instantly turn. Have a bit of a slow ideology, it feels. But they can be very quick to pounce on an opportunity if it comes their way. Got the AWP over towards B this time. Molly at yellow wall is going to force Zydu back. And opening kill foul from Chemistry. Zydu strikes onto Neelan as well. Finally, they realise Neelan's been a big issue on B. Let's get the AWP over here. Let's try to punish him. Things do work out. Novak 3 versus 5. Got to find a solution to this one, but it's the 2 from probably most known players on the server right now. Neil and Buster leading the lines. Really solid showing from these two. Into brackets they go, but the setup's very strong. Hugo on the boost, made his position known. Second player in keys, throws utility and makes noise. So no longer aware of this. Surprisingly, Fugle doesn't actually look to dismantle, but no need when Keys finds a double. All in Defizer and apartments. Gets taken down by one bullet of Shoke. And first half concluded, 3 on the board for Chemistry with 9 for Novak. Of course, this is their map selection. And despite them having a pretty poor Inferno statistically, we always knew this was going to be a map that they show good signs on. It's a map that they do look to play in a lot of series. A lot of the time, it happens to be their map selection. They do look to play a lot of Dust 2 as well. The issue is when it is a map that Chemistry aren't interested in playing and instantly banning out, this feels like Novak's best second choice. And that does tend to be the case. And look, they've shown us some good things here. But moving on to that second half, going to have a bit of a technical pause by the looks of things. I would say is it doesn't look like pumps in the server. There we go. But I think we're really going to need to see a pistol round victory here from Chemistry, though. I did say I kind of, at minimum, want to see them get 4. Even with 4, I probably would still look for them to win that pistol round, or at least win sort of a second round force by if they do lose it. Now, the fact they've only got 3, I think it's so important that they are winning that pistol. If they go on to lose that, we'll see Novak creep their way ever closer towards 13, and at that point, it might just be too far gone. But curious how Chemistry look to play it. Look, we got to see a lot of Novak's T side. Their patience being rewarded on a lot of occasions. Wonder if Chemistry will look to play the same way. Pump again disconnected. There might be a couple of ongoing issues, but by the sounds of things, by a bit of typing in chat, might be ready to kick this one off and get things underway as round number 13, first round of the second half. The timer starts to tick down. I was impressed by a couple of Shoke's multi-kills, though. Looked quite sharp and snappy with his aim in the first half. Hopefully there's something that he can bring a little bit more on this T side, as Chemistry certainly are going to need it. But a fast second mid-play. Info made from the CTs. Are they ready for this much fighting, though? It doesn't look like it. Flash players in to look to battle it out, but bullets just not connecting, and 4 keys found and eliminated. I've seen one rotation and a smoke towards the apartments. That's going to cause a couple of issues for the T's here as they start to push their way through, but Pump's looking crispy with the USP. 3 kills from him in total. And Neelan is just sort of back to back, I suppose. Not sure if he's going for a knife, what he was doing. But tried to occupy the same space as the T. Big rotation there from Pump, though. Making his way from B. I want to say he was at the pistol and just looked really clean with the USPs. But it's the smoke grenade that Defizer threw into apartments that's caused a lot of issues. It just made the pushes slightly staggered. Just enough so that Pump was able to find those 2 players before the apartments players even jumped out. Full eco from Chemistry. They want to have these full buys. They want to get these guns in play. The issue is that is going to give up 11 to Novak. We're going to need to see some flawless CS from Chemistry if they're going to deny Novak hitting. Point. Hello. Shoke pushing through the smoke into 4 keys. Catching him by surprise. As Neelan looks to make some cash with this MP9. Pushing the banana smoke of his own. Dropping the bomb. And the final two T's unarmored. Do have weapons to play with though, and we're seeing a long wraparound from Fugle, going from second mid from the apartments all the way down to ramp, but Neelan looks like he's got a good idea of it. Calls him out, and the lack of armor is always going to favour Neelan there. Reasonably clean round to find 11. And this could be the final 4-buy we see from Chemistry. This could be all that they've got left. Unsuccessful here. Sure, the loss bonus will be okay. But even this buy is not great. We can see missing a couple of pieces of util that they wouldn't mind. A couple of Molotovs, a couple of flashbangs on a few players. Smoke grenades even. They don't really have enough util to fully be able to fight towards Banana, so game plan here for the T's is probably just try to wait out the CT's util before looking to fight, but Neelan just, with a wild spray through the smoke, finds one. And drops the smoke towards half wall. Or Neelan catches a glimpse of one player here at the half wall. Flashbang comes over, but dodged by Neelan. Not interested in playing into the hands of the T, so we'll just back away. Already got the advantage for his team. And content to dip from there. Second smoke drop towards Banana. Forcing the T's back and denying them entry to this B-bomb site. With the amount of utility remaining, this is kind of all they've got for one final execute. Only 2 flashbangs, 1 molly, and 3 smokes. There are 3 defenders here, but Pump's just rotated back towards A as the util starts to come over. Pump making his way back now. As the molly forces Defizer back. Both players towards Novak. They're trying to play a bait and switch here with the MP9. Does get taken down. Neelan not expected, and Pump finds 2. Neelan, in fact, is actually found. Flashbang comes over, sending Pump in. Denies the bomb. No, he doesn't. Bomb does go down, but Pump, what a round from him. 2 kills helped out by Defizer and Neelan's damage. And then the flash through the smoke, denying the bomb. Able to take down the final player as well. And I suppose at least one of the silver linings for Chemistry is that they did get a bomb plant. It wasn't denied. But they are able to at least get a reasonably decent buyout. Probably going to see a few Galils. In fact, we're seeing players buy AK, so it's costing a decent bit of utility here. So you can see Chemistry, even more so than the last round, missing quite a few vital pieces. Peek down middle, Pump finds the first kill onto his AWPing counterpart. And a swift hit up A, but it's in favour of the CTs for now, as Buster and Forky's fine. Finally, a kill is brought back, but it feels like this round should still be extremely difficult for Chemistry here. Especially with Massey brought down low HP. Both players almost 1 bullet from death. Making their way down middle is the bomb. And up towards B. Now we're seeing Keys slow it down a bit. Up in middle is Massey. Massey's been spotted now, but he's given a bit of information, hoping that the CTs will remain towards A, but in fact, they've called their bluff. They seem ready for this to be towards B. Smoke throw. Neelan does have some utility to look to deny this bomb. But I'm going to save it for the post plant. Molly throw now. Is a smoke grenade thrown towards Banana. This will make things extremely difficult for these T's. Taking their time here. Neelan still does have a smoke grenade. Finally opts to use it. Tap of the bomb. Needed a smoke. And Neelan can't even find the first. Keys takes down the frag. and completes his 4K. Crucial round from him. Got a lot of those kills while they were severely disadvantaged. That should have been the round that Novak could close out Inferno, but Chemistry keep himself fighting a little longer. Bit of a mix buy here from Novak. Got the AWP pump, M4 and 4 keys, kneeling with a FMAS, then a couple of pistols on Buster and Defizer. No defuse get in play, but a bar like this certainly can win a round. Up in middle is Zaidu and surprises 4 keys, and that's the M4 gone. Someone can try to make the cross up towards short to retrieve it. And now are slowing things down. It looks like it is going to be this hit towards the A bomb site. 2 pistols remaining on this bomb site with Neelan's FAMAS. The call to hit long opens up a lot of different avenues here for Chemistry, but with the smoke towards Arch in Library, it does look like it's going to be this crunch onto the A bomb site. Pfizer with this M4 now finds one. In fact, it's Buster to take him down, but Neelan's double. Can he get anything more? No. And pumps AWP still towards the B bomb site. Can have a little bit of a look in if he wants to, but with no defuse kit, being quite far out of the action, the safe feels like the smarter play. And it looks like Pump agrees. Gonna keep hold of this open to the next. Nice attempt on the bomb site. 3 kills found between them, but just needed a little bit more. Just gonna have to be an eco around this this saved AWP pump. The Chemistry can get a couple more rounds to settle. And that's the thing, even if they do go on to lose Inferno dominantly, most important thing will be if they can bring themselves back into the game, if they can make things look competitive. I think that'll certainly be something you won't complain about. If they can make things competitive to a certain degree, moving on to map number 2, their map selection, hopefully some of their individuals are slightly more warmed up, slightly more ready and prepared. And that could just be the difference maker for map number 2. Because there's nothing worse than sort of certain individuals having a bit of a tough time here. And then you get blown out the park. And then it feels like you've barely even got the time to sort of get warmed up into the server. So even if we can just see Chemistry get a couple of rounds back, that'll be... I'll be pleased about that if they can make somewhat of a resurgence here. Just these 3 USPs, Neelan investing in a Deagle, and Pump's AWP. It's a tough spot to be in if you're Pump on a map like Inferno, where it feels like it's a bit of a gamble in terms of what bomb site you play towards. And then to win around like this, you kind of got to go for an early kill. And what I find from Zaidu to deny that, AWP has been retrieved from 4 keys. And the nade raining down brings him to 8 points of health. Orky's just posted up. I wouldn't even mind if he just goes for a peek, and if he dies, allow someone else to pick up the AWP. Someone a bit healthier. The B-bomb site's being cleared by Macy. Calling for his team to rotate across. And bomb will get planted, and soon enough we'll have this round confirmed. Question will be, though, is can this all be saved across in the next? Because obviously Novak can't bring one out if they lose it. The Chemistry, it looks like they're just holding off. At least for now. Still still time to search for these weapons, and finally I think they've decided to. Bomb not far off being ticked down. There is an HE grenade on Choke. Could drop that out towards Pit if he's quick enough. See if he can take down some of these players. Visor finds one, tries to pick up the weapon, just a Mac 10 though. Loses his life, and the AWP is brought across. Chemistry respect their opponents enough to give them that. There's still 6 more rounds needed from the Polish team if there's any chance of them bringing things to overtime. Nades and mollies in Banana. Macy chipped away out, but he still goes for the kill. In fact, it's actually Keys going for it. Macy by his side. Orpa Pump finds the first, and with a bit of counter util, Keys is just going to hold. Boosting Slido up towards half wall in case anyone opts for a re-aggression. Does get a tag onto Neelan. Just a leg shot though, unfortunately. Still advantage for Novak as Pump is left to solo defend B. 4 players posted here in A as the bomb is gathered up. Weapons juggled around. And Chemistry do look like they want to play towards this side of the map. Util thrown out now, double nade towards CT. Pump posted for the AWP. Flashbang comes across. Here in Pillow, does find one. A second is too much to ask, as 4 Keys finds one through the smoke thanks to the HE grenade. Neelan's here in Banana, despite being low, can still take down Macy, and it's all on Zydu, the AWPer without the AWP. No one's given me anything, and the tap of the bomb. Forcing forward, the desperate spray is raised. Neelan finds with the AWP through the smoke. And Novak takes them a couple of rounds longer. But they do manage to close things out here on Inferno, and they are going to be our victors of map number 1. Still. It was a very good show from them. Their T side in particular, super impressive. Very disciplined in their approach. It feels like sort of a stereotypical CIS Counter-Strike, where it's very disciplined, super slow and long rounds, and they look to punish with the time being sort of their 6th man that they look to play with. Really great stuff there from Novak. But look, moving on, we've got Ancient as map number 2. This is Chemistry's map selection. It's a map that both teams have shown good things on. We had a couple of glimpses from some of the individuals of Chemistry, some nice moments. We need to see something more concrete now. We need something more than just glimpses, a foundation to build off of. But hopefully those final couple of rounds that they did manage to get before they ended up losing things on Inferno, hopefully they can be what they need just to warm up for map number 2. Because otherwise you do fear that this is going to be a bit of a swift one, as Novak looking really sharp there on Inferno. But like I said, moving on to Ancient, both teams, they've shown some decent signs of this on the few games that we have seen on HLTV. And we'll get to see what happens on map number 2. We'll get to see if Novak are able to complete the 2-0 and advance themselves out of Group B, or can Chemistry make the comeback happen? We'll find out after a break. Map number 2 here between Chemistry and Novak for that Group B decider match. One of these two teams has to take it. One of these two teams has to move forward to the final decider match here in the play-ins, whereas the other will be eliminated. Inferno was that 13-6. Novak able to take things there. There's Chemistry. Now on this pistol round, hit fast towards Cave. The Pfizer has to be ready. A lot of USBs, a lot of Glocks going to be pushing through this smoke. And Choke with the first two. Fugler as well onto Foxy's.
Bomb has been planted.
A nice quick pistol round there from Chemistry. Needed to see them hit the ground running, and that's exactly what they've done. Perfectly played from Chemistry. Just a fast hit, fast towards Cave. The sheer manpower that they had and the Glocks at these close range, pushing through smokes, even against the USPs, it still feels like they're going to be favored.
Terrorists win.
Could potentially see the second round force buy from Novak if they do opt to. And Dylan straight up brings out that for mass. We are going to get to see the investment from them. Chemistry have to hold strong. Two upgraded pistols. And that one rifle. I think you'd see a huge amount of Chemistry's T side on Inferno, just due to how sort of one-sided that game was. Whereas here, with them starting on this T side, I'm very curious if the pistol round's going to be any sort of indication as to what we might see from them. Are they going to be looking for a bit more of a faster playstyle? Well, Forky's Eagle does find the first. Aggressive play from Forksies as Nealon down the ramp gets a double advantage here for Novak. Nealon's still alive here. In fact, wasn't up the ramp. It was a different player that went down the ramp. Nealon just the second player in Cave of the double kill. So we've got Buster over towards Donut in case these players opt to rotate towards A. Choke down in Cave does get taken down. And Nealon spotted and found. Fugel finds without taking any damage. 1 versus 2 from Buster. Probably the most seasoned and experienced player on this server. Been to a major final, been to tons of tier 1 events. Now we need to see if that experience can pay off in this difficult clutch. Just have a smoke grenade to play with. But no players right now are giving anything to him. Look at how Choke's playing in Cave, playing so deep. Buster does find the first, but just not enough time. Fugel at the ramp completes his triple kill and remains flawless in this one as Chemistry best the force buy of their opponents. Gets close at times there. Do come through on top though. Just the eco here. Chemistry should be able to extend their lead to a third. Mid still, despite being up against the eco. Chemistry not taking any risks. Making sure they're disciplined in their approach with the util that they are using. And Forky's in Cave does ring out a couple of shots, one of which connecting onto Zaidu, just not the headshot needed. The Pfizer actually manages to get the kill back with the Deagle. But we are all square here still. It is just these unarmored pistols So can't expect all too much. Definitely a chance. I mean, these guys individually, I don't know if they can make any round possible. And there you have it. Buster's Deagle connected. Giving the advantage to the CDs now. Buster finds another. Still advantage as his bomb gets planted. Neelan and Defizer coming through in the back lines. Macy spots, makes his position known though. As Defizer just rings out a couple of shots. Pup caught off at the ramp. Tagged down. Neelan falling. Both players are solo. 11 HP on keys. No to play around the ball. Oh no! What is that from Defizer? The wallbang shot connected. And Defizer gets the defuse. The wild spam connects. And what a round to steal away. I mean, that is madness. I mean, great couple of kills from Buster. But look at this from the... I mean, what's the counterplay to that? I actually feel like he's played that super well. Because Defizer has no info of where he could go to. Could make his make his way towards CT, play that sort of long and short position, and just play down the bomb timer. But instead, Obsters tries to catch him off by playing behind the bomb site, and just a wild spam. I mean, that is madness. I'd love to be able to get in those voice comms and just hear what was going on after that kill was found. Burst towards A, the boost comes through, first player goes down, Buster. Lots of damage still, but needs to keep himself alive. Doesn't do so as Zaidu. Catches him off, the flashbang's good enough. Neelan can just swing and take down keys, but instead, he gets a bit more patience. He could get a ton of success. The nade finds one. Neelan takes down a second, and so quick here towards Donut. Fugor's not ready for it. 2 versus 2, but Neelan just 10 points of health. And with 4 keys going down, this round becomes extremely difficult for Neelan. The fast hit towards A from Chemistry, using the boosted player to catch off the CT at the back of the bomb site, worked to perfection. Chemistry do find 3. So Novak are stalled at just the 1. Great play in Donut, but with Neelan being so low, probably sort of needed Neelan to be the one to be a little bit more aggressive there in 4 keys, just looking for the trade. With Neelan's M4 around just these USPs and this one deal of Buster, surely this eco can't win it again. Neelan in middle is searching for something, but nothing being offered up as the T's regroup outside of B. Neelan goes down. Alongside him is Defizer, who falls, and the bomb can't just get planted. This should be an easy one for Chemistry here. But a lot of teams are really liking the T side of Ancient, one of which being Chemistry. They're a team that's found a lot of success here on the T side. Surprisingly, Novak actually, their favorite side is the CT side. A lot of teams, if they do have a favorite, it is actually towards this T side, but if Novak are probably going to need to show us a little bit more. If recent history is anything to go off of, had some challenges on the T side themselves, so certainly are going to need to see a little bit more of a show, and I'm not sure if 4 keys survives here. It doesn't. The bomb radius and the lack of armor is just too much to handle. No weapons able to be picked up. Has to be reinvestments all across the board. Pump had a good first map with the AWP, so gonna need to see a little bit more out from him again here. 0 kills so far, but finally got a specialist weapon in hand. Oh, looked like we saw Shope wanted to put through that smoke there, but thought better of it. I mean, Pump going down is a perfect goal here, just a contact towards B, and Pump getting caught out with the AWP. Chemistry can just quickly swarm onto the bomb site. Defizer does find that kill, which could keep the CTs interested. Poke in the flank gets a kill. Needed the smoke looked good, but Macy's able to turn and find Defizer. Novak probably do just need to back away from here. The gameplay on this T side is really solid from Chemistry, even just basic things like that. Don't take unnecessary fights, make it as easy as possible. Get people flashed in. Buster can save this AK. Doesn't look like he's gonna have too much pressure coming his way. Five to 1. Only round 1 so far by Novak. It was an unbelievable eater round. I mean, so unbelievable, I'm even questioning if it really did happen. It was that crazy from Defizer. Buster opening Gill here. This is the success that Novak need. But both Buster getting traded. That's the rifle taken out of this round. And I mean, Chemistry, just watch them on the minimap at the start of the round. They always like being at the group up. So if they do find some success, then quickly look to jump onto the bomb site. We would have very likely seen, if Buster was the first one to go down, a quick explosion out from the T's towards A, but Nealon finding that one can upgrade the MP9 to an AK. Drop over the AK to 4B instead. Shope is here in Donut. This is a big duel for him to win. Right, just somehow slips past Pump. And just waits for backup to arrive before being taken down. Nealon finds Shope. The bomb not actually getting planted as a Fuger in a 1 versus 3 now as he's searching for players. And a Deagle of Defizer finds. There's another round on the board for Novak. Has to be stated though. It is another half buy. Won the eco, now they've won the half buy. These are things that are very difficult to replicate. These are things that you don't practice for. You don't practice for players pushing through a smoke and finding a kill. You don't practice for individuals just being able to hit their shots. We need to see something more in the game plan of why Novak deserves to win this half, if there's any sort of belief that I have that they're able to really keep things competitive here. Because I've seen a lot of really positive signs from Chemistry, but Novak, look, you can win a game, you can win a map off of individuals, but the way that they've been doing it so far, like I said, difficult to replicate. I'm still yet to find a kill, but back on the AWP. AC finds 4 keys. Not ready for him to be that advanced in cave, and on the boost is Zaidu, who actually gets taken down by Defizer, and Nealon finds Shope in the meantime, so it's advantage for the CTs. Pump posted, finds his first kill of the map so far, and searching for anyone else to see if they give anything up. Patience here from Pump, and doesn't get the reward, misses the shot, and it allows Keys to find a double. So much space taken by this man. Smoke dropped towards his position. Molly on the other side. Buster with a 1 versus 2. Quick out cave, but both players just playing this bomb. Tap comes through, the kill comes through, but Buster needs to find the kill. Fugal takes him down. And Chemistry with a round on the board that was disadvantaged on a number of occasions. But his keys are just taking down Pump, able to double up and find the second. It gives so much room and space for the T's. Even in that 2 versus 4, they somehow managed to make it work. And these are rounds that Novak have to be converted. Pass it towards A. We're seeing the same play that they made before. Early elevation to see if there's anyone towards the back of the bomb site. Bam through the smoke. Managed to find success for the CT side and is a fast push through. They're not giving Chemistry any time into this round. Hugo taken down as well. It's all on the AWP as Zaidu. Player at the top of the bomb site does so much damage. The kills came through, but in no man's land is the AWP, and the trade is a quick one. I mean, honestly, Novak, just buy MP9s, just buy Deagles. Because they're the only rounds you can apparently do it. Have not won a single full buy yet. 2 ecos and a half buy. Sorry, 2 half buys and an eco. But actually, with that investment, with how close some of these rounds have got, Chemistry actually reset. They've had to force this round. This is Novak's chance into this game. Fast out mid from the T's. And into Donut they go. Buster taken down. Advantage for Chemistry, and Pump with a couple of missed AWP shots has to retreat further into Temple. Chemistry have no real util remaining. 1 flashbang is all that they've got. And Fugal finds Porgies on the flank. The half buy from the T's pays off. So despite the T's having a chance in this one to punish. Oh no! There's no way. No ammo on the AWP. Oh, Pump. He doesn't make it work. What a unbelievable clutch that would have been. I mean, Chemistry do give Novak a taste of their own medicine there. With a half buy victory, with a force buy victory, in fact. Just Tech 9s. They knew their goal. But this is the difference. Chemistry, it feels like every round they've had a set goal and exactly what they want to do. That half by the intention there, they knew exactly what it was. Take middle, look to swarm in Donut, and break into the A bomb site. They do it to perfection. The util's great. Positioning's there. I mean, a bit of a mistake towards the end to allow Pump to almost win the round by himself. But most importantly, it's just another round on the board for Chemistry, and they've got the chance to find 8. This could be a similar showing that we saw in Inferno, but just flipped. Thrown towards ramp and kneeling, fully blinded. Porky's Deagle, the last stand, the last line of defense as Defizer now alone towards B as the T's evacuate this space, and the MAC-10 in fact remains and finds. Round at number 12, the final round of the half. Chemistry could replicate the first half that Novak had on Inferno. Fast through the flames is Macy. Does get taken down by Forkies. He's able to double up. 2-man advance for the CTs, and this is one that they can't let slip away. 4 rounds. Feels like a minimum that they need. Pump is able to find Shoke, who tries to take this space into the red room. And it's all on the final two players pushing into cave here. Defizer just jiggling, getting this intel. Bullets come his way. He knows where the final players are. Or at least where one of them is. And Pump Source primed. Does miss, but Defizer finds one. Another miss shot from Pump. As the bomb is getting planted, but Neelan will be able to end the round. Quite the bomb going down. The extra cash isn't going to make a difference. As 4-8 is the halftime score in favor of Chemistry. Really positive signs from them there. I mean, that was the first full buy of that entire half we saw that Novak won, and it came in round number 12. Couple of rounds that the individuals on Novak's can just provide. A couple of the heroics that they can show us. I mean, it was on full display. It allowed them to find a few rounds, but potentially it will allow them to create something a bit more from what they lacked, maybe, and a bit of team synergy on that CT side. Maybe individually they've been able to claw themselves out of what could have been a really disastrous half to 4 rounds. Moving on to this T side now, we do need to see more. Do need to see some of that team play similar to what Chemistry had there. Otherwise, I do think this one is going to go the way of the Polish team. I do think we could be heading onto that third and final map, which obviously is going to be Mirage waiting on the wings. If it is needed, if we are going to make it there, that's a different story in itself. What will happen on that one? But like we said, sort of statistically, Novak, they do prefer the CT side of Ancient. Chemistry prefer the T side, so technically both teams moving on to their weaker side. Chemistry, we still have a very good CT side on this map. This was the one map that Chemistry were able to take down Amcal on. Whereas Novak, theirs was Dust 2, 13-0 there. But issue is, no Dust 2 in this series. Chemistry probably watched that game. That was the reason why they banned it. Yeah, not in that one, thank you. But maybe a few tech issues before we get to move on to this second half. As we're getting to watch Neelan's nice marble fade karambit, but not a lot else. It does feel like we are just waiting to exactly see. Yeah, a couple of mouse issues by the seams of things. It shouldn't be too long before we get to jump in to the second half of action. I think it is going to be important for Novak, though, to win this pistol round. I think it's a very similar sentiment to how I felt about Chemistry on map number 1. Give yourself a bit of a head start on that second half. Go on to see if you can find the pistol, just get a couple of extra rounds out of nowhere. See if you can start to convert it into something a little bit more. Otherwise, we could see Chemistry fall. Could see Novak fall a little bit flat and just not with a lot of T rounds to play with. But what we've seen in previous results on Ancient, like we've already said, Novak have had some decent results on this in the past. Recently, taking down Gun 5. T-side there was pretty solid from them, to be fair. So although their T-side isn't normally their better side, they have shown some pretty good things in the past, have shown us what they can do, and they can produce some really good results. And against Gun 5, that was a pretty good showing there. Gonna need to see... I'm certainly going to want to see Pump to actually step up to a little bit of a higher degree. Because didn't have the greatest first half. But while we are waiting for some of these issues, we are going to jump into a short break before we will be back with the action. Shouldn't be too long, so don't go anywhere. And we are back after a couple of mouse issues that delayed the second half. We are underway here. Also, if anyone just joined us, we did get to see Chemistry have a bit of a masterclass on the first half, to be honest, with Novak only able to find 4 rounds, despite what the HUD says. And we saw a really good showing from just the individuals. The game plan, the calling was spot on from the Polish roster. With Novak, most of their success really only coming from a couple of half buys in eco and then winning just the 1 full buy in the final round of the half of the pistol round here. Underway in some aggressive plays. Keys as he tries to see if he can find any success. Nealon clearing out towards Red Room, teammate by his side. But being able to cross, they do want to make their way towards CT, where 4 players make that 3 now reside towards B. Zydu keep fighting towards Cave. Choke supports, and that's the bomb dropped. Now they've got Macy to try to contend with, and Donut has been dinked down. Also gets a tag onto Nealon. So much of this round feels like it is reliant on Pump. The only healthy one. Peeks out in the running P250. What a find on Deshok. I said it's reliant on Pump, and he's absolutely showing why. Oh, Pump with a 4. Completes the quad kill. And Chemistry, I said I think they need the pistol. They managed to take it. Do Novak opt for the 4th buy is the question, though. They've already got quite a nice lead. The map that they very much favor, do they want to risk going for the full investment and giving Chemistry a foothold into this game if they are unsuccessful in it? And seemingly yes is the answer. Weapons being bought, a couple of MP9s, 3 upgraded pistols. Zydu keep it a bit of cash in play for the AWP in the next. And those MP9s are fighting towards middle. The MP9s find Nealon. 4 keys is there for the trade. 4 keys with the triple. And the final 2 players pushing towards A main. Not fully found by Defizer, but he gets the information of where Zydu is. The little can be retrieved and perhaps just look to be saved into the next. The Chemistry. Sorry, Novak will be able to find their 6th. Zydu does actually find 4 keys there. Won't be able to get anything more though. No, there's 3 casualties. A few kills found in that round from Chemistry, but it's Novak who were able to pass that challenge and should have an easy time at things here. Spams through the smoke in middle, deal a lot of damage to Nealon. But it is obviously just a bit of a deco round. No armor, no utility. Just these pistols to look to play with. And Choke's going down towards ramp. Made at his feet as well as Pumps. AK finds the kill. Nealon finished off with the damage that was dealt to Fugor in middle. And Defizer just recycling these weapons, not allowing any of them to be retrieved. Oh, Fugor actually catches a nice time in there as Zydu and his teammate by his side look to see if they can punish, but Buster gets a 4K in that one. And this is the thing that worries me about these second round force buys. I love a force buy, but it feels like when you're a team that's had a really good first half, it feels dangerous because this was 8-3. This was an 8-3 scoreline. They lose the final round of the half. They lose the pistol round. They go for the force buy. And next thing you know, an 8-3 scoreline. There's 1 round in it. It's super close again, but we've got the weapons to play for Chemistry. Let's see if they can. Well, to say this, flashbang's good at mid. Macy's turned, and somehow Nealon just can't connect the bullets onto him. Up through shelf are 2 players. Back and forth kills all across the board, but favouring the CTs for now. The nade not quite finishing off Macy. Util thrown in response. Forky's been a real thorn. The size of chemistry up in this position. A lot of damage onto Buster and Forky's. But it is still leveled in terms of the man advantage, and we know how crisp and clean those AKs can be. Slowing things down now on Novak. Don't have a lot of space anywhere apart from B. This just could be the clear entry point of where they want to go. Utility drop to Macy, almost going down to the Molotov. 2 points of health. Oh, I don't know if he was spotted there. Definitely is now. Ease goes down. Macy survives, but just 2 HP. Re-smoke now towards the right side as Pump can make his way onto the bomb site and get that plant. Zydu's here in the flank in cave. Buster posted up. Buster finds 21 points of health. Doesn't matter when you're up against the AWP. And it's all on the 2 HP Polish rifler. Looks like he still wants to give it a crack. Advancing up onto the bomb site. Got a heads-up duel onto Buster. Is clearing out this position here in cave. Will find. Does have a defuse kit to play with. Tap of the bomb. Pump. Fighter this time. Just the jiggles are good enough for him. Holds the angle. Macy will find. And there's enough time for the defuse. 1 versus 2 on 2 HP. And it works. What a round from him. Pump so apprehensive to actually peek out that it just allows Macy just to get his crosshair placement set up, get ready, and does find. I mean, that's a huge round for chemistry to get. I mean, money for them is still pretty weak. The fact that they just have 1 player survive. AWP wasn't able to be retrieved. So we've already got an MP9. Has been an AWP dropped onto the floor. But look at everything else. You've got the saved AK. You've got an AWP. And 3 MP9s. On the flip side, Fi's not perfect, lacking a bit of utility. You got the Pfizer on a Tech 9, but still a good chance for Novak in this one. I'm going to be kicking themselves so that they couldn't level up this game. Big mistake in that round. Nealon out towards middle. Should be able to take this space as the Molotovs evaporate at his feet. Mid's being taken. It's a big lean towards A from Novak. Zydu starting to rotate across towards A, covering Red Room. Flash into Donut. Macy just jiggling the angle. Chipped away at. As the push into A main comes through, Bugle does find the first. Prey does come through eventually. Missed AWP shot from Zydu at 3 versus 3. And the missed smoke in CT is causing a few issues here for the T's now. Nealon finds the first. Zydu with a second missed shot. Switches to the USB. Is able to find. The swing comes through, but chokes. MP9 finds the frag. And a missed smoke there in CT. You see the issues that causes Novak.
Counter-terrorists win.
Big mistakes there again. And another round that looks positive for Novak, a 3 versus 3, but it's their own issues that cost them. It was, and there's never how you want to lose them out, but they're gonna have to take a hit here. They're gonna have to They're gonna have to eco. Allow chemistry to find 11. As the pieces are starting to fall into place. Slowly making our way, potentially closer towards Mirage. Show, forced to drop the smoke grenade. Defizer does go down, but the trade comes through from the Tech 9. Zydu has to leave the bomb site. The spam's good. onto keys, and the flashbangs are everywhere. CT's not gaining any vision. Oh, Nealon just spamming through the smoke does connect. 3 on 3. Only one weapon's been able to be retrieved. Smoke thrown towards K, but a flashbang's been lined up by 4 keys. Flash comes out now. As 4 keys just desperately spams on this bomb site. Push through from the P250. 4 keys, AK is getting swung on. Does get found, and it was just an eco, but got brought to a 3 versus 3. And this is it, Novak. I mean, there's no real second chances in this map. Has to be now or never. Has some good opportunities on this T side, but a couple of mistakes that have cost you here. Kneeling out towards middle, spots the player in Donut, but doesn't quite clock it and allows Macy to back away scot-free. Need of the smoke, Shoke exposed, but able to find, and as the smoke starts to regather its form, it just allows Shoke reasonably safely not get traded out there. Nealon under pressure as the flashbang comes through, but the trading is good. A 3 versus 3 hit. Similar HP on either side. Gunfights in middle. This is a low HP Defizer against the low HP Fugel. Into Donut, Defizer goes, and down he goes. Idu rotating towards A as well. The AWP's posted on the angle. And Pump is going to swing into the angle. This is way too easy for Zaidu. And 12 has been found from Chemistry, and it looks like we are going to be going to a third map. 5 in a row needed from Novak. The buy is just getting weaker here. And this could be a pretty disappointing one, probably, to watch in the demo. CT side really poor. And the T side, when you've had chances to win it, losing to a 2 HP Macy in a 1 versus 2. And then a round where you just miss utility and it costs you. Fast up towards B lanes. Mid has been taking a lot of space from the T, secured early. Nealon with the opening kill. Bams back and forth, a little bit of chip damage out there to Buster, but nothing significant. Middle, Macy surprised as 4 keys gets the time in. Nealon with a lot of space, catching off these rotations. Keys surely going to go down, but actually ready for it. And Zaidu finding Buster on the lurk. It's a 2 versus 2 from a 2v4. Sorry, a 3 versus 2 from a 5v2. Still around favored for the T's, certainly. No utility to hold off this retake. Flash comes over, Defizer gets the intel and just backs away into safety in Donut. Tap of the bomb, molly towards A main, and Defizer takes the swing. Zaidu, all that remains, has to back away through CT with this AWP. So Novak denied Chemistry closing this one out here. And with money being a bit tricky for the CTs, just going to have to be an eco around this up. Surely, I say, as Shoke's fully bought. Are going to see the full buy here. I mean, look, they won it with 1 in 4, 3 MP9s in the 0 before. Certainly can do so again. Healing out towards mid this time, not going to be afforded the luxury of being able to take all this space by himself, and does get punished. Porky's up through ramp in the meantime, not clearing out the position on the right-hand side, but manages to not die by the initial peak. Buster needs to double up and does do so. Bomb's been dropped towards ramp. It has been retrieved now. All 3 players in the B lanes. An HE grenades chipping away at the CTs, but with this bomb still not planted and the smoke starting to fade, it's going to allow the CTs to start to have some vision into this bomb site. Could be a very dangerous call, but you could have Defizer go towards A by his lonesome and leave Buster to see what he can do on B. 48 seconds and the CTs have not moved a muscle. Defizer having a look towards cave. Tap of the bomb. Spam comes through. He reacts to the spam, but not the player swinging. And Buster, with the bomb dropped to his position. So many players posted up. That's the round to confirm it. That will be map number 2 concluded with Chemistry having a great showing there on Ancient. I mean, the first half was brilliant. Their T-side looked absolutely immense. Looked really well oiled. Looked like the game plan was on point from start to finish. Individuals, honestly, I don't even think anyone necessarily impressed me in terms of what they showed us there. It felt like the game plan did everything for them, and then you had just the individuals doing their jobs. I don't think anyone went above and beyond. I think it was a real team performance, and that's one of the biggest compliments I think I can give Chemistry, because it felt like they really knew what they wanted to do. It felt like they knew how to set their pieces up and how to make them operate and work, and they did that to perfection. Moving on to their CT side, look, they didn't have a huge amount to do, and I feel like they capitalized more so on Novak's mistakes, necessarily them us getting to see a huge amount. But I would have liked to see a little bit more of their CT side. I would have liked to see if we could have seen that one played out. But from what we saw from their T side, super impressed by Ancient. Unsurprising as to why they picked it. Like I said, it's the first time I'm getting to watch any of these rosters play, so I'm sort of sitting back and just enjoying the ride here, to be honest. But we do have a third and final map. We do have Mirage that's on the cards and is going to be seen. I was questioning after Inferno whether we were going to get there, but we certainly are. Going to be a banging one there between the two teams. A very, very similar stats that we do have from these two sides. Haven't seen a huge amount of Chemistry play it. Just 2 maps in the last 3 months. 1 win, 1 loss. Their loss being a very close one. So a lot more on the cards. A lot more unknowns and a lot more question marks. But some of those questions will be answered after map number 3. But before we get there, we're going to jump into a short break. final map of this series here, of this Group B decider match between Novak and Chemistry. Inferno, quite a comfortable victory there for Novak. Chemistry, a little bit closer of a victory there for them on Ancient, but still, it looked reasonably smooth sailings. Mirage, potentially this is going to be that close battleground we're hoping for. Only one of these two teams can advance through Group B. The question is, which one will it be? Porkies finds the first kill on the show. Porkies actually doubles up, finds his second. Spotting out Keys towards bottom con, searches for this kill. HE grenade dumped out. Even a ton of damage actually there to Porkies. They kill back 2 players here in ramp for Chemistry, so they're giving a lot of room to the CTs here. Finally pushing out the stick of the bomb in the smoke, a full 10 seconds. Bullets are connected and the blade has to come out. Swaps over. Does get it, but he goes for the left, right. And despite getting the kill, the CTs take the round. Chemistry on the board with the pistol. And I mean, it's so unfortunate there for Defizer. Goes for the left, right. Just needed to lock in the right click early and he wins it. And it is a force buy with the knife kill found. And AK can be bought out. Got a full belt of utility on pump. Porkies has a kill as well. The flashbang to send in these players. Slightly off as the T's not actually emerged, but Defizer getting one before getting taken down. The AK can be recycled. Porkies retrieving that. With pump now on the Galil. So 1-for-1 trade there for Novak is actually pretty solid. Novak, the bomb's still towards A for them. Miss smoking window is going to allow He's a lot of info still if anyone's making their way into connector. Finally contact made towards ramp 4 keys. Gets this information of Zaidu. There's one player tucked at triple. That's Fugel. Finally strikes now with the FAMAS. Bullet spamming away at his position. Well, not dealing enough damage, and the CTs look like they might have done enough work here. Nealon's still here in connectors and operating as this flank, but the bullet's just not connecting for the T's. And Chemistry take the round. Should be able to find 3 with it. With the limited sort of sample size that we have seen from Chemistry on Mirage, it's been their CT side that's been favoured. A lot of teams have a similar result, where their CT side is their stronger side. Exact same story for Novak. Surprisingly, had a pretty poor T side. Not just a sort of average T side, quite a poor one as of late. Had a chance to find Zaidu with his Deagle, but just fluffing his lines allows the MP9 to connect. Should be an easy cleanup for the DCs. Tried to make this round as comfortable as possible. Weapons in play now for the T side. No orb in the hands of Pump in this one. But I want to see him bring out the orb reasonably early. He had a really, really slow start to Ancient. Was sitting on 0 kills for quite a few rounds, maybe 6, 7 rounds. And we did see him bring his sort of game back as soon as he got that weapon in play, but it took quite a while. You're going to hope he's not having a similar sort of time here in Mirage, but Neelan with the early kill towards middle. Has a chance to get the second. There is one towards ladder and short. Spots out the player in ladder. Backs away slightly. Shoke gives up the kill, but the lack of ammo. Neelan sort of has to tap. Now Forky's falling in connector. This round's completely flipped, and all of the mid control that Novak had, they kind of need to concede a little bit of it. Or retake it. And into connector. It looks like they might head. Macy is found by Pump. The spam through the wall onto Fugal. In fact, just fuel him forward. And he gets a double kill. Spots the final player in Palace. Drops an HE grenade. Just trying to delay. Wait for his teammates to support. Because Buster can be a demon in moments like this. So don't give him an inch to play with. Tapping away at short. With the missed shot of Zydu. Now Fugal finds his 4th. And not only 4 kills found, but also 4 rounds found from Chemistry. As the early advantage doesn't make a difference. As Chemistry still go on to win that round with 3 survivors. AUG in play on Shoke. Seen a couple of players like to bring out weapons like the Org. I'm still a big fan of seeing them in play. Orky's pushed through the smoke, has a teammate by his side, and Macy's only able to find one, but with Zydu's HE grenade connected as well, it's still disadvantage. Bomb plant's a nice success story for the Kazakhstani team. And Neelan actually able to find his 2nd kill of the round. Shoke probably doesn't have the nerve to push through this murder hole. Or at least not yet. So Fugal is the only player who's really taking this initiative on the bomb site. You've got the AWP of Zydu. Tetris being cleared out now. Fugal does find the kill. Bombs ticking down. The only defuse kit is on Fugal. He has to stick this. Has been spotted. The phaser finds. Kit's not being retrieved. And how is this the round that's won? It's an eco. Chemistry, they've lost a couple of rounds like that on Ancient. But I can't believe they lose it here. It's a really tricky one. For Wars, they just take too long. You've only got 1 player with the defuse kit. You see Shoke doesn't want to push through Murder Hole because Neelan's just found a frag there. You've got Zydu on the AWP, so he's not taking any space. So you're basically asking Fugal to take every single bit of space, clear out all of these angles while defusing the bomb. It's just not going to happen. You need someone else to actually start to push, start to take space. Utility in middle from the T's. Novak are going to have all of mid. Limited resistance from the CTs. Only really being held from short from Keys. And out of apartments the T's go, but no success is being found anywhere. All being shut down from the short defender. Pump Sport finally connects. But as the Zydus. And losing that eco seems like just a blip on the radar. As Chemistry straight back to winning ways. win so cleanly as well. Money slowly growing. And the T side just on another weak investment. AC in middle. Hearing this noise in connector. Flashbang rains through. Still quite an advanced position. I mean, we've seen some incredible deagle shots from this T side in this series so far. Maybe they can do so again. Forkies tries to push into connector, but Macy's got a good angle. And after the double from the connector player, this should be a round where Chemistry are looking to sort of win it with 4 or 5 players alive. Get that money really growing on the CT side of Mirage. Don't allow Novak to reset you quickly. And bomb being dropped, that should have been heard. The steps being made as well. The CTs are aware of where these players are. Neelan will actually find the player towards short. Shoke taken down towards jail as well. Neelan finding his third. Util dropped onto the bottom side. Won't take down Buster. Wallbang onto pump. Deals so much damage. Not again. Surely. More Util getting dumped out. 2 players are 1 bullet from death. This is where you really don't want the AWP. Neelan with his 4th kill. All on Zaidu and the AWP. Not another eco victory, surely. Neelan knows where the final player is. Neelan gets the ace. One of the few players with armor on his team and a deagle. What a showing from him. 5 versus 2. I'm talking about Chemistry need to win the round cleanly. They need to win the round firstly. I mean, I cannot believe that. Tactical timeout, and Neelan just put on an absolute masterclass. Absolutely devastating from Chemistry, but it does feel reminiscent of Ancient. Chemistry, they're winning all of these rounds, but Novak, although they're not showing us a lot on the full buys, they've won an eco, they've won a half buy. Well, you can call that one a half buy as well if you want, but regardless, somehow Novak are able to thrive in these weaker buys. They need to get their full buys sorted out, though. They could have some really, really good resurgence into their maps if they're able to take this. And with that one not being clean whatsoever, Chemistry are going for broke. They've gone for a double AWP. Throwing everything and the kitchen sink at this. And the AWP of Shaw so close to connecting, but it's Macy to find the first kill onto Forksies. Advantage back to Chemistry, and surely we can't just see Chemistry win another full buy and business as usual. But it looks like that could be the case. 3 versus 5. Neelan taking down the hero of the last round. Aggression through ramp. Rotations can come through. Chemistry can be pretty comfortable, leaving 8 undefended now. Into middle, pumps up. Gets peaked. Information gained from the CT side. And Novak, whether they know it yet or not, they're forced and being funneled into this hit towards B. And the double up is thriving. 4 kills between both the AWPs. And instantly again, we see another eco victory for Novak that Chemistry don't let affect them. Straight back to winning ways. And Novak, they need to show us something. a bit more concrete. That's been their biggest issue on the first half of Ancient and the first half here. They're just not doing anything to make me believe their full buys, their game plan is exactly what it needs to be. Early kill found, great HD grenade there on the Defizer. Nealon found towards short, that's the danger, man. And with 3 defenders here, even if a couple of kills are found, it should be an easy clean-up. And Pump late to the party, bomb on his back. A round's already lost without him having a say. Pump does have a minute to play with, does have a lot of time on the clock. But it's just 4 players to find. And with the amount of time to clear out everything else, the CTs have started to realise he could have made this journey back towards A. And it looks like it could just be a save here from Pump. Called it quits early, but another good round from you, Mystery. And Novak, I think we've got to see a tactical timeout. I think we've got to see them just discuss their options for exactly how to play this T side. Exactly what it is they can work. Back to the partial buy around the saved AK of Pump. With just a few rounds remaining of this half, time feels like it is ticking for Novak to be able to show us why they deserve to win this series, why they deserve to be the ones to make it out of Group B alongside Amcal. Because right now, apart from Inferno, it's been a bit underwhelming. Oh, early kill found from Novak here. Maybe this is where they capitalize something more solid. Through the smoke, the T's go, but the double jungle setup is good enough to find 2 for now. Make that 3. As Nealon towards stairs connects the Deagle onto Fugal. And a 2v3. Fights are being offered up. The tap of the bomb, the spam comes through, chipping away at Buster ever so slightly. And Nealon with this Deagle again. Buster connects the bullet, but not confirming any kill. And a quad kill already secured for Keys. Could look for the 5th. Nealon's Deagle finds again a 1 bullet anywhere. Will connect. Tap of the bomb. Nealon still tapping away. And on the reload, that's when the swing comes through. Ace is found by the Polish rifler. And he denies Nealon another miracle round of this Deagle. And I don't know what it is, but something about Nealon with this Deagle is just hitting different. And give him a Deagle every round. Got 6k in the bank. I'd rather have a Deagle than this AK. I don't know what it is. When he's wielding it, anything can happen. Ace towards top mid. Play being softened up on either side. Searching for the opening kill with this AWP. AC could give him a chance. Macy actually takes down 4 Keys instead. And Defizer through this smoking connector wants to advance out. Macy has to be aware of this, and it looks like he is. Gets this intel. Player swinging towards him. Lots of damage dealt to Defizer. The kill does come back, but it's still disadvantage for Novak in this round. But it's not far off, connecting onto Neelan. I believe he's just outside a connector, hugging up against the wall. And look at Shokes. Shoke with all this room. Out in apartments. Fugor, not the greatest spray, but it won't matter. His teammate finds that kill towards A. And the bomb's on Buster. Shoke, with this deep position in apartments, finds Defizer. And it's all on the experienced rifler of Buster to try to win this 1 versus 4. Takes down the first. Gets onto the bomb site. Util towards CT and a tap of the bomb in triple. Finds his second, but he's just not going to be ready for this close position now. Keys will find. Chemistry really elevating their game, but look at this performance right now from Keys. 19-4. We've had 11 rounds of play. I mean, this is just outrageous. This can't be stopped. And that's when you look at players like Zaidu, 12-4 as well. He's having a great game. Hugo, 10-5. Just feel like they're being overshadowed, though. Doesn't matter how good a game it is, just not good enough when you've got this player in your team. What a showing. And a 9-2 score so far, with the possibilities of it ending 10-2. Only rounds that Novak have found were 2 half-buys, one of which even looking more like an eco. That required the ace from Neelan. 1-for-1 trade onto the A bomb site. Fugal will find it a second, but Buster very deep towards CET. Will catch off Fugal, but not before he finds Defizer. So 2v2 with Neelan on 19 HP. Neelan finds the 5-7 of Zaidu, doesn't connect the bullets in time, and Buster in a 1 versus 1. And Buster actually gets the best of the 20-kill man. And at least gets the 3rd round on the board for Novak. But the question is it enough? And we know that Novak's CT side is their better side. But 3 rounds on the T side is still pretty disappointing. Mirage has really looked like a great playground, really, for chemistry. But as did Ancient. Their T side on that map looks sublime. CT side here looks really solid. I'm excited to see the Polish roster's T side, if it can be anything similar to what their T side was like on map number 2. Because if it is, I mean, this could be a joy to watch. But it could also be a pretty swift exit from the event from Novak. Pissed around, I think it goes without saying, a necessity here for Novak. Despite some great moments and some really exciting rounds that we've got to see from certain individuals throughout this series, I'd love to get to watch more of them in the event, but it's been the fundamentals that they just haven't quite had. Jumping out mid is Hugo, jumping out backwards to allow his team to try to get the kill and make it difficult for him to be found. And the spams with the Glocks are enough to find the first kill, but Pump does get 2 more. So it's an advantage for the CTs here. All this room on the B bomb site has been taken from Shoke. His teammate's going to reposition and rotate through apartments. And Neelan and Forkeys are kind of content just to give this up. You've got to smoke on Buster. You've got a defuse kit. They can play retake and they're going to opt to. All 3 players coming through short. The bomb is planted default, and both the Ts are here in market. Could just be a reasonably easy defuse for the CTs, unless some kills start coming through. Bomb's being stuck in the smoke. Neelan finds the first, takes down the second. Neelan's just looking great with these pistols here. A bit of an issue there, as soon as the bomb's planted, default, and space is taken market, you have to fight out of your position. You can't sort of just play in market. And it makes life a lot more difficult for chemistry there. But pistol round is one from the CTs now, and no force buy is going to come through from chemistry. Just a bit of a deco. 5 deagles, all unarmored, no utility. Just going to see if they can hit the heads. In middle, the deagle not quite connecting. Show to spotting. Defies jump spot him. And players peeking towards middle. Novak not having any issues in handling this one. Finding the frags, finding the impacts. And with a 5 versus 3. Although Novak did win a round from this situation, a 5 versus 3. Being disadvantaged. I don't feel like my heart could handle seeing it twice. Knife does come through from Forky. Just gets a bit of extra cash in the bank. I mean, we are in a big disadvantage still for Novak. I was going to say, is there a possibility they look to upgrade some of these weapons? I don't think there is. I don't think they're at that point just yet. But what that knife will mean is that Pump should have no issues in terms of having an AWP in the next round. We should be able to see that weapon dropped across to him. Oh, Pump peeking towards ramp. Is being held, but Pump finds a double, does tons of damage to Fugue as well. Forky's trying to get the trade on Pump, just overlooks the palace position, and that's where Zaidu finds the kill. Finds his second. And a 1 versus 2 for that MP9 and Defizer. Fugue is low HP here, and with Zaidu in an advanced position, Defizer's just going to wait out this smoke. Does have a defuse kit. But as the smoke fades, Defizer starts to have a look. Not going to be ready for this close position, I say, as he clears it out and does find the first. Clearing out all of these angles. Only about 10 seconds on the bomb. The tap of it, Fugor pulls his bluff, goes for the swing. The dodgy spray, but it doesn't matter. He's already won it on time. Chemistry hit double digits. I say Pump's going to have no issues bringing out the AWP. He won't, but it will cost Forky's all of his utility. Tactical pause from Chemistry. I think they realise that this round here, this round could be the one that really sort of sets this game in stone. With all 5 players going down for them, money's a bit awkward. If they take this round, we're probably going to need to see Novak go for an eco. Probably going to have to see Novak give this one up entirely. Give up the next. Even if they go for a force buy, you still favour Chemistry in the next. So this round, most pivotal that we've seen in Mirage so far. I mean, really, it is the round that could determine Novak's future in this event. They are even able to make it out of Group B, or is this going to be them silenced? Preasy, the spam through the smoke deal tons of damage to Pump and his AWP. Goes back for seconds and gets the reward. Opening kill found from the tees. You can see they don't have a lot of utility remaining. So a kill like that is worth its weight in gold. Buster does get one through the smoke, but all of his team falls in the meantime, and it's all left up to Buster. Pushes the smoke, finds Zydu. But can't get anything more there. Chemistry, 11 on the board, and like I said, this is where it's difficult times for Novak. Do they force till the end? Do they eco for the last? Chances are, because it was only the 1.9k loss bonus, you're probably going to have to take the hit and go for the eco. But even then, in the next round, you're going to have limited util. You're not going to have pump on the big green. Mirage could sadly be the final resting place of Novak here. As Chemistry, despite falling very flat on Inferno, they did not let it get to them whatsoever. Great showing on Ancient. And an even better showing here. 4 keys. Finding Choke. Okay, there's something about Novak on these pistols. I don't know what it is. This team look unbeatable when they're on pistols. I'm convinced this might be the best pistol team in the world. But surely can't win this one. Buster does have the Deagle. Everyone else just with a USP. Hoping that something gets given up. I see everyone else USP. Neelan's retrieved the Galil. Porky's has been found. Neelan's still in CT. Doesn't get anything done. And the pistols are going to be silenced here despite all the damage that's been dealt. All on Defizer with the retrieved Galil. Finds the first, and Hugo and Zydu just getting out of there. 12 found, map in series points, not on the horizon, it's here, it's arrived. And already at round 18, this series could be put to bed. All or nothing now for Novak. No mistakes can be made as the T side line up towards B. All 5 players there. The smoke landing, the nade through the smoke, and Defizer tries to fight on the front foot but gets taken down. Neelan, the hero of Novak, does find a double out of ammo, switches to the USP before getting traded out eventually. All square here, but Forky tries to take some space. They get punished for it. Advantage for Chemistry. And just 2 kills away from making it out of Group B and putting themselves 1 spot closer to make it into the Swiss stage. Both players out on door. There's no defuse yet. They've got about 10 seconds to find the kills and get on the bomb, but it's all on pump. Just 6 kills so far on this map. And that's all it will be. Zydu finds the final kill, and Mirage, what a showing. I mean, what a couple of players. That was a 13-5, and Choke is finishing that map on 4 kills. I think it just says everything it needs to be said about how well some of the other guys are playing. Zydu looking absolutely immense. Fugor as well. And then obviously topping the charts, you've got Cut Keys. I mean, what a showing that really was there from Chemistry. And I really thought they'd fall flat in this series, if I'm being honest. Like, these are 2 teams I haven't actually got to watch. I know a lot of names, obviously, on Novak, but on the flip side of things, it's the first time I've ever got to watch Chemistry. I didn't know what to expect. HLDV didn't tell us what to expect. We haven't seen a huge amount of maps played from them. Only really getting to see this this playing stage as a bit of an idea in terms of where this team is going to lie and what we are going to get to see from them. But super impressed me there today. Obviously losing 2-0 initially to Amcal and then bouncing back with that victory, that 2-0 victory versus Modem. And now with a big 2-1 win over Novak, I think this team is going to be feeling pretty confident moving forward. But what that does mean is that they are making it out of Group B, similar to what we saw from Monty. And they're putting themselves now in this decider match for those 4 Swiss stage spots in terms of who they've got to face. I don't think we've actually got a guaranteed who they're facing off against. I believe they're going to be playing against Favbet or Heroic Academy. So no easy games on either side there. Going to be certainly difficult, but look, there's a really good chance that we do manage to see Chemistry make it into the Swiss stage. And I think for a team that is reasonably unknown, hasn't got a huge amount of HLTV games under their belt, I think this would be a huge, huge step in the right direction if they can get to the Swiss stage. And I think it would be a real sort of great idea for this team to get on some people's radars, get on some people's sort of minds and thoughts. And I think just a few more officials under their belt. And I think, yeah, this could be a team that maybe isn't too surprising to see them at an event like this. But that's not all we've got for today. Still got the Group C and Group D decider match. That's going to be between 72C and Copenhagen Wolves. And over in Group D, we've got that between Rush B and Preasy coming up for you. So a couple more series to finish things off. Then we're finishing the playing stage tomorrow before we're jumping straight into some Swiss stage action. So we've got that all to look forward to. But for now, that's it from me. We're going to have about a 15 or so minute break before we jump in with the third series of today. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back after a short break.
All right, we're back here with CCT Season 3 Series number 3. I'm going to be taking over here for CMD 64. I'm JRT, and we are going to have some interesting matches coming up to finish out the day. Let's check out the schedule to talk about what's already happened here. Earlier in the day, I should say. So Monty, I would say kind of no surprise with them getting the 2-0. Monty were really good in the previous series, so I expect them to make it through, to be honest with you, as one of the final 4 teams. And then Chemistry also move on to the top 8 with the win over Novak. So those 2 groups are closed out. Now we move on to Group D to see if -72C or Copenhagen Wolves are going to be moving forward. And then at the end, it'll be Rush B versus Preasy. So, I mean, let's talk specifically about these teams now and move into -72C, because they've actually had a lot of different players on their roster and playing in their matches over the last little bit. Today, it's going to be Time Agent, Barosto, Inhuman, Biek, and Milanta that are going to be in their starting 5. But I mean, if you look at their team overall, it's usually Spira. I believe Barosto's playing in place of Spira today, but at the same time, Barosto is usually on the team. So like I said, there's been a lot of moving pieces on this squad. And then you have Biek, who's usually played. He's played 30 maps over the last 3 months. And I believe Time Agent is the one that has not been here that much. He did play in the previous series, so that's up against Heroic Academy, and he's had 4 maps under his belt with this squad. Milanta as well, only 2 maps under this squad right now. So that's the 2 players that I would say are the most new, where Barosto, Inhuman, and Biek have played the majority, let's say, of the matches over the last 3 months. Look, the thing is, it's hard to get a feel of what -72C is going to bring to the table here today, because, I mean, if you look at their results, it's not a pretty picture over the last 3 months, at least over the last month, let's say, or 2 months. Because you look at the losses and they really do rack up in favor of the other teams. And if you look at their wins, they've only won 1 series over the last 3 months. Granted, they were playing in ECL, where it's a lot of BO1s, or it was a lot of BO1s. That's going to change into the next season. But the last season of ECL was a ton of BO1s, and most of them, if not all of them, were losses there for -72C. The only win, as mentioned, Nomads, and recently lost to Heroic Academy, which Copenhagen Wolves did as well. Both teams have actually only played 1 match in this group because Jano did not play. They forfeited their matches, and looks like there's going to be some turmoil there, if not the team completely rebuilding itself. Anyway, let's move on to the other side and talk about the Copenhagen Wolves now. And this roster is a little more stable. Obviously, there are changes that are coming through for them as well, as Quez was on a trial period with the squad. Now he's no longer on the team. And you have Jorko coming in as, I believe, just a sub for now. If you look at Jorko's history, I think he was playing on Mo's NXT. Yeah, he was playing on Mo's NXT and ended up getting benched there. So he's joined up here for now. Very young guy, only 16 years old. So, I mean, probably has a lot of very strong future, I would say, ahead of him. Obviously, you're going to have your ups and downs in your career, but he's going to be joining up with the Copenhagen Wolves and seeing what he can do here in the play-in at the very least. And if you look at purely the numbers here in terms of players to watch out for on this squad, Matios is certainly the one at the top of the scoreboard. 1.11 rating over the last 3 months, 54 maps played, and a +32 kill to death differential. So for me, himself and Jaquinho, right, as the opper, Jaquinho, you kind of expect to see him popping off on a regular basis. Hasn't necessarily had the numbers as of late, but I mean, like, they're going to need him if they want to find success. And of course, having a stable starting 5 is always a good thing, but at least they still have their core of 4 players moving forward with Tapeware as the IGL. And I mean, if you look at them, the roster itself, it's actually relatively new. Like the changes coming through, I don't know. It's just been like a lot of things in flux, because most of these players were added at the beginning of this year. You have Mateos 2 months ago, Jaquinho and Bilani 4 months ago, and then Tapeware is the one player that's stuck around, right? The IGL, usually that's the one piece that you bring forward, regardless of the rosters that are there. And, you know, that's the case here again for the Copenhagen Wolves. In terms of both these teams, it's hard to get a feel for who will necessarily have the advantage, especially if you look at the previous match against Heroic Academy. I think Heroic Academy is one of the teams that will probably make it through into qualifying for the main event. But at the same time, both matches were kind of blowouts for Heroic Academy. Maybe you could argue that minus 72C were more successful because they won 9 rounds on both maps versus, on the other side, Copenhagen Wolves on Nuke fared much worse. It was 9-13, a loss for minus 72C against Heroic Academy on Nuke, and then it was 2-13 for Copenhagen Wolves. Still, I don't think there's anything to be built off of that. It's just showing you guys how it went down against Heroic Academy. If we go purely off of that, maybe minus 72C will have the advantage, but I don't think so. I honestly feel like despite, a little bit of roster hiccups that are happening here for Copenhagen Wolves, I believe they're going to be the ones with the edge, but it might be a very close series. Let's go into the veto and see what maps we're going to get. And if you look at the maps, I think there's one that's been going well here for Copenhagen Wolves, Ancient. They did lose against Heroic Academy on that map, but it was a lot better. It was a 10-13 loss. Anyway, let's see what we're going to do here. Obviously, Ancient's not going to come through because minus 72C say, no, we are not going to play Ancient. We are not going to mix things up here against you on that map, which is surprising to say the least because minus 72C do like to play that map 18 times, that they've been there over the last 3 months, and they said, no, you know what, you guys are too good there. And then the train ban comes through, which is not necessarily that much. Oh, excuse me. I'll take that back for the Ancient. They played it 5 times. They've lost over the last 3 months. I had the all-time stats up, but yeah. Either way, if you look at it, it's still makes sense, I would say, for minus 72C not to go onto that map. And then Train is not been played at all for minus 72C, so I think that was actually to their advantage because the perma for Copenhagen Wolves is the same as minus 72C, and as the team picking first, they got to say, okay, well, Ancient's gone. Dust 2 will be coming through, and maybe minus 72C looking at it as one of their better maps, but it's Dust 2. You really never know what's going to happen. Yes, Copenhagen Wolves only won once over the last 3 months there, or I should say over the last 6 maps they played there. But you never know. I feel like for the first 2 maps, in fact, you really never know. Mirage coming through as map number 2, and it's kind of the same story there, only the inverse, where minus 72C only have the 1 win versus Copenhagen Wolves 7-10. They've played it a lot. And finally, we'll end up on Anubis as the decider. Big goose egg there for minus 72C on that map. So, I mean, if it's not looking good if we end up on map number 3 for minus 72C, but honestly, I don't know if we're going to get there. We'll see. I mean, either of these teams, in my opinion, could get the 2-0. I feel like I would lean more towards Copenhagen Wolves, but we talked about struggles. I didn't really actually get to it. We talked about struggles for minus 72C. It's kind of been the same. If you look at Copenhagen Wolves, these last few series for them have been rough. I mean, they have wins against 8 Sins and Eco Warriors, but losses to Partisan, Astrum, Eklot, and those are all 3 of those 2-0 losses. Then Eyeballers, a 2-1, and then Tricked and Heroic Academy, which we already talked about, both 2-0s as well. So it's been rough for both these teams, and I think they're hoping for some success going into this one. So let's see what the head-to-head is going to bring us between these 2 squads. I think we have a head-to-head. We do. Okay, we have Matthias, which I already highlighted there, but didn't get a chance to highlight Time Agent too much. I'm assuming this is just based on his last 4 maps of play. He's got that 1.22 rating, so that is very good on his side. So he has been a very effective piece here for this minus 72C roster, but it's also hard to say if that's going to be consistent because of how little time he spent playing with them. We'll have to obviously see here in this series if he can keep up that pace. And the kills and deaths maybe not that great. I think what's important here for Time Agent is his ADR, the amount of damage he's been doing at 97.8 average damage per round over those last 4 maps that have been played on his side. And Matthias' stats are obviously a lot more extensive in terms of the sample size that we have here, and we know that he's going to bring a lot to the table for the Copenhagen Wolves side. I feel like if you're looking purely at firepower here, Copenhagen Wolves have the advantage, and when you look at the first 2 maps, those are both firepower based maps, not necessarily about the strategies that are going to be coming through, because most of them are relatively known, if not completely known, on both Dust 2 and Mirage. I think it's more going to be about timing. It's going to be about smoke pops, things like that. That'll be coming through, and execution, spacing. Like, it's just the basics, right, for Counter-Strike, and I think that's what's going to matter for both of these squads going into this one. Just check it out, see what's happening here in terms of if we have any delays, guys. I see a message. Ooh, okay. Well, we do have a bit, a bit of a delay coming through. I don't want to take a break just yet. Just want to highlight a couple more things for both of these squads. And the things I wanted to mention, just specific players like Barosto, actually over on the Copenhagen, excuse me, over on the -72C side, over the all-time stats are actually pretty strong for him. That's 61 maps played, and he's got a 1.34 impact rating. So not too bad, a 1.19 rating. But if you look over the last 3 months, yeah, it's actually pretty similar. 18 maps played, and even better, impact rating 1.35 and a 1.14 rating. So he's got great firepower. I think he's going to be a player to watch as well on the -72C side. And then you look over at Copenhagen Wolves. I feel like we've already talked about, Mateos and Jaquinho. They're going to need a third player to pop up in support, I would say, and that could be, I want to say, maybe should be Delaney. He's been all right over the last little bit in terms of his firepower. I think his ceiling's a lot higher than he's been displaying. So there's something there potentially for Delaney to come through and shine for his squad. But like, it could be any of these players that could come through, and Jorko could be also a player that subbing in here. Mouse NXT history, a very young guy. Talking about ceilings, like, he's definitely got a higher ceiling than I think we've seen so far. It's so hard to tell when these players are so young how far they can get. So always interesting to keep an eye on them. And his firepower rating has actually been, I think, a little bit strong. Yeah, a lot stronger than Belaney's over these last 3 months. 69 firepower rating versus like in the 40s, I would say, for Belaney. So Jorko, I'd say he's the one to keep an eye on as a secondary or tertiary player over on that Copenhagen Wolves side, and Barosto over on the -72C side. All right, let's see if we've got... Okay, we still don't have everyone in the server, guys, so we are going to hit a quick break. When we come back, we'll jump right into the server for Dust 2. Keep it locked here on CCT. All right, we're heading into the action here. Dust 2 is the map. Copenhagen Wolves up against -72C. This is -72C's map pick, and Melanta just running into the site. He gets domed, though. Yek finds the immediate trade, and then the follow-up. This is a great start for -72C. They got the 4v3 edge, but here come the Copenhagen Wolves, and, well, there they go. Off without more than a whimper. And -72C will take the pistol round very cleanly. As mentioned, if you're looking for a favorite in this one, obviously, it's -72C according to the stats. But I still feel like firepower-wise, Copenhagen Wolves have a lot to show us. Time Agent and Melanta are the two subs coming in here for -72C. Their roster's kind of been in flux since their lack of success at ECL. And you see already, that the two players that are subbing in making an impact. Melanta, the 3K spray down with the Galil does end up going down for the count to Mateos, but I don't know if that's going to matter too much. Maybe it will. Okay, Mateos still alive, 1v3. If he gets one more here, this makes it very interesting because he'll be able to get a rifle, but he's being surrounded and it won't matter anyway, as Biek will get that final frag. So at least a little bit of damage done to the economy of -72 there by Copenhagen Wolves. But, yeah, I mean, buy-up should be okay, I imagine. We have a timeout coming in here. Looks like it's technical in nature. I'll let you guys know if we have any information. But still, that's good job for Mateos because he gets himself, a couple of pieces of util as well as the A1S in his hands. So that should help out his squad instead of having to settle for FAMAS in the util. So, yeah, that's great on his side. And then the rest of the squad will be pretty much armed up except for Tapeware. But, the IGL going for FAMAS is not exactly out of the ordinary, and we don't necessarily expect him to be the one popping off with the frag. So that is perfectly serviceable. And on the -72C side, we do have that timeout called. I'm not sure if it's for them because we see Time Agent still without a gun in his hands. And hopefully we'll be back into the action in just a little bit, guys. Previous time that -72C played here on Dust 2 was against Chinggis Warriors, who actually had some time at the Major recently. It's been cut short, obviously, after that opening stage, but still did make it interesting for themselves as they made it down to that down to the wire there. But either way, it was an 11-13 loss. Talking about this one and not the Major. And it was on this map that they actually defeated the Nomads previously, 13-4 in their favor. So it's been up and down, of course, for -72C on the map. And we've got a broken headset. That's the update here. All right. Well, hopefully that gets resolved. I don't know if that's out of frustration in the first two maps. That's not necessarily a good sign for the mental, but I'm assuming it just happened. Like, oh, my headset broke, or the wire, was having some troubles over the last little bit, and then the wire just goes like that, and you can't hear anything. So I'm assuming it's more of the, oh, I had a technical issue with my headset, than, oh, I threw my headset out of frustration, because that would be very, very surprising for me in the first two rounds. But yeah, going back to the stats here on Dust 2 for both of these squads. And if you look, Copenhagen Wolves, as I mentioned, they've played it 6 times, and a lot of these matchups, guys, have been really, really, really close. If you look against Partizan, 12-16 in overtime loss there. Cubic, 17-19 double overtime loss. Young Ninjas overtime loss, 12-16, and Cubic's 10-13 loss, almost at full 24. Their only win was against Rage on May 14th. That was a 13-6 win there. But, you guys see why I'm saying Copenhagen Wolves could still very much take this map because of the amount of success they have firepower-wise, mechanically, how skilled they are. So we'll see if that comes to fruition here as we're still waiting. I hear a lot of typing, so maybe we'll be back into the action soon, guys. If you're wondering the maps, it's going to be here on Dust 2. Then we have Mirage, and then if needed, we will go to Anubis. As you can see right at the top of your screen. Yeah, speaking of that major, I don't know about you guys out there, but pick'ems for me are not looking too great, I'll tell you that. I think it's been a lot of surprises. Falcons 0-2. I mean, really? After what happened at IEM Dallas, you think things would go a little bit better for them? Nope. They start 0-2. And that's like one of the things for me personally, why I feel like BO1s and they don't really belong anymore, especially in the MR12 era. We should be going through BO3s. And maybe there needs to be a format change to the way things are going at the major. I don't know what it's going to take to get all BO3s played. But for me personally, I think the BO1s need to go. Bye-bye. No BO1s, BO5 final, and we'll be good. And we'll be in business. But I don't know what it's going to take to get there. The only reason I say that is because would Falcons be 0-2 with a BO3 system? Maybe. Maybe they would. Maybe they still would have gone 0-2, and that would be the case. But we'll never know because the upset potential in BO1s is so high that it's hard to say whether it was just an upset map, a couple of upset maps that happened for Falcons, a bad day for them, or if it's, a BO3 would have given us different results. Anyway. Yeah, but I mean, that's not the only one that's surprising. There's a ton of different stuff going on at the major right now. That's like, what is happening right here? I think I expected success for FaZe. I didn't necessarily expect Heroic to fall to them so significantly, like 13-2. What is that? That's insane to me, to be seeing those types of score lines, especially with Heroic having success against FaZe in the past. And it's crazy. Yeah, Malding after 2 rounds in chat. Yeah, I certainly hope not. I certainly hope not, as we're waiting here. Yeah, I guess since we have time, might as well talk about the major more. We'll see. Well, let's see here. Yeah, Pain at 2-0. Pain at 2-0 to me is like, this is not happening. So many people had Furia at 3-0, and I think that Pain, that ruined pick'ems for a lot of people for Furia. Or sorry, for Furia to lose to Pain Gaming. And then VP, the possibility of a 3-0 looking like they will get the 3-0 if they can defeat Pain. That's another one where we're all, what's happening? Legacy, you weren't even supposed to be there at first. Replacing Bestia, they're 2-0. Could be 3-0. I mean, it's fun. Like, the storylines are fun, but rip pick'ems, right? Like, those ones are absolutely finished for so many people. I don't know how many diamond coins there are going to be, but I feel like it's going to be the lowest ever in the history of Counter-Strike majors, as it looks like we're ready to get back in here. So maybe we'll pick up that conversation again if we have another tech timeout, but let's go in and get back to the action. Looks like a replacement headset has been found, and we are good to go. Third round of play. Matthias. Down to 52 HP immediately here, and you're going to see an adjustment being made by -72C going towards mid. Flashbang being prepped by Biek to let his teammates go towards mid, and there we go. They've got mid control. Jaquinho trying to challenge that, doesn't do it at all. He just melts away. Time Agent gets a couple for himself before Belaney puts him down, but look at the space they've gained into B. There's just no stopping them. They were fully surrounding Belaney. Absolutely zero chance of success unless he stands on his head and gets 4 frags almost simultaneously, which really isn't possible. Jorko and Tapeware are the last 2 standing here, and they're just going to say, wow, what a great start for -72C. Jorko does connect for 1. Damage is important still, because they lost 2 players in that previous round. A third could be worse, and there it is. So Jorko, at least on the tail end, doing the economic damage here to -72. And Human knows that someone might pop around this corner here. Still doesn't hit the shot. Jorko, good work on his side. We talked about him potentially being a difference maker here for Copenhagen Wolves. We're trying to get away with that AK, and he will. And a little bit of damage onto Malanta. That is good for -72C to get such a very decisive and convincing take of that B site, but bad on the tail end, losing 3 more players and requiring a reinvestment for 4. That means their economy stays a little bit delicate, and while Copenhagen Wolves won't invest around these rifles, 2 rifles is more than enough to win a round, especially if you put them in the right place. There's the op for Biek. Fires away, a bit of a push by Mateos. That does not work out for him. He will be quickly put down. As -72C flood in towards mid. Made by Jorko's side. So he's trying to get a feel for where they might be headed. Again, Jorko with that M4 will be an important piece. Tapeware with the AK as well. Hops around, gets absolutely nothing. Biek puts him down. 5v3, I don't think they're going to engage any further. I mean, you've got the armor and the pistols purchased up here by the Copenhagen Wolves. But outside of that, and of course the M4. They want to try and save it. Look who's watching. Time Agent towards Long says, thank you for the free 5-7 upgrade. I will take that. Espelany and Jorko play the buddy system. Trying to ferry this M4, the most important piece, into the following round, but they will be challenged. Time Agent. Oh no. Oh no, so exposed to that angle from T-Spawn. Jorko's gone, and Belany's probably not long for this world either, unless he gets overlooked. He does, okay. AK picked up, perhaps only briefly, because there are 4 players barreling down in his direction. Belany trying to hide into the smoke, and is that gonna work? It does! Nice shots from Belany as well to keep the AK up. Look, it's an even better piece than the M4, so you can't really complain if you're the Copenhagen Wolves, and you've made the economy situation kind of tough again for -72C. Sure, it's starting to build up a little bit, but 2 more casualties isn't going to help. Timeout going to be called here by -72. Maybe talking things over and say, guys, we need to keep bodies up here. We need to stabilize our economy, because sure, it's a 4-0 lead, but that can quickly disappear if we can't buy up anymore after losing 1 round. I don't think that's going to be the case, though. I think they still have enough to... They have a 1-round buffer, probably, but outside of that, Copenhagen Wolves might have an opportunity back into this one. But it'll have to start with a round victory here. Jorko has the AWP in his hands. And actually, now that I think about it, I believe that Jorko is actually taking over the op duties from Jaquinho. So I did say in the pregame that Jaquinho would be important on the op, but I think they're giving it to the new player to see what he can do. And this isn't the first time I saw it. In fact, I can't remember the other team that's done this as well. I cast them recently, but either way, like there was a player that came in and took over the op duties, even as a sub from the primary. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Let's see what Jorko can do as we are now headed into round number 5. Timeout's expired. Okay, well, immediately striking there's Jorko. Didn't take long to give us an answer. Biek is gone. Wins the op duel. Jaquinho over at Long with the M4. Collects 1, but only 1. Time Agent, who's been very good in the early goings here, gets himself an 8th frag. And only 4 rounds, 2.0 KDR. Now things have slowed down a lot. -72C. Gaining that long control. Copenhagen Wolves want to have some map control of their own, so they're going to collapse towards mid, realize no one's here. The problem is, by doing so, you kind of lose control of the site completely. Yes, you have still one player towards CT, but Jorko's missed 1 pass. So he doesn't know there's a player on the site. Inhuman managed to get Mateos because of that lack of information. Now Tapeware strikes back, but there's still a chance here for -72C to get in here. The problem is, Time Agent's gone, and now it's all up to Malanta, who does get the first, but he's still got 2 more to collect. Does he get the follow-up? Yes, Malanta, are you going to do this? 1v1 now from 1v3. Malanta trying to plant the bomb. No util really to deny this here on Tapeware's side. Spam. There's the nade. Ooh, that's going to collect a lot of damage. Down to 20 HP, and there it is, Malanta. The 1v3 clutch, just when it looked like the Copenhagen Wolves would strike back. They do not. Malanta gets the 5th round under their belts there. and that is a gut punch. Without question, because I feel like Copenhagen Wolves did everything right in that round. They did everything they had to deny that presence from -72C. The only thing that didn't go well was allowing that one player to slip through onto the site. That was Inhuman at the time, who gets that frag onto Cap. But then you're like, okay, instant trade should be fine. No. Malanta takes care of business and just isolates 1v1s effectively. I think that was the key there. Spacing was not good for Copenhagen Wolves. Mateos going to get the opener, and Human gets the trade, but now, you know, Copenhagen will say that's enough. They forced up here, although I hesitate to call it a force because there's M4s there, and they try to take the aggressive fights into mid. That said, Malanta is here again to trade it back and make it down to a 3v3, and I already talked about those two subs here being important for -72, even more so. They have 16 frags combined, far more than the rest of their team. See if that trend continues here on Dust 2. I mean, Jorko absolutely got destroyed there by Time Agent. He's going to plant that bomb. Alrighty. Only 16 frags combined for the Copenhagen Wolves, and Malanta and Time Agent have 17 amongst themselves. So they are really taking over the server here. Copenhagen Wolves trying to save. They will hang on to that op for now. The one benefit, I guess, throughout all of this for Copenhagen Wolves, and it's very much a silver lining, is that -72C haven't been able to stabilize their economy. That's it. It's 6-0 though. So it's hard to hang on to those little victories when you're not picking up any rounds off of it. Copenhagen Wolves do save a couple of guns, one of those being the op, so they will buy up again into this round. The AK, the other piece. And they're staring down at rifles across the board for -72C. No AWP available for them in this round. So Biek probably not going to be hanging around dark very much. Jorko will. He's peering around from Cat. Time Agent gets the opener, walking on to B. They're just taking aggressive fights round after round on -72C, and they're winning them. And you saw there a little bit off on the timing there for Mateos. He does get one, but traded out immediately. And while the trades are good for Copenhagen Wolves, the A site's kind of been lost, and Barosto hanging around mid, catch Chiquino poking his head out. Trades are there again. Now that bomb is going to be grabbed by Barosto. Malanta is waiting right around car at long, and I believe the space has already been confirmed towards the site, but maybe not, as I see Malanta holding towards big box. Or single box, I should say. Jorko watching from Cat. Malanta crossing over. Great timing for the Molotov to come through. It keeps Jorko at bay, allows the bomb plant to come in cleanly. And another chance for -72C. To keep Copenhagen Wolves off the board. This time it might be too tall of an ask as Tapeware makes it a 1v2, but Malanta, familiar territory for him. Had a 1v3 previously. Can he do it again here? There's the first. Oh my goodness, 1v1 now. And this makes it a lot harder. Smoke's going to get tossed here. Is that too far back? It is. It wasn't on the bomb. So now Tapeware can't really hide here, and Malanta gets the clutch again. 1v2 gone. He's up to 11 frags, and -72C continue to keep the Copenhagen Wolves off the board. I'm not sure if that smoke was thrown intentionally. It can't be, because I'm assuming that he wanted to get that onto the bomb so he'd be able to have some cover, but he has none. Wouldn't have been able, maybe diffusing it in the smoke in front of the box gives you cover there, but even then, it's obvious, at least from Atlanta, where you're going to be, because, you know, he's got full visibility on the front of it. It's got to be right behind it in the smoke. So, yeah, anyway, either way, 7-0 for -72, and Copenhagen was saying, hold on a second, we got to call a timeout here. They're first, surprisingly, as -72 were the ones to call the previous two. I think the biggest problem for Copenhagen right now is that, look, they've got the damage done to the economy repeatedly here for minus 72. You see that it's kind of frail on the other end, but they're not deciding to force up around that. They said, okay, let's put a break on this, even though, I mean, I feel like they could, you know, Jorko could get the M4 and you can get some MP9s around it. Instead, they go for the half buy, which is still serviceable, but it's a lot less potent. 2 MP9s and 3 5.7s. Nice nade. That's a lot of damage done. And there we go. Jorko and Mateos, they don't need the rifles. Just the pistols and the SMGs are going to do it. Some upgrades available on the ground. And they finally put a stop to minus 72's early aggression. And now the third piece is gone as well. They see more flooding into mid. It would be shocking if not a single frag comes through for minus 72 in a round like this. Oh my goodness. They don't get a single one. What a round from Copenhagen Wolves with the bits and pieces across the board. A couple of MP9s, the 3 pistols. That's all it took to finally put an end to minus 72's 7-round run. Okay. Now, the economy situation will hit minus 72C. Still able to get a couple of AKs, though. But they have to be careful. Another timeout called by the Wolves, in fact. Saying, okay, that worked. And I mean, they adapted well, because minus 72, as mentioned, they were just going for those aggressive quick fights towards long, towards mid, towards B. I mean, everywhere, just trying to take early fights and gain space. And finally, Copenhagen will say, that's enough. We're going to put a stop to this. And it comes off some good util for one, and then some great shots to follow it up. So maybe we'll have a series here. As mentioned, it was hard to get a read on what would happen here into this one, based upon the results of both these teams being kind of tough over the last little bit. Chiquinho, get that frag onto Atlanta. Not to mention there's been shifts in both rosters, both in terms of players and roles. Delaney. Oh, there it is again. Time Agent going to get the headshot onto Delaney. That's the B-set lost. Jorko and Mateo's going to have to do work from the outside, and they do. Barosto, 1v4. There's the first. Mateo's peeking without support is surprising. Especially in a 4v1. You don't need to. And, oh my goodness. Is it happening again? 1v4 down to a 1v2. Barosto trying to clutch it out. Oh, plants the bomb in the open, and it won't happen again. Tapeware will get that headshot, and the Copenhagen Wolves survive to get a second round for themselves on the board. Money's building up for them, so they're feeling pretty good about going for that full investment. And on the other side, it will be an eco round again for minus 72, but they'll still be able to afford... What? I take it back. They're going in, folks. They're forcing up. Galil, Tech 9, Deagle, Scout, and another Techie. Okay. Util's a little light, surprisingly. You'd think they'd want to favor that a little bit more. And Jorko, waiting and watching towards lower tunnel, says, goodbye, Time Agent. Your run of terror has now ended. Yeah, this is pretty clean. Nothing at all for minus 72. And the Copenhagen Wolves have finally awoken to get 3 rounds in a row. Now the forest buy can't come through for minus 72. I'm not sure if they had a misread on the economy there. If they felt like Copenhagen Wolves could be punished a little bit more. Because the money was great for them. I mean, going for the force buy in those circumstances usually is because you feel like your opponent's a little vulnerable economy-wise. It didn't matter anyway because they didn't get any frags, but still. Maybe maybe I misread the situation. Well, this one's a non-starter. Minus 72C do get 1 frag. Biek is the one to deliver that. And Time Agent is the last one standing in a 1v4. Joker and Mateos are the ones that are waking up here for this Wolves side. We already saw Jorko, I would say, in the opening rounds, still do pretty well for himself. He saw him when he was trying to save, getting that 3K, doing the damage. And here with the op, I mean, well, you can kind of see why they want him on it. So he gets that last one. And this is a fantastic recovery, right, for the Copenhagen Wolves. This could have been a disaster of a first half. Instead, now you're looking at 5 rounds being pretty much likely, a double op setup coming in, which is the one benefit of having Chiquinho, who used to be the primary opper, come in and say, hey, I can do this too. So you got 2 primary oppers. On maps like Mirage and Dust 2, I mean, it is MR12 and we don't get to see the double op very often, but when you can, Copenhagen Wolves are probably going to deploy it as much as they can. There you go, Chiquinho. The opener and the follow-up. Uh-oh. This is bad for -72, at least in this round. They're probably happy it's the end of the half, because they are getting shut down completely. What a turn of fortune here for Copenhagen. All right, Chiquinho. Casual 4K with the op. Maybe feeling like he wants to get that in his hands more often than not. I don't know if it's going to happen on the T side, but that is a phenomenal recovery for the Wolves. They get 5 in a row. Only a 2-round deficit now against -72C. And it feels like they've got the wind taken completely out of their sails. Those weren't just 5-round victories. Those were decisive, for the most part, round victories coming through from Copenhagen Wolves. As we're waiting to get started in that second half, the players are going to ready up. We'll see if -72 can reverse the trend once more, win a pistol. And hey, look, if they win a pistol and get 7 in a row, they won't need 7 in a row this time. In fact, they just need 6 in a row off of a pistol, and they'll be done. Fairly certain that the Copenhagen Wolves won't allow that to come to fruition, though, because they really do feel like they've come alive here. And we go on here. Pistol rounds, second half. Aggression from -72. One player charging up mid. There's one in the upper tunnels as well that's turned his back. A couple, in fact. I take that back. Copenhagen Wolves only have they have those 4 players there in upper tunnels. Chiquinho will get the opener onto Biak, and look at the damage done to Barosto and Time Agent. Inhuman, will he catch one? Oh, he had the opportunity and still actually does manage to capitalize on it, but look at the health bars for the rest of his squad. I mean, this is just not great. Chiquinho finding Barosto, Inhuman smoked off, Milanta's position known, Inhuman making a ton of noise, so his position's known as well. Yeah, this is all done. Inhuman died, and so does Milanta afterwards. Copenhagen Wolves will get a 6th, and again, that is in a row. So they are responding in a very strong way to -72C's opening 7 rounds. And again, like, Copenhagen Wolves weren't out of most of those rounds. Like, they were involved. They were brought down to 1v1s, and in some cases it was a 3v1 or a 4v1 advantage they let slip away. So imagine, if you will, if Copenhagen Wolves did not lose those rounds and came out with those, it could be a much more one-sided scoreline in their favor. Instead, they're still down by a round. Might change that here. Yeah. Chiquinho, opener onto Time Agent. Only one player stands in their way of a bomb plant, and that one player's dead. Barosto, gone. 5v3 in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves. Belaney plants the bomb. Inhuman, walking to his death, and so does Biek. Milanta, last one standing, who was so good in those 1vx clutches, a couple of them to his name. But now, this one, I don't think it's happening. 1v5, no kit, no armor, and no life. Jorko gets the last. He has been the key piece here for the Copenhagen Wolves squad. 16 frags on the board. Behind him, Mateos with 13, and then Tapor after that on 11. I still feel like every single piece of Copenhagen Wolves have been effective. I mean, you saw Jaquinho towards the tail end of that first half, grabs the op, gets 4, watching long A. Reversing his negative scoreline, and now going above to the positive side of it. 10 and 8. Time Agent does, I believe, effectively block that smoke with his shoulder from going to the right spot, but it doesn't matter because he's dead and so is Biek. I like the idea, at least. It denies the smoke from guising off Cat. Oh, and here's an interesting engagement. If Inhuman slips past, it could be that snake in the grass that at -72 need, and he does not. Jaquinho realizes that he got past him and takes care of business. So no damage done on that flank. Milanta and Barosto left scratching their heads, wondering where it all went wrong. Milanta, we'll get one. Follow-up? Yes. Third? Almost? Maybe? Milanta turns a 2v5 into a 2v3. There's the nade and the Molotov coming through on Tapeware side. Good util tossed, and Milanta unable to recover from that flash in time. Barosto is the last one standing in a 1v3. Yeah, I mean, position known now. All eyes on. The lane just has to wait. Yeah, done. Copenhagen Wolves. Making it look easy now. 8-7 in their favor. Granted, only 8-7, even though those 8 rounds have looked fairly straightforward for them. You never know when -72C could get right back into this one. Could be the follow-up round. Could even be this one. That's what woke up the Wolves, right? They only had that eco round, or I should say half-buy. A couple MP9s, 3 pistols. That's what started this streak. Maybe the same for -72C, although the start, not great. Time Agent's gone. BX managed to slip past here in top mid. This could get interesting. Position completely unknown. Barosa's going to charge up in towards mid. He spots out the player in lower. That's 2 frags immediately, though, and I don't know. Yeah, BX still hasn't been found out. So there's that flank. Can he do anything with it? Just the Deagle needs all headshots, and, well, that's not going to cut it. Jorko immediately finds him as soon as he misses those 3 shots, and it's down to Milanta with only the scout in his hand. So the flank could have been interesting, but maybe just took a little bit too long to go out there. If he goes faster, the shots are a lot closer range. Maybe he can string together a couple and make it interesting, but as it stands, with only Milanta alive on the other side of the site, on the other side of the map, towards the B site, even if he gets something there, it doesn't really make that much of a difference, assuming he gets traded out. Which he didn't even get traded out. Didn't get a single frag. All right. Ooh, did they see him? Now they did. And he's dead, for sure, right? No? Alive? Somehow? Oh my goodness. Milanta survives that onslaught of bullets and even gets the no-scope onto Matios to boot. Okay. Well, Milanta not going to get that scope pried out of his hands. And he carries it forward into this round. I don't know if he wants to use it. Maybe going to the M4 would be better here, but I guess the scoreline is still within reach that he can try to make this scout work. And hey, certainly serviceable. Some tags, do some damage. You never know. $1:30 on the clock here. Copenhagen Wolves. They had cash for days for 3 of their players. Matios and Jorko a little low, but that's because Jorko has to invest into that AWP. Tag, as I mentioned, can be impactful with Belaney down to 25 off of it. Flash is out for mid. Copenhagen was trying to sell that they're going mid. I don't know if that's necessarily the case. Tapeware, in the meantime, has spotted the player towards the A side. That's A completely cracked open. Oh, and then he jumps down and gets Biak. Maybe even the third as well. Relenta does manage to connect for one, then Time Agent a second, then the third as well. What's happening here? I thought they had the A side and would have gone there. Instead, they try to go in towards mid to find those two players and find themselves in a man disadvantage situation with Belaney being the first player to take damage. He's low, still gets that frag onto Time Agent. 2v2, Melanta, nice headshot onto Jorko. Man, has he been a difference maker for this squad. Just with the scout, managed to get a couple of frags before that. Tagged Belaney. So he's got above 300 ADR in this round for sure. Or at least, I would assume so. I know some damage was done by the M4s, but still. Belaney's managed to slip through onto the A site. Does get that bomb plant. Ooh, is he spotted? No. The smoke. Guys is off his jump towards long. So maybe he can get the edge in this duel. Inhuman doesn't check long. A bit of a misspray. A lot of a misspray for Belaney. And that will cost him the round. Copenhagen Wolves, even though they gained all that space to the A site, decide to push it into mid, and that was their undoing. Just had to take a step back and say, okay, we've got time. We don't have to rush this. Let's fall back and wait to see what -72C does. Instead, they walk into the most lethal player on the server on the -72 side in Melanta. And that's the 8th round for -72C. What I tell you guys, you never know what round it's going to come through on. It's with the scout that Melanta delivers a couple, then gets the rifle for 2 more. Or at least 1 more. Can't remember if he had the 4K or not. It doesn't matter. Biek is going to miss that shot. Uh-oh. That's not a great start here for -72 after a great round victory. The celebration might be short-lived. Melanta likely wants to get on this action as soon as possible. He's trying to jump up there onto the cat box, eventually does. And this time the Copenhagen will say, hold on a second. Let's leave 1 player behind to make some noise here towards that long A position, and then rotate 2 or 3 players into the upper tunnels at B. Time Agent under pressure, and probably not long for this world now. Yeah, done. Great work from Tapeware to find a second frag on the round. 55 seconds left, and that pulls, look what it does. It pulls everyone off of the B site. B site is free and clear for the taking. Just 1 frag. That's all they needed. I mean, they still can't find him. Tapeware, this is absurd. Look at the work he's putting in here. He gets himself another one, and Inhuman's disconnected from the server. This is going from bad to worse for -72. Melanta does finally get one. Will be a timeout in the next round, but it doesn't matter here. As Copenhagen Wolves, I think they were winning that regardless. I don't think that disconnection, in some instances, it's like, oh no, they disconnected, but in that one, it could have made a difference. In this one, no, it wouldn't have, I don't think. That round was already decided, and Tapeware was doing absolute ridiculous work as the solo player at long. Mostly just a distraction, right? 1 frag is great. He gets 3. Absurd. All right. Well, Inhuman disconnected, but he's back. That didn't take long. So they're going to ready up. Get themselves ready for this next round. But, you know, that 1 round victory for -72, which was quite good, you know, to find it. That's all they get. They're shut down immediately afterwards. And the Copenhagen Wolves have won 10 of the last 11 rounds. All right. Let's see if we get some more close rounds here. This one is reminiscent of when the Copenhagen Wolves had their backs against the wall, right? I mean, look, you have the AWP and the M4 in the mix, so maybe not. But, you know, a couple MP9s and a pistol. -72C. I mean, you need more out of that AWP from Biek. He's got to be hitting some of those shots. And I know it's under tough circumstances. The flash was blinding him in that situation, but he... Oh, no. Is this not live? No. Oh, no. Time Agent took 1 HP of damage. Oh, my God. So they have to play out the round. What can you do? What can you do? That's a heartbreaker. Five v 3. Biek. Nothing. Time Agent. Nada. Zilch. And Barosto will be the last one standing. That is such a shame for minus 72. Chiquinho gets the last. I mean, look. Again, very clean round from Copenhagen Wolves. But to lose a player at the beginning of the round that time, that kind of sucks. He's back again. Hopefully all his issues have been solved. But where things haven't been solved is on that scoreboard for minus 72C because, guys, it was 7-0 in their favor. 7-0. Sure, we had some close rounds in the mix there. Sure, there were some clutches that were required to get to that point. But who would have thought after that they'd only get one singular round in the last 12? Malanta, who's been that catalyst for them, does finally get the opener onto Chiquinho. That's a gun upgrade available for Inhuman. Biek making a ton of noise here into mid. Barosto trying to charge up in these up tunnels. This could be a mistake. Yep, that aggression cost them immensely. Tapeware and Mateos find two, and there's the man advantage in their favor. It's only brief because Time Agent does re-aggress onto Belaney in the lower tunnels, but B is free and clear for the taking. No one is there. If Copenhagen Wolves realize that, you know, it's their round. And you feel like minus 72... Are they just bunching up and going towards B? No, okay. They want to take mid control, which kind of makes sense given how many players have been spotted, but Jorko's waiting there with the op finds the first, and Mateos gets the second onto Malanta. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. I understand in some ways going for that aggression, trying to find space, trying to find information for yourselves, but sending two players out into the unknown? Ooh. Now Time Agent's on his own, and the Copenhagen Wolves can go wherever they want. They don't have to worry anymore. Smoke pops off there on cap box. That could tempt Time Agent to jump into that. Maybe that's what Copenhagen Wolves are hoping for. Well, they're not really watching it. Now they will be. There it is. Yep. Threw that smoke and said, okay, try it. And he does. Okay, Copenhagen Wolves 12-8. One more round, and they take their opponent's map pick. Then they head to theirs, a Mirage, and I can't say that's going to get any better for minus 72C if they can't keep up with the firepower here that Copenhagen Wolves are bringing to the table, which is, again, the edge we were talking about. It's kind of the story we've been discussing since the beginning in the pregame. Incendiary out. Barosto's completely blinded. Managed to get away. Look at the damage done by the util. Minus 72 might not be out of this round just yet, or the map. Mateo's gone. Malanta gets that. Oh, but the response is beautiful. Chiquinho and Belaney get 3 combined, 4v2 in their favor. Copenhagen Wolves want to get this one done and out of the way. Chiquinho finds the second to last, and there's the last. Jorko onto Biek. That will do it for the map. A 13-1 run for the Copenhagen Wolves after being down 7-0. That is a phenomenal recovery. It felt like they were kind of in a situation where you could have been, they were gut punched twice, right? 2 1vx situations. That's the type of, those type of rounds that can really throw you out and be like, oh man, this map is done. Make you feel completely emotionally de-invested from the map. But no, it doesn't go out that way at all. In fact, it builds a fire in them. It seems like that eco round that they came through with the half buy was what started it all. And that 13-1 run, crazy stuff. I'm impressed, honestly. But again, because of the results we saw from the Copenhagen Wolves in the past on Dust 2, we felt like this one was coming. It felt like this was brewing within themselves because of all the overtime losses. 3 overtime losses over the last 3 months. They wanted to get a clean win. And they finally end not only, you know, that run of overtime losses, but also a 3-map losing streak on Dust 2. Now we're going to head to Mirage next, guys. And this one, as I've already said, could be even more decisive potentially in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves. Only one win for minus 72C here over the last 3 months. 5 times they've played it. You know, yes, you look at one of them being an overtime loss, 14-16, and their previous one against the Heroic Academy have been really good. Only, I mean, they still got 9 rounds, which is better than the Copenhagen Wolves did on Nuke, at least, with only 2 against Heroic Academy. But still, you know, this is, I would say, maybe deceptive that it's 7-10 record for Copenhagen Wolves, because recently, very, very good. They've won 3 of their last 4, lost to Partisan 5-13, but if you ignore that, 16-12 win against Expermita, Saber a 13-7 win, and then Cubics a 13-8 win. So a lot of success here against teams of the caliber of minus 72C. We'll have to see if that continues for them over onto the next map after this break. All right, let's get into it. Mirage, map number 2 between -72C and Copenhagen Wolves. Copenhagen Wolves taking that first map by a deceptively close scoreline of 13-8. I mean, not that close, but honestly, they really dominated in the tail end of that map. It didn't really feel like there was much of a chance for -72C, but they did get -72C. That is that pistol round to open things up on map number 1. It looks like things are trending the same here on Mirage. They are overloading the Copenhagen Wolves at top mid. They are maybe getting a little too aggressive into those Glocks, trying to end this fight early. Could have been a second there found for Copenhagen Wolves that would have made it a lot closer. Don't count them out just yet. There's the re-aggression from Inhuman, though, and that will likely end it. Mateos, can you do this? No, you can't. Barosto will find the last, and -72C do open things up with another pistol round victory. Talking about those stats from the previous map a little bit more, Jorko led the way for Copenhagen Wolves at 20-9 scoreline, 100.6 ADR, and a 1.68 rating, but he wasn't the highest ADR player on the server. That crown belongs to Malanta. On the other side, for a -72C, 20 frags as well for him, and 110 ADR with a 1.38 rating. He was head and shoulders above the rest of his team. A couple of 1vx clutches in the mix. Always felt like he was good for at least one if he had an engagement, and this one, well, goes as you expect, guys, so we'll keep talking about those stats. And, I mean, Malenta, honestly, is the one I'm looking towards, 100% here on Mirage, if -72C are going to have a chance of finding the upset victory, let's call it, up against the Copenhagen Wolves. We saw there. Anti-eco went exactly as you'd expect, and -72C are going to say, hold on a second, let's talk things over. Let's make sure that we have a good plan in place, because those AKs are coming through. On the Copenhagen Wolves side, it was really everyone that contributed. I talked about Jorko, but Jaquinho was great. Even with the rifle, he did have that 4K with the op and the double op setup in round number 12, was it? Yeah. Where they got those 2 ops out. But outside of that, very strong with the rifles. Tapeware as well, a performance that I didn't necessarily expect from him. He also had 19, and Mateos right behind them at 18. So only a 2 frag differential from first to fourth on the server, and then Belaney behind them at 10. But I mean, I didn't necessarily feel like he was a weakness in any way. Everyone did their job there on that Copenhagen Wolves comeback. Round number 3. That's where things should get interesting here, I would imagine. -72 with a very heavy lean onto the A site. 4 players there. 1 into for deep ramp control. Couple hovering around connector. And you do see there was a rotation there late towards the B site. So now they have 2 towards B. Still a lot of time left on the clock, but the Copenhagen Wolves appear to be frozen in their tracks. See when they decide to make a move. They want to get that smoke into window. We'll come through. Now they press the advantage. Good incendiary, good counter util coming through from -72. The flashbang, and now they go out. What a shot from Barosto. Follow-up as well. Almost a 3K secured, but Malenta will chime in for one himself to get that 3K converted. Tapeware does get a response, but man, they're down in the numbers, and even more so now. Belaney, last one standing. Hoping to slip through. From ramp, does get one on Barosto. 22 seconds left. No bomb means likely the round is over. Unless -72 get over-eager in their hunt of Belaney. I doubt they will. And they do not. Belaney fades off. That Molotov should secure his retreat. And it does. Copenhagen Wolves save an AK out of the round. But they do lose that third, and pretty decisively. It all happened at that connector position, right? They tried to go for the hit. Barosto gets a 2K. The flashbang felt like it was good, but just wasn't. There wasn't anyone on the receiving end for -72. It was just a peek from Barosto that absolutely decimated them. And we do have a timeout. Did you hear a lot of typing at that moment after the flurry of frags came through? So I'm assuming that we had a technical issue that came through once more. And let's see if we have any news. We don't yet, but I will tell you guys once we do get some information. Wondering if those headset issues are striking back once more with a vengeance. Not sure who was having the headset issues. I just know that that was the case in the opening 3 rounds of map number 1. Gives us a chance to talk about pick'ems again. How are your pick'ems going, chat? You guys doing well there? I'm not. My 3-0s were Falcons and Heroic. And you don't have to look very far to see why that's absolutely terrible. Also made the mistake of choosing an Asian team in my 0-3s. You'd think I would have learned. From the first time. From stage 1, I did not. I did not learn. Oh, well, that's not good. One player is feeling ill, physically ill. I hope they're going to be okay. That's not great. Anyway, looks like we're back into it. Hope they are going to be okay and that they'll be able to continue playing here as we head into round number 4. Delaney going out here. There it is. Copenhagen Wolves. Last time it started in eco. Perhaps it's going to happen again here. Jorko finds the opener. Malenta gets a 2-piece, but that might not be good enough because the trade is there in a 3v3 situation. Post-plant potentially. Biek trying to deny that. Gets the first, not the second. Delaney, a great trade once more. Barosto swinging around right into Delaney's crosshair. Will be the last one standing in a 1v1 up against Inhuman. Inhuman, 46 HP. Delaney 25. AK versus AK. Did Delaney spot him? I don't think so just yet, but he hears the footsteps. There's the smoke. I knows exactly where to look, and Human is dead to rights. Delaney, the clutch, will get the 4K as well, and the Copenhagen Wolves again on the board in a light investment round. Wow. That is an absolute killer for -72C. Time not going to be called with Copenhagen Wolves to maybe just chill out the comms, I imagine, because that's probably a lot of hype going on right now. Celebrating Delaney's clutch. And I mean, it wasn't just the 1v1 clutch for Delaney, it was the trades repeatedly, twice before that. And then finally clutches it up for his squad. Very well played on his side. Money, not great for -72C, but they are able to get 2 M4s, the AWP, and the FAMAS. It's not too shabby. I think the bigger struggle for them is utility and how to deploy that. Because you always, I mean, almost always need to get some early util turn for ramp at the A site and mid in some cases, depending on how you deploy it. So it's just 2 pieces. Yeah, there you go. There's the flash for mid and the incendiary for ramp. They have to be careful. They have to hang on to this because early util won't necessarily be beneficial if they don't have anything left for the late round. And Human does get the opener as I'm blabbing away over on the taper. And Time Agent peeking into Palace finds Fellaini. This is a great start to the round for -72, but it could quickly fall apart because of the space that Copenhagen Wolves have gained into Sandwich and the A site. Smokes are good. We talked about that util being important, but it's not really becoming a factor here. Another frag here for Biek. Misses the follow-up. Is the second player expected? No, it doesn't even have a chance really to think about that second player, Jaquinho. Now it's down to Jorko, who almost hits a 2K immediately. 1v2, Barosta's watching with the op, and he won't miss that shot. Minus 72C, right back to their winning ways off of two very timely pushes. And if you recall, in map number 1, when they had that success, it was off of aggression. It was off of them getting into the faces of the Copenhagen Wolves. It was their T side at that point, but still, even on that CT side here, they're able to push into Palace, they push down mid, they get a couple of early frags, and that really disrupts Copenhagen Wolves setup enough that they've got the chaos sowed in the minds of Copenhagen Wolves, and they really can't recover after that point. That's a very good job from minus 72. So now Copenhagen Wolves are back down to the pistols. Do you have a rifle in the mix? In Belaney's hands. Jorko, gone. Trade in. They might just go into the A side off of that. They will. Time aging going to need to be big, and that's one. Not going to be enough, although you see Mateus get blown away by a mortar strike from Biek. Now they're going to have two players funneling from jungle. No one at CT, and the bomb plant denied. Great spam through the box from Inhuman. 3v1 for minus 72. And in a moment where it felt like it get a little hairy for the minus 72 squad, they keep control for now. With Delaney, oh, no clutch this time. Inhuman gets that out of the way before I can even talk about it. Minus 72C. 5 rounds on the board for themselves. Only 1 for the Copenhagen Wolves. And this is starting out very eerily similar to Dust 2. Only difference is that Copenhagen Wolves have a round. Tactical pause being called by minus 72. Did call a lot of early pauses there on map number 1 as well. And we go on. Round number 7. Copenhagen Wolves. They've got the AKs, they've got the util, they've got what they need, essentially, to find success in this round. But will they is another question. This is typically a map that they feel pretty comfortable on. And minus 72 have had some pretty immense struggles getting momentum here on Mirage. So for them to be up 5-1 is certainly a good sign. They'd love to get a clean round, I think, for minus 72C. They haven't really had many of those. Most of their rounds have featured struggles, I would say, in terms of keeping the manpower up. And this one, well, they'll get a couple open things up. But Taper gets 2 right on back, and Human and Malanta are gone. Malanta's been a big piece for them throughout this series, so that's probably one they're happy to have off the board. That said, Time Agent also been very good. We'll get that headshot onto Jorko as he tries to slip through that smoke. In the meantime, the actual hit might be coming B. Oh, what's happening here? What? Biek misses the shot, actually hits it through the wall. I thought Belaney was dead to rights. Instead, Copenhagen Wolves may have found a path back into this one. Barosta spotted out that peak, so he knows that Belaney's there, but he's wary of the player coming through Cat. In actuality, it is the apartments where the second one will come through, and Belaney gets a jump on Barosta as he's trying to track down that second player. Time Agent, last one standing, 1v2 clutch required. He's got the kit, he's got a couple of flashes, but he needs to cover this ground. Belaney, waiting on market entrance. Tapeware. Over towards side proper. Belaney's looking the right way. Yeah, that's a freebie for Time Agent. Tapeware. Veering around the site. You got to get a move on, Time Agent. You got to go for the fight. He's hoping that a peek comes through, but Taper is giving him absolutely nothing. The IGL trying to outplay here this last player, and that's exactly what he does. Beautifully done from Tapeware. The patience, the poise, not to do anything crazy. Plays it safe, and that's the right call. Copenhagen Wolves do squeak through a second round victory, and minus 72C still don't find a clean round victory or one at all in that previous round, and as a result, their economy is kind of in shambles. See everyone forcing down to whatever they can get. Biek opts for the A1S, so you got 2 A1Ss. and 7 pieces of utility. Not great here for minus 72. Certainly workable. Tapeware. Punching above his weight class, I would say, throughout this series. Again, gets an opener onto Time Agent. The M4's lost. That's technically an upgrade for Chiquinho or Mateos if they manage to get to that point, but I don't think they really want to push up too aggressively here because they got a couple of angles that are uncleared and uncovered. Inhuman, what can you do? You slip through the apartments, missing the shots. You gotta be better than that. He won't be, unfortunately. Belaney going to get Malanta, and this is all falling apart now. I mean, Copenhagen Wolves have taken control of the round. Honestly, it wasn't necessary for him to get that aggressive with the shots. Maybe some trigger discipline would have been good there for him to try and slip through, but he panicked, and the result is death. Biek will get one. They're walking into his crosshair. They don't have to. They could deviate into the B site. He gets a second, but it doesn't really matter in the round, as Belaney gets the instant trade. They were just not too fussed about a player being there, it seems, and, well, for good reason. There's that third round for Copenhagen Wolves, 2 in a row on their side. And on Dust 2, once the Wolves started to sink their fangs into minus 72C, they just took a huge chunk out of them and never stopped. Belaney. Molotov's going to get thrown here. I mean, anti-eco situation, so going to see that 4-man stack onto the A site for minus 72. Although Barostos managed to slip through the apartments. Chiquinho looking for this. Should be fine. It is. Yes, a shot was fired, but it missed. And Chiquinho immediately disposed of that player. Plenty of time left here for the Copenhagen Wolves. Smoke going to get tossed in the window. And they have that mid control. Minus 72 gambling towards the B site. A few shots being rattled off here through the smoke from the USP of Inhuman. And Copenhagen Wolves methodically taking this A site. Absolutely nothing taken for granted either. Nice shot from Biek. They are being too methodical here for any opportunity to arise for minus 72C. That's going to be the 4th round for Copenhagen Wolves. And here come the rifles again on the minus 72C side. No AWP will be afforded. They just don't have the money for it. And to be honest, I don't even know if they have the money for 3 M4s, because utility-wise, it's kind of light. I mean, you got to see Biek go for an MP9. Okay. Not going to listen to my advice, that's for sure. So only 4 pieces of util available for minus 72. Nothing really to stop a quick hit from Copenhagen Wolves, so if they lose a body quickly, it could quickly unravel. Jorko. There it is. Yeah, first frag found. So if they start to go fast towards this B site, minus 72 won't have much to really hold them off with. Inhuman and Time Agent get a couple, though. Unfortunately for them, they'd fall immediately afterwards. Chiquinho and Jorko taking care of business, and Jorko with the cherry on top of the 3K, finding the last onto Malenta. Copenhagen Wolves have tied things up at 5, and that is a 4-round win streak. I mean, the lack of utility, I would say, possibly costing minus 72 in that situation. They were hoping the rifles would be enough, and for a moment, they may have been right. But it's quickly erased by the Copenhagen Wolves. Round number 11 underway. That early 5-1 lead gone for minus 72C. Still have a chance here on the map, of course. But this is the problem I was talking about for them, right? When Copenhagen Wolves are getting these victories, sometimes they just look unstoppable, and we've never really seen that for minus 72 at all. I guess they get their round victories, but it's always a bit of a slog. Or usually. I mean, they've had a couple maybe that haven't been. It's just that the problem is keeping the manpower up has been an issue. Anyway, this one probably is going to be a non-starter. Copenhagen Wolves taking absolutely no chances. Oof. Well, you thought for a moment maybe Malenta could get some magic going with that Deagle, but I mean, he had the right idea. Just that Beaker's advantage coming into play here. Biek waiting at CT. And he's the last one waiting here. Perhaps just for his death. Mateos clearing the angles, pre-firing them. That'll do it. Copenhagen Wolves are in the lead for the first time here on Mirage. And perhaps we'll be on the winning side of a 7-5 scoreline heading into the second half here on map 2. Don't forget, guys, after this one, we still have one more match. It'll be Preezy up against Rush B. And I think the picture to be painted on that one may be a lot clearer in terms of who will be at the advantage, but we'll get into that a little bit later. 1:40 on the clock. Final round of the half. And, ooh, an opener almost found there for the Copenhagen Wolves time agent. Lucky to get away with his life. His teammates may not be as fortunate. Tapeware, speaking of fortune, I don't know how he doesn't take more damage from 2 nades sailing his direction. Mateos supporting. Tapeware's finally gone. Unfortunately, forced -72. So are they as a whole. 3 players eliminated from mid. Biek and Barosto, the last 2 standing. Barosto may be overlooked. Nope. I mean, they're just too sharp for the Copenhagen Wolves right now. Biek, last one standing. 1v4 required. Missed shot won't help. Yeah. Gotta say, guys, this round is completely done. Biek spotted out. No armor. No util. Really, no chance. Jaquinho will get the last, and Copenhagen Wolves will take a 7-5 lead into the second half onto their CT side. Let's go back to the numbers here. You're looking at the Copenhagen Wolves on their T side of the last 3 months. Their round win percentage is 43.1%, so they've gone above that in this map. On CT side, it's better. 50.7% of their rounds are victories on CT side, so this is only trending in their direction even further. And you look on the other side for -72, maybe you could say as a silver lining, they have a much better T side than CT side, only winning 36.7% of their CT rounds and winning 52.8% of their T rounds, which is actually a very surprising stat, right? Because usually you see teams having a CT lean on a map like Mirage, but it's the opposite for -72. So perhaps hope is not all lost for them just yet. Here we go. Pistol round. Copenhagen Wolves did win their second half pistol on Dust 2. Let's see if they can repeat that here. Well, that's a good start. Jaquinho and Jorko get a couple. There is one back, but only one. And, well, okay. Hold on a second. No. Almost got interesting towards the B side because Biek gets the good shot over on Mateos, but eventually he's fallen as well, and that leaves it up to the clutch from Malenta. He had a couple of them over on Dust 2, one of them being a 1v3. And there's a possibility here of him being able to repeat that success, right? Mateos is low. If he clears him out first, oh, that Molotov might give him away. That might be it. Yep. Belaney will get Malenta. That'll do it. I mean, if he throws the Molotov more shallow for the platform, then he has an instant frag. There's no way that he's going to get away from that over on, I think it was Mateos' side. But after that, you still are giving away your position. So one way or another, he does fall in that round. 8-5 in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves. And it's another ridiculous round win streak for them. 7 in a row. -72 want nothing to do with this round in terms of investment aside from pistol upgrades. Everyone with a deagle. Hoping to hit some shots. Ooh, could get one. Jorko was playing anti-flash, but Inhuman was looking towards window. Oh, and now the pressure's on. Well done. Malenta does get an opener, though, onto Belaney. After that, 2 go back in favor of the Copenhagen Wolves, though. But now Barros, though, finding one. And this space onto the A side is interesting that they've gained. The problem is, and this is a big one, guys, they don't have the bomb. Does it even matter, though? Biak is going to get a couple of headshots. Jorko and Jaquinho are gone. Tapeware, the last one standing. Now they have to retrieve the bomb, and this is what could open a path into victory for Tapeware, right? Because he's got a couple of 1v1s that will be quite clear for him if he gets the A side in time, but he does not. Wow, Biek. Those 2 shots are ridiculous. With only 2 HP left. Milenta's probably dead. Yeah, there you go. So a 1v1, and Biek only at 2 HP. This is not going to be great. I'm surprised to see Milenta playing a cutoff angle in that situation with his player so low on HP on that site. Now Biek's going to have his hands full, and the smoke is there too for Tapeware. He's going to toss it onto the bomb, win the fight, and win the round. That's a shame for -72C and Biek as well, who pulled off a couple of nice shots. Maybe could have played it better in the post plant. We're still at a disadvantage given what they were going up against in terms of hardware. But still. Copenhagen Wolves survive the threat, but it does cost them a pretty penny. 9-5 in their favor. Looking to hit double digits now. An important round coming through for -72 as well. And they won't have the op on their side. In fact, Time Agent just going to stick with the scout. I take that back. Time Agent going for the AK instead. You know who does have an op? Jorko. And he's been really good with it. 20 frags in map number 1. He's got 10 here. Jaquinho and Jorko teaming up for a couple of openers. Jaquinho putting the pressure on from Cat. I mean, that makes life so difficult for Time Agent, right? Because he's got only 2 ways to go, forward or back. And he's looking at a smoke in front and bullets on the other side. Tapeware going to get another couple for himself, and that's going to do it. Like I was saying, right? You see a lot of these very one-sided rounds coming through for Copenhagen Wolves, and we just didn't get that from -72C, even when they were winning. Got something in my throat, guys. Doesn't want to go away. Just like that thorn in the side for -72C. Copenhagen Wolves and Tapeware, it seems, refusing to go away. Even when they had those leads, Copenhagen Wolves say, nope, doesn't matter. Clutch situations going their way even here at the early moments of the second half. And they've got their double digits. Mateos, no opener. Nice shot from Milenta. Can get the follow-up as well. He's been that spark for them, but no follow-up means that it'll be tough to get onto this B site. And Human trying to use that space that's gained in the flashbang from Biek to work his magic on that B site. And Biek does manage to get another one here onto Jaquinho. The problem is the trades have been good. So there's still a couple of players standing here on the Copenhagen Wolves side, and Time Agent has managed to find an AK off the ground. Oh, Jorko could be at risk here if Time Agent goes the right way. Time Agent decides just to plant that bomb. They think it's B. They do not think the bomb is planted A. This is a misstep from the Copenhagen Wolves, and I mean, I think once they realize, they might just say, well, we're too far. We don't have the kit. Might as well save. I don't know why they don't have kits, to be honest with you guys. Probably should. With the money they have. Yeah, I mean, you see Belaney picking up the MAC-10. He was absolutely convinced that the bomb was planted towards the B side, or at least expecting someone to be there. But no one's home. No one's chasing. -72 will secure a round here. So something, a little bit of something here for -72. The thing is, remember, they did pick up one round in that second half, and then they were immediately isolated afterwards. Let's hope for their sake that it won't be the case again here. I think a little bit of fortune going their way in that one. Winning the trades and Copenhagen Wolves guessing wrong. because Jorko was right there, or at least Jaquinho, I should say, was right there with the AWP. Oh, Mateos in a great spot to punish. Barosto goes through that smoke, but he won't. Mateos actually one of the last ones standing here towards the A site. Tapeware does get Biek. This was chaos, and somehow Copenhagen Wolves are coming on the other end of it. There is a trade there from Barosto, but he's going to be the last one standing as Jorko takes care of Malanta. 2v1. Bomb recovered by Barosto. Knows that both players are towards the A site, so he's going to try and potentially hightail it into B. As I say that, he slows up his pace. And because he does, Tapeware will find himself in towards bench. Ooh, looking the wrong way. So Barosto gets a little more ground gained. And he gets the headshot on Tapeware. 1v1 now. Jorko knows where he is, and he exposes himself to market window, does Barosto. And Jorko will punish every single day of the week in that situation. Copenhagen Wolves isolate the round victory again for -72C. They're on to 11 and 2 round victories away from the top 8 here in the play-in for CCT Season 3 Series number 3 in Europe. Going for broke here on -72C. Investing down to their very last dollar. 3 AKs, MAC-10, a Deagle, try to charge in. Malanta gets the opener. Fellaini the trade, and the Malanta follow-up. This is what we haven't really seen from Malanta on this map, but it's erased by Mateos, and again, Mateos, 2K for him. Inhuman, trying to pull this one back, but he takes so much damage that engagement that he just has to tuck back and hope that his teammate can do the rest. Unfortunately for him, he can't! And Jaquinho will get the last 2. Copenhagen Wolves on to 12, at least made interesting in that round by -72C, but the Copenhagen Wolves were a step ahead of them at every turn. 12-6. And this is an 11-1 run for the Copenhagen Wolves. It'll be crazy for them to end 2 maps in a row on these ridiculous runs, but it feels like it's going to happen. 2 AKs, 2 Galils, and the Deagle. -72C might be in their last round of this series of CCT. And that's not going to help them. Jorko gets the opener, but he gets caught out. Biek trade comes through. Oh, they spot Biek and Malanta trying to slip through. Now it's time agent gone in the round. The series is done. Copenhagen Wolves have qualified to the top 8 of the play-in, and -72C are gone. I mean, look, in this series, you had -72C both maps getting off to good starts, which is always important, right? You want to get off to those hot starts. You want to be able to build some momentum into a map and put the pressure on your opponent. The problem is, once that pressure was applied, they really couldn't do it in the rifle rounds. That's when things really slipped away immensely. And I think another thing that cost -72C, and I was saying it a lot throughout this series, is that they couldn't get those convincing round victories where 4 or 5 players left alive, which the Copenhagen Wolves were doing repeatedly, right? A 13-1 run to close out map number 1, a 12-1 run to close out map number 2. I mean, you know, it's pretty clear, right? When the pistol rounds are won by the Copenhagen Wolves and they get those rifles quickly, they get the round victories in turn. And when they lose the pistols, yes, there's a few rounds that might not go their way. I would even argue on Dust 2 that it was more than that, although it took a couple of clutches to get -72, that is, up to that 7-0 lead. Once the rifles were firmly in the hands of Copenhagen Wolves, it was pretty clear who was the better team. Simple as that. So that's going to wrap this one up here. Copenhagen Wolves, as mentioned, do move on to that top 8. -72C going to have to try again next time and see if they can find some more success. We'll be moving on to the next map, Preezy up against Rush B. I think we got a decent little break coming through here, guys. But when we come back on the other side of it, we will be talking about how that match should play out. Keep it locked here on CCT.
Eventually, everything must fade.
I'm happy like a child. Getting closer, I'm torn apart.
Eventually, everything must fade.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
All right, we're back here getting ready to go with our final match of the day to decide who will be the final team going to that top 8 here at the play-in. It will be Preezy up against Rush B. And I mean, this is a rematch technically of earlier matches in this group, and it didn't go well for Preezy previously. But let's kick things off talking about this Rush B squad. Oh, excuse me. Well, we'll talk about the schedule first and what's already happened. Of course, Monty getting that 2-0. They move on. Chemistry do move on as well. And as we just saw, Copenhagen Wolves with a 2-0 over minus 72 seats. So those 3 teams are going to move on to the top 8 now. We'll see who will move on between Rush B and Preezy. And now we'll have a look at Rush B's roster. And this is a team that's been doing pretty well for themselves over the last little bit, the last 3 months. And if you look at their last 10 series, for example, they've only lost 2 of them against Leo and G2 Ares, which is G2's academy team. So, I mean, that's not too shabby. That Leo matchup was a bit surprising, perhaps, because of the upward momentum that Rush B have had over this last little bit. But it was still a good series, 10 to 13 losses on both maps. I think Rush B probably want that one back, and we'll see if they can repeat their success against Preezy that they had previously. And talking about, the key players in the squad, I mean, you see the core actually of Kinky and I believe Executor and Texi. Those 3 have been together for 2.5 years, I believe now. Yes, you look at Rush B, it's only a year and 6 months, but they've been together since the Moon days and even before that with Sun Esports. So it's been a while for those 3, and they've been working together trying to punch their way through this tier 2 level and maybe get up to a tier 1 level, but it's got to start here. Of course, I think they're focusing more on tier 2 and making a name for themselves that's more pronounced, and I think that's really started to happen, and mostly because of the success that we've seen on the side of Texi, right? A 1.17 rating over the last 3 months. And if you look right behind that, Zinni and Executor not far back at 1.11 ratings, 1.08. I mean, this whole team's kind of been firing on all cylinders. I think it's impressive overall to see what they've been able to build up. And again, talking about their history over their past wins, it was Zero Tenacity, which are a strong team, or at times a strong team, depends on the day you get them. Preezy, Incilio, Sky Fury, Eternal Fire, that's a good win for them there. Force Reload and K27 a lot of, I would say, nice wins in the mix there for the tier 2 level anyway. So it's good to see them finding that space and going into what could be, you know, another CCT series for them, something to build off of. That'll be strong for them. Anyway, let's switch gears now and talk more about the Preezy squad. And this squad, I think today, yeah, we're going to get Becker. For a moment, as far as I knew, I think that it was supposed to be Sick as a part of this roster. Sorry, not Sick. Sync that was supposed to be a part of this roster as of May 29th. But either that was an experiment that ended quickly, or perhaps they just haven't had a chance to really bring him fully on board. I don't know what the case might be, but he was acquired from AAB Academy on May 29th. And we'll see if that actually comes through. But for now, we have Becker, who was on the roster, considered to have left the roster as of May 17th, is still here to at least play in this match right now. Of course, Nico needs no introduction from TSM. Not the Nico that's playing at the major, of course, but he is of similar, I don't want to say similar success, but he's had his moments in history with OG. He's been with Optic, Heroic, so many teams that he's played with throughout CSGO. Started at 00 Nation in CS2, but more on the inactive side. Played with the TSM roster for a little bit when that experiment was going on. Had 5 months there, and now he's found himself on Preezy. So certainly Nico, a player to watch on this Preezy side, who can be a difference maker, but that hasn't necessarily been the case yet in the 16 maps he's played with them. And the roster's in flux, and I think that's kind of obvious with Sync having played 3 maps, not playing anymore. I don't know if he's just not available right now. And then you have QX as well, who's joined for the last 12 maps. Asilion and Griller are the only 2 players that have been around for quite some time, and are still part of that previous core, with 35 maps for Asilion, who's the IGL, of course, and 31 for Grillers. So yeah, it's very much in flux for Preezy, and the results are kind of showing that as well, especially this previous one that they just played up against Rush B, where they lost 13-5 on Ancient and 13-3 on Nuke. It really, unfortunately for them, wasn't really close, and I think I'm curious to see if the veto is going to take a different direction. And with that said, why don't we check out the veto and see what maps we're going to get. And okay, yeah, it is going to be a little different. We still got the Nuke in there picked by Rush B, which makes sense, but then Inferno going to be picked by Preezy with Ancient as a decider, which, I mean, isn't that bad. Obviously, if you look at the map pool for Preezy, Nuke and Ancient are their top maps, so for them to get Nuke is probably good, but going into Inferno is, I don't want to say a risk, but probably makes sense given the way Ancient played out last time. It still is a risk because Rush B's map pool is a lot deeper. It's as simple as that. Like looking at the maps that they're good at, Nuke, I mean, they played so many. They play so many maps of Counter-Strike, do Rush B. But yeah, 21-14 on Nuke, 18-12 on Ancient, 16-7 on Mirage, and 10-8 on Inferno. They don't really have a weak map, and I think that's a very good thing at the tier 2 level, to really be able to build up your map pool and have something strong as Rush B do. The only weakness maybe is Anubis and Train, and I mean, we're still going to get the Ancient. So, I mean, no matter which way you slice it, this is a Rush B lean on the veto that they already looked good on previous, not the veto, but they already looked good up against Preezy in the previous engagement. So yeah, it's going to be a difficult task for Preezy to crack through against this Rush B squad. And yeah, we'll see if we get to Ancient. I think the only way we get there is Inferno being picked up here by Preezy. I don't know. Look, we talked about Nuke being a map that Preezy are serviceable on. They did just beat Unity on it 13-7, but they've lost 4 of their last 6. And one of those was, as mentioned, again, against Rush B. So I don't know if Nuke's going to go their way. Inferno's a maybe, because Rush B have had some struggles there lately, only winning 1 of their last 5. That one against Eternal Fire. But the other 4, not really that close, right? Like a 3-13 loss to Sangal, 5-13 against Paravision, and 8-13 against G2 Ares. But we'll see if Preezy, I don't know if Preezy's in the same conversation, right, as those teams. So we'll see how things will go there. And that's the map that Preezy must win. It's a win condition, of course, in this series for me, because I'd be very shocked if they come through on Nuke and are able to pull that off against Rush B. And then Ancient, it's both teams' home turf, so to speak, like a map that both teams enjoy playing. So I would, again, probably lean Rush B on that one. It's going to be maybe less of a lean than Nuke, but still. All right, well, let's see what the head-to-head's got to bring us here. between these two squads. I imagine, yeah, we're going to get Texy on one side with a 1.16 rating over the last 3 months, and we have Becker on the other at 1.22. ADR is good for Becker, but he hasn't played that much, and I think that shows in his stats. So it's hard to say whether we're going to get a Becker that's going to deliver at that level, especially a player that was technically dropped from the squad, right? Like, it wasn't considered to be part of this squad anymore on the Preezy side. In fact, considered a historical player, right, on HLTV, but he does have 21 reps with them over the last 3 months and a 1.07 rating throughout that time. So this is just the recent results that we're looking at here for Becker, not necessarily what we saw over the last 3 months for him. So we'll see. We'll see if it goes well for him. On the other side, we already, I touched on it before, but again, just to highlight Texy's strong performances on this squad. I think technically 1.17 rating over the last 3 months, but, it's a 0.01 difference, not really that big of a deal. And then doing the damage. I believe he's also very strong on openers. Yes, he's got a 1.08 rating in terms of openers, 55.2% success rate, and takes 20.3% of the attempts for opening duels. I believe that most vets on T side, excuse me, no, it's CT side, where he's taking the majority of his opening duels. We'll have to wait and see if that is going to be a point of success for him once more, but certainly a player to watch. Just checking out here if we have any update on terms of the server, guys. It looks like we're still waiting for some players to join up, so we are going to hit that break. When we come back, we'll jump right into map number 1. See you soon. All right, and we're into the thick of things here. Map number 1 on Nuke Rushby's pick. Preezy. Have Becker waiting here towards Hut. This is where the majority of the push will be coming through here from Rush B, and he gets 2. Nice job from Becker. The third as well, Executor gone. And a 5v2 just like that in favor of Preezy. A dream start for them, and Becker on for the ace now, and he finds it. Becker, all 5 frags in the round. What a way for him to open things up here. We highlighted him in the head-to-head, and you can see why, delivering moments like that. 1-0 in favor of Preezy, who has to be feeling good about that, and Becker immediately onto the op here, wasting no time getting the big green in his hands. Obviously, with 5 frags, you can do that. You got the money built up. Even has the body armor as well, which, I mean, not having head armor might be a problem against pistols. Because of, like, things like that. Where he gets the headshot on Griller to open up ramp, and there you go! Comes back to bite Becker. Doesn't really matter because it's the Deagle. It would have been a kill anyway, but still, Zinni gonna get that. Now Kiro finds QX. What is happening here? How does this materialize? This is a full-on eco. This is an eco in every way, shape, and form with some upgraded pistols, and Rush B have a 5v1. Not even close. Goodness me, Nico, you gotta get 1 here. Okay, at least 1 comes through. Maybe the second as well, but Nico gets dinked on the fade away from Executor, and Executor just dodges that nade by going down the ladder. Nico? I mean, he's probably done. Yeah, there you go. Texy will get the last one. And Rush B strike back with a vengeance after losing the pistol. Not even a force buy. Just an eco round. That's all they needed. Headshots galore from the Deagles. They pick up the op off the ground. And look at the buy-up they have now off of the upgrades from the previous round. 3 upgrades come through. 2 A1Ss in the AWP. Then a couple of AKs bought up. And now Preezy are on the pistols. After a dream start, hand delivered to them by Becker, they're immediately reset. Jeez. All right. Preezy's certainly not feeling great about that one. How can you? Economy, fortunes, momentum, everything you could possibly ask for in Rush B back in their favor after only 1 round. Becker looking for some more pistol magic. This time with the 5.7. Throws the smoke out. That'll delay Rush B further. And I mean, with only 45 seconds left, they'll have to make a decision here. There's only 1 piece of util left for Preezy, so they won't be able to stop them with that. They'll need to do it with the guns. Kiro looking to set up some util for his team to punch through, which makes sense with him having the op in his hands. Wants to get that Molotov out for top hut. There you go. Clear it out. Asilion has to jump down. Makes a lot of noise in the process. Still only 22 seconds left. These pistols become rifles with very little time left. And we'll see if Preezy can strike through with 1. But no, the actual rifles do sing for 3 frags. Becker and Griller, last 2 standing. Still not much time left. Can they deny the plant? No! So close yet so far. I mean, maybe denying the plant would have won the round, but he misses the shot, and Rush B are right on him as soon as that happens. So it will be a second round. I don't think there's any casualties in that round for Rush B. They built up their economy even further. Anti-eco now. Man, just that second round, though. I mean, that one's gotta hurt so much for Preezy. Force buy doesn't work. Now they're on the eco. Just the USP, so they're going to stack up towards the A site. Looking at the pure numbers here, we kind of already hinted at it, but Nuke has not been great for Preezy. As you see the first frag come through. This likely a non-starter round. Asilion and QX pushing up into hut. Executor expects that and backs off. But yeah, I mean, numbers-wise, Preezy, less than a 50% win rate on both their CT rounds and their T rounds, 42.6% and 43% respectively. And then on the other side, it's Rush B, who have been absolutely loving this map. 55.6% CT round win percentage and 54.1% on T side. Not to mention, they only lost 1 over the last 10 here. So a 9-1 record over that period for them on Nuke. And a lot of them haven't been close. Yes, you've had some which have been down to the wire. The loss against Sashi, for example, 11-13. And then Sky Fury, a 13-10 win. And I believe the other one that was close was Incilio at 16-13. Outside of that, it's been single digits for their opponents, in some cases very one-sided. So as this round will soon come to a close, Rush B looking to build up even more momentum. Is this the ace? No. Cut short is Executor off that ace. But it doesn't matter. They've got plenty of cash. Cash for days. As they will reinvest here. Already 3 rounds on their T side. Looking to get more now. Preasy have to stabilize. They need it right here, honestly. You've got the loss bonus racking up, but 2,900 loss bonus with pretty much everyone having $100 or less on CT side is not great. So they need to win a round here to get themselves back into it before things really start to fall out of hand. Grouping up here in lobby are Rush B. Cillian hoping to connect on something. They kind of overlook him. No, they don't. Of course they don't. Flashbang going to get tossed by Kiro. Blinds 2 players, and Executor and Zinni will capitalize on that flash very well. Kinky spots out QX in the mini, and that'll pretty much end the round. Executor gets the trade immediately after Texi falls. And Rush B not fussed at all. Kiro's at 11k in money. Everyone else swimming in cash as well, like Scrooge McDuck. In his gold coin bath. Sixth round of play. Preezy. On the other side, they're pinching pennies. On to their eco. Slow approach by Rush B here. A couple of players going down into secret. And they will be joined by Kiro and Zinni. This is very much materializing into a B hit. And unluckily for Preezy, they're stacked up towards A on their eco. So once Rush B presumably get into this B site, we'll have the round. And as opposed to their namesake, this is not a Rush B. This is just a slow B take. Okay, there's a couple of players who actually managed to come down here. I don't know if it's going to make a difference at this point. There's just too much forward positioning here for Rush B, and you saw it there with Kinky spotting out Becker. A little bit of an engagement with the Cillian, but with his position known, I imagine things would be pretty clean going into the B site. There's Griller gone, Nico gone. Yep, there we go. All the frags start to come into effect, and it will be Rush B with another clean anti-eco round victory. They are up to 5. In a very bog standard anti-eco rounds for Rush B. Methodical, patient. As we head into a 7th round of play. Not much to really say here for Preezy, unfortunately. Aside from a nice pistol round for Becker and the ace, it's been very silent with the guns and the frags. I mean, look at that. Since pistol round, they've had 5 frags in 5 rounds. That's an average of 1 per round, and that's not good enough to win any round of Counter-Strike. I'll tell you guys that right now. It's probably obvious. Rush B looking to repeat their performance up against Preezy previously here in CCT. Okay, that's a good start here. Cillian does get the opener on Texi. That's outside control and aggressively found for Preezy, and they know no one else is there now. You have this 2-man setup at ramp. This could get dangerous for Rush B. I think they realize it, right? Cognizant of that possibility, so they throw the flashbang in towards ramp to try and keep those 2 players there and deviate themselves into the A site. It's the right call because there's only 1 player on the site proper. They do have 2 in mini, and there's a good smoke pop to allow QX to get a collection of the head of Kinky. But Zinni, along with Kiro, are trying to sail through here and get this bomb planted. They do get another frag to their name, 3v3, even numbers. HP's about even as well now, with 2 players low, 1 on each side. QX and Griller looking to go for this retake. The nade is in, and it's perfect timing for Executor. Man advantage gained. QX still trying to find something for Mini, but it feels like he has to fade off if he doesn't get something soon, and that's exactly the decision he makes. Becker and QX on the save after a round that actually started pretty well for Preezy. They get to Cillian in the action to find 1, QX as well, but it's Rush B who stormed back after losing the opening man, readjust themselves. That's the adaptation, right? The temptation in some situations is for, oh, QX is going to keep his gun. No. Executor dies, and, well, it's only 1 player alive at the end. Becker with the op, but that's not the point. You know, I liked that Rush B didn't go for that temptation to say, okay, we lost the player on the back lines. Let's punch through into ramp and try to win it there. Because if they go there, I think they did. I think they're dead. I think the round goes Preasy's way. But they don't. They throw a flashbang just to keep those two players planted in position and then deviate back into the A site, which is the last expected position, I think, for Preezy that Rush B are going to go to, given the circumstances of what occurred towards outside and the control they had of the map. Very good read from Rush B and great utility as well. Nice flashbang. Becker can't see a single thing. Nico does get the opener, but look at how much Rush B have gained here in terms of space towards the B side. Two players funnel down into the vents. Texi gets a response onto Griller. That's B opened up. And again, good decision making on the Rush B side. Shadow advantage for Asilion gives him a potential path back into this site. AK upgrade for himself in a round that was a half buy here for Preezy. This is going to be difficult Rush B to hang on to. I mean, Kuro and Texi up against 4 players. QX is defusing. It's a 10-second defuse, so that's the only disadvantage, but no one's really got sightlines onto the bomb. They don't even know he's defusing it right now, so this round's over. Well done from Preezy. Half buy works out for them. Felt like the advantage was going to go again in favor of Rush B, but Preezy catch off the players in the periphery. I think that's the key. Rush B just took a few steps too far away from the bomb, and Preezy were quick on them. And once they take that site control, they do not rescind it. A good decision to stick the defusal. Rush B, again, positioning-wise, maybe not the best for that plant. But they do finally surrender a second round to Preezy. We'll see if that's a trend or just a blip on the radar here for Rush B. Asilion, another opener. The IGL trying to spark his team to success here. Kuro, the instant trade onto QX. Kinky tries to walk out and doesn't get anything on Asilion either. 4v3 for Preezy. There's the nade toss in the smoke to make sure no one's hiding there. That is confirmed for Asilion. As Texi is maneuvering his way outside in the yard. They have made their way to garage. But it's going to be tough for them, especially with Griller on a flank here. If they hang around in garage too long, Griller's going to have a freebie. Timing not in Griller's favor for now. But it could be soon. It is. There it is. Griller going to get Kuro. 2 players left for Rush B. Griller spotted out, but he also got the spot on Zinni, so he knows where to look. I don't know what's the util out there, but does connect on the nade for half health of damage. In fact, more than that onto Zinni. 30 seconds left now. They do have the bomb. Texi in heaven. Watched by Nico. There it is. Preezy. A third. Pretty much confirmed with that frag. It's all thanks to Asilion. Again, right? He gets the opener, goes down into the vent, challenges towards Secret, finds himself a second, and after that point, Rush B, you know, both prongs of attack were shut down by the IGL. Zinni does get one here, but this is just damage that he's trying to do. Doesn't have time to plant the bomb. Has to make sure he stays alive here, although the money, because of how strong those first few rounds were for Rush B, the money's still fantastic. So they're going to have a buy up no matter what. But the IGL for Preezy, Asilion, taking things into his own hands. All right, well, Rush B, even if they lose here, they still got money. But they don't want to lose here. They want to get back to their winning ways where they were getting those convincing round victories and Preezy weren't able to really compete at all. I think avoiding Asilion might not be a bad idea here for Preezy. Nico, stuck in that smoke and gets caught out by Zinni. Great utility thrown by Rush B. A good counter flash by Preezy, but it's not enough. They can't capitalize off it because in the meantime, the flashes are sailing in towards Asilion, who is erased out of the picture without a single frag here. One back for QX and a second for Becker means this A site might stay under their control. That Incendiary makes life very difficult, and they both come out at the same time. One burning to the flames and the other to the bullets of the AK. QX, the last one standing. And there's nothing he can really do. just fading off into the sunset here is QX. Off another strong execute from Rush B into the A site. Maybe going to try and keep them on the site. That nade's going to hurt. Oof. Yeah, well, now, now there's no reason for him to peek at all. Should be able to survive the bomb here. It is very potent on Nuke. Even hits him here in CT spawn, but he's fine. Preezy loses 7th. And I mean, we were talking about the fact that Preezy had a nice recovery. They get their 3rd round, and, you know, a couple in a row was great. Problem is, they're on CT side of Nuke, and they only have 3 rounds here after 10. They have successfully kept Rush B off of double digits here on their T side, but they need more than that. They need another round victory, at least, to make things more competitive heading into that second half. Good job with the util here, tossing it forward, keeping Rush B at bay for a little bit. There's the smoke sailing in from Asilion. In front of Asilion, I should say. Griller gets the first onto Kinky. I mean, they got the setup here, Preezy, to deny, but what a shot from Kiro. That pushes Asilion back. Asilion over into control once more. Texi sees his Molotov get erased, and oh my goodness, Becker walks back turn to Texi, doesn't realize he was through there, and then Kiro, the last through the smoke after a chaotic finish to this round. Rush B get an 8th. Despite the chaos, they weren't the one losing the bodies. It was Preezy for the most part, and you see the result of that is the buy-up here for Preezy being down in the dumps. 3 MP9s, an M4, and yeah, another M4. So 2 M4s available to them. But this is a dire situation on a map where we didn't necessarily expect success from them. But you need that CT side to ring true for more than 3 rounds. Maybe here. They're trying for a lobby crunch. Watched by Zinni and Executor. Lobby crunch completely and totally erased, deleted, gone. Kiro and Zinni the last 2 frags, and Rush B will cruise into this second half with a 9-3 lead. Looking at that scoreboard, Executor, Kiro, and Zinni at the top of it. Zinni leading the charge with 15 frags. Unbelievable stuff. And you look on the other side, you had some flashes from Becker and Asilion. Asilion in particular, I think the key to those 2-round victories after they get pistol round, because he was able to get the openers both times, and then the second time he even took charge to get a second one, as Rush B were trying to make their way towards the B site. After that, though, you know, it went back to the usual way of the trending of the match, I would say, because Rush B are just absolutely decimating Preasy. Some of these rounds really not even close. Hard to paint a pretty picture out of this one. Already talked about the numbers being kind of poor on both sides of the map for Preasy. So I just feel like 3 rounds is far from enough for them. Let's see if they can prove me wrong. Here comes Becker. A stud on the pistol round with the ace previously. He's got the dualies again. He's going to go up against Kinky, and Becker doesn't get it, but his teammate does. That said, Executor and Texi get 2 back. What a denial there, and a pinch towards that side of the map. QX does get a response here to stop the pushes from coming in their direction. 3v3, now 3v2. Griller cycling around, almost gets the follow-up to give his team a significant advantage. Executor tries to upgate to the dualies, but he will fall, and so will Texi. It is another pistol round victory for Preasy. And at the very least, here's a silver lining for them. They get more rounds than they did previously up against Rush B when they lost 13-3. I know that's a minor silver lining for them, but maybe they can build off of that here more effectively than they did in the previous half, where they won the pistol and lost the follow-up round immediately. This time they'll have 4 rifles, 2 of them AKs, 2 Galils, and the MAC-10 to work with up against Rush B's mix of pistols, SMGs, and of course the Scout. Preezy, immediate wall of smokes here. I'll already have a couple players sent down secret. Rush B stacking up the A site. They're taking lobby control, though, which I think is important for Rush B to get aggressive here, to get some information, because then they'll be like, okay, maybe we can deviate our forces towards the B site, which they will need to do, since the bomb is headed there. Executor loses the fight with Asilion, though. Nice trade from Texi. What a shot from the Deagle from him. They got to be realizing now what's happening on the Rush B side. And the question becomes, do they go for it if the bomb gets planted or reset themselves? This engagement could be integral here in determining that. I was going to say, but actually no engagement materializes. Gorilla just waits. Doesn't actually go on that flank just yet. So now it'll be up to the forces here towards the B site to fend off the attempted retake, and Becker does it quite well. Pretty much full control. I say that, but the damage, the health bars don't tell that story. But it's okay for Preezy. They do convert their pistol round victory into a follow-up this time, and they cut the lead down to 4 rounds. So actually not too shabby for them. Will be a full eco here for Rush B. I think the question becomes, can Preezy compete with Rush B's gun rounds? It's not really about the anti-eco. Preezy getting aggressive here into ramp room, taking the space, hoping to win the fights. There are a lot of bodies here. In fact, almost every single player from Rush B has made it to the B site. Asilion charging through, more damage going Preezy's way than Rush B, so this gets a little scary with the pistols out. They're keeping control so far. And yeah, Zinni, unable to connect on anything, means that this is probably over. Yeah, definitely now, with only Executor left standing. So it gets interesting at the very least with the damage that was done by Rush B with those pistols. But not dropping a single body means that this is a 1v5 for Executor to try and pull off. He really has very little interest in it. I think his main mission is do damage, and he won't be able to do that. Lack of body armor means aim punch galore, as Asilion's SMG bullets just punch right through him. Preezy on to 6, but here comes the true test. Can they hang on in the gun rounds here against Rush B on Nuke? Four A1Ss and the A4. Up against what is technically a bonus round for Preezy. With the 2 MAC-10s in the mix. They have a buy-up in the next round regardless. That's the good news. They want it to be great news, though. And find a victory here to really bring themselves back into this map. Texi, opener. QX gone. Preezy's taking the space into ramp room. Good work from Executor. Get the information. There's a frag found from your teammate, and then just fall back into the B site. Don't give them anything for free. On the other hand, Preezy hoping for a quick recovery here because they've already got one down, and Gorilla is close to the grave with 30 HP. Slow approach here, 35 seconds left for Preezy. Now they're going to make the move, walking right into the crosshair of Executor. They're just waiting. I mean, Preezy's got to win fights, and they're not going to here. Kinky finding Griller. Asilion and Nico, they're gone too. Another clean round victory for Rush B, this time not losing a single rifle. And on the other side, the bonus round does not yield anything for Preezy. Shut down in their tracks at every single turn. 10-6 for Rush B, 3 rounds away from closing out their map pick. Sending us to Inferno. As mentioned before, still will be a buy-up available for Preezy. The op in play now for Becker. 4 AKs, a much stronger buy-up. Will their fate change in this round as a result is another question. Because we saw those full buy-ups in the previous half go Rush B's way pretty much every single time. Preezy trying to write their underdog story here. But pen has really yet to hit paper. Smoke's being tossed. Preezy. Slow and steady wins the race is their motto. At least for this round. And QX has actually managed to slip past Kinky's angle. This is a snake in the grass, if ever there was one for Preezy. Will it make a difference, though, as Kiro's found the opener on Becker? Asilian's trying to join up with his teammate. QX just waiting. He could catch one off guard very quickly here. There's no way they expect him to control. He makes noise! Oh, he makes noise, and he gives up his spot. There are two responses here. Still a chance for Preezy to recover, and even more so now, as Cillian has really been the catalyst for them in these types of rounds. 20 seconds left. He is lost now. Griller the last one standing. Does he have bomb? He doesn't. No bomb control. That was in Cillian's hands. Zinni just has to back away. He knows it. No reason to take a fight. He's got to plant that bomb, and he's going to walk right into Dexy's open arms. That will do it. Rush B win an 11th. Valiant effort from Asilian to try and bring that one back, but it just doesn't happen. It's not enough. 11-6 for Rush B. Timeout called from Preezy. Their second of the map. Talking things over. Deciding how to deploy themselves in what will be a force buy here. Need that util. Have to prioritize the util. Which means that I imagine Nico's going to sell it for an SMG. Could go for a Galil too and still get good util though. But he wants the full armor, the MAC-10, smoke and a molly. So I would say util perhaps a little lighter for Preezy than they'd like. But they want to have that ability to strike true with the rifles. And I can't entirely blame them for that. Especially considering the way these duels have gone. Griller, Nico, and Becker stacked up here in lobby. Looks like an A hit is on the cards. They want to try and get out here. Watching with the AUG was Kiro. Timing actually in favor of Preezy as they walk onto the site. No one's really here except, well, Zinni is still there. He's available for 2. I thought he was only going to be good for 1, and Kinky gets 2 back. Then Kiro retakes that space in heaven to take care of business. Rush B, even though it looked like things were trending in Preezy's favor, right? You only have 1 player to deal with on the site. You think it's going to be a quick trade. It's not. Zinni gets 2 before he falls. That's up to 18 frags now. And then after that, it just chaos ensues. And out of it, Kinky finds 2, and Preezy just cannot strike for another one. Unfortunate, to say the least, as it's a 12-6 lead in favor of Rush B. Flashbang's going to get tossed on both sides here towards Yard. I think Preezy just want to try and go quick, try to do something here with these Tech 9s. It's going to be tough with Kira watching with the AUG from Garage and Yard. Flashbang tossed. He's got support in Texi up close. Preezy's got that smoke. Or smokes, I should say, to try and get through, and they're going to use them effectively, so at least they get through to Secret. That's something. Snowballing with these Tech 9s could overload Kinky if he's not sharp with his shots. Kinky backs off. They're not even clearing him, but he does go down immediately after they realize he's in that position. So it's not the end of the world. Unfortunately for them, it could be the end of the map anyway. Executor and Kiro get a couple back. Driller and Becker, last 2 standing, and now it's just Becker. He's had his moments. He's at the top of the scoreboard, but now he needs to clutch a 1v4 to keep Preezy alive here on Nuke. What do you got, Becker? Well, he's got his back turned. Texie, who's waiting, and then we'll frag him. Oh, that is so brutal. Texie just waiting for him to turn around and then executes him. Rough. That is very rough for Preezy, to say the least. I think that's described as full control, right, for Rush B from start to finish. Yes, you had moments from Preezy, a couple of rounds here and there that came through in that first half, and they win the pistol and convert off of it in the second half. But outside of that, really nothing. I mean, those gun rounds were full control for Rush B. They had absolutely no trouble at all disposing of Preezy once the guns were available to them. It's as simple as that. There's not really much more to break down. Preezy were dominated again here on Nuke up against Rush B. And now we go on to a different playground, let's say, compared to the previous series, right? On Inferno. This is where Preezy want to go to. This is where they said, okay, maybe we'll have a chance at coming through it. I framed it this way in the pregame. Nuke, very unlikely for them. Very low percentage of them coming through with it. Inferno, on the other hand, perhaps they can try to make something happen on this map. Sure, they don't play it much, but when they do play it, they get some close engagements. They do have a win here up against Johnny Speeds. Sorry, it's not the biggest name. It's more of tier 3, but it is a win. And then against Wildcard Academy was a loss 10-13 in their previous map, but they were competitive at the very least. So there's something potentially that could materialize for Preezy. The bad news for them is that Rush B plays so much CS that teams try to punish them on Inferno quite frequently, which means they get 18 maps under their belts. Sure, their record's not the best. I think it's their third worst record or second worst, one of the two, on their map pool, but still 10 wins. They did beat Eternal Fire here. Yes, they're on a bit of a losing streak comparatively to the way they started on Inferno in March, I think it was. In March into April, it was actually looking pretty strong, even at the beginning of May, but lately it's been tough. So maybe that's what Preezy looked at. They said, this is something we could potentially abuse here. A map that we could maybe take. I just feel like that firepower difference might be too large. We'll have to wait and see to find out if they can come back and push us to a map 3, or if we only got a 2-map series on our hands after this break. All right, we're heading into it here. Preezy's map pick of Inferno, taking a chance that they're not necessarily comfortable on to try and find an upset victory up against Rush B. And look at Rush B go. They're already going down mid here, trying to win some duels. They win the first one, not the second. Good trade from Griller. Becker's waiting for more engagements to come through. They're going to start charging forward on the fadeaway. Griller finds 2 more. And a 4v2 in favor of Preezy. Executor does get one back. But Preezy trying to continue their pistol round success. Have won 3 of the 4 pistols so far. Looking to make it 4 of 5. And a little bit labored on the spray there for Nico. Leaves a 1v1 to be clutched by Becker. And he will do exactly that. So it is a 4th pistol round victory for Preezy. That hasn't been their problem, though. As we highlighted, it's the gun rounds that have mattered, and even in the follow-ups, right? In those 4 spies that Rush B have pulled off previously, not on the second map, but on the first map of Nuke, they immediately came back and won a stunner of an eco. It wasn't even the buy-up that came through, it was just the pistols. All 5 players were alive in that instance for Rush B. Cillion and QX, so hopping around for information. They got it. Texie spotted. He knows it. He's still got his smoke, though. He's not panicking by throwing that too soon. Waiting for more of an extended engagement to happen here before he utilizes that piece of utility, which is quite limited here for Rush B. There it goes. Now tossed out as the smokes were coming out on the previous side. That's some great counter util because that burns off so much time off of that smoke that they're forced to either pop it and flash through it or both, which is what they do. Executor, a good chance to strike here, and they absolutely do. Both Texie and Executor don't take any damage in turn, and Preezy is pushed back without even being able to answer at all. That is catastrophic. Griller, is he going to get caught off here? I don't know if he was spotted. I think he was. Yeah, Zinni absolutely knows. Freebie for Zinni. Oh no, is it happening again? This time it's a 4 spy, but still, if all 5 players are left standing for a second time after Preezy win the pistol, that would be nuts, and that's exactly the case! A 3K for Texie, and Rush B perfect on the 4 spy following a pistol round loss for a second straight time. It wasn't the 4 spy previously, it was the eco, but it doesn't matter. That is absolutely insane. Gotta be converting those. All right. Nade's gonna sail through, breaking that smoke. Well, actually, no, just a nade tossed over past the smoke to try and do some damage. Doesn't do that either. We are into the 4 spy wars. I'm not sure how long this is going to last. It depends on if Preezy can find success here or not. 4 Tech 9s and a P250. Executor, 1, 2. Texie with 2 as well. And only Becker left. Nice attempt by Preezy. But a perfect setup to counter it for Rush B. Good headshot. Probably it. Definitely. He tried to grab the MP9 off the ground, but the E key let him down. And that's going to do it for the round. So Rush B win the second. 4th round of play, and now it'll just be the eco for Preezy. And this is the crazy thing, right? Considering that Preezy only lost 1 pistol, they won 4, and yet... Or, sorry, why am I saying 4? I'm sorry, guys, my brain's not working. Holy cow, I thought we were map number 3 for some reason. Or I was just thinking back on the previous pistols that we saw from the other series. Anyway, let me correct myself and rewrite that story after this round. As Nico is trying to make something happen with the pistols, it doesn't. So, correction, they won 2 of 3 pistols. And in 2 of those, they lost the follow-up round immediately. That's just not the way it should go. I gotta fix my brain, guys. They want all the pistols. Whatever. Just stop talking about it. QX gonna spray down Executor. 5v4. Incendiary gonna get tossed forward. There we go. Kiro gonna take out a Cillion. Good response. After Preezy do find the opener. Oh my goodness. And he cycles back into apartments to find Nico trying to creep up. I mean, they've just got Preezy's number at every single turn. And again, this was a risk for Preezy to send it to Inferno because Rush B are no strangers to the map. They just thought that there was something here. But so far, it's just the pistol. Nice shot from Griller. Okay, okay. Maybe something materializing here. And no. Kiro swings around for his third. Now they go back to the B site. Taxi's waiting here. They don't even clear him. Oh my goodness. I mean, they tried to. I think it was QX whose intention was to clear that corner, but Becker came out first, looking towards CT. He drops, and then there's the immediate flick, which isn't really much of a flick. It's just a slight movement upwards to get that second one. As close to a lineup as can be without being a lineup. And Rush B get a fourth. Oh, you got to keep the gun, Taxi. Taxi trying to drop all the util and the gun goes with him. Like, oh, hold on a second, need that AK. Leaving that util behind for B. Okay, that's good. Opener here for QX, but immediate response again for Rush B. And more than that, that is immense damage. All 5 frags come through, unanswered, in fact. And Rush B will have Zinni on the 3K and a shutdown onto Preezy. Here come the guns again. AKs across the board for the Preezy side. Look at that money. It's often a way to see how dominant a scoreline actually is as Kinky gets the opener on Nico. Is you look at the amount of money they have in a 5-to-1 scenario. If you see like 1K, 2K, then you're like, okay, we've had some close rounds. But 10K plus for 3 players means it's been exceptionally dominant, as you guys, of course, have seen here. And with an opener there, I don't know if it's going to change. There is the response from Preezy, with Griller finding one. We've been saying Griller's name a lot, but it's the only one we've been saying, and that's why. Texi going to find a couple of headshots there as Preezy try to punch through, and they get close, right? Look at Texi and Executor's health, 50 combined. But they don't really have that second wave afterwards, right? They lose those 2 players, and the second wave is just Becker and Griller waiting behind the smoke. There's that punch back. That said, okay, Griller is going to slip through into the cubby here, arch side, but Kiro, how are you expecting that? What on earth? Becker is the last one standing. It feels like boys against men here. "14 seconds left. I mean, the round is done. I thought Becker would just want to save, but he's going to go out and try to take a fight, which is exceptionally risky with only 5 seconds left. Now they know he's here, and he could die after time. Well, luckily he doesn't die after time, and will get his loss bonus. Even that said, I mean, feels like it might have been better just save the AK. AK armor, not bad. Sure, you can buy it again, but we'll see. Timeout going to be called here. Preezy using another one. Rush B have not used a single one because they've been in control, as we already talked about. 13-6 on map number 1. The only rounds that Preezy were getting were off of pistol in that second half, majority of them anyway. Texy having a map for himself so far, 11-1. I think his stats weren't too bad. I think he was at the bottom of the scoreboard on the first one. Yeah, 10-7. But now he's at the top. So he's really been popping off here on Inferno. Previously it was Zinni and Executor at the top with 18 frags apiece, and Kira right behind them at 16. I don't feel like any of those players have slowed down either. They haven't. I mean, Kira at 7, Executor at 5, and Zinni the same. There's a mortar strike onto QX and Asilian. Little bit of util damage, but another one comes through on the other side for Rush B. And is that a nade as well that could sail in late? That could be so devastating if it's thrown at the right time. Not going to get tossed just yet, but they're walking into what will be an absolute slog. And look at that. Kinky and Texy find 3 combined. Executor on the mix as well. So little damage done by Preezy. What can they possibly do? Yes, it's just the eco round, but it falls flat on its face. Rush B feeling good. You see them celebrating a little bit with their crosshairs shaking around. It is 7-1. Rush B speed running their way through this series. Seemingly nothing, unfortunately for Preezy, has changed regardless of the change in scenery. Everything else remains the same. Nico, an opener, and immediately traded. Space game, though. That's something. I mean, they could put pressure onto A, could Preezy. Couple of players here. Zinni, what a shot. That's razor sharp, right? In a position where if he doesn't get that, then the site could get overloaded. Instead, he reinforces it and makes it a little less urgent for Texy to rotate from library and support this A site. Molotov sails in for deep pit. Zinni's not playing there, though. I think he'll be spotted as Asilian comes around. Yeah. Asilian expecting it. Zinni. Good spot for Zinni and mini pit. Griller does get a couple here, but he's the last one standing, and Texy will deal with him as well. 15-1 for Texy, and another multi-kill round for him. Only 1 death in these 9 rounds. That was in the round that Preezy won. He's been available in all 8 Rush B round victories. Unreal. 10th round of play. Asilian, despite, contributing to those rounds that they found over on map number 1, this time he's got the goose egg. Griller does get the opener, but they've been getting openers and not really able to capitalize on it pretty repeatedly. Here they do have a man advantage. It's soft, right? Because Nico's down to 31 HP. Asilian comes around that corner, wants his first frag, finally finds it. Executor's gone. They only have 1 player left to deal with. It is Kiro with the op. Spin sharp with it. Do they have any flashes? They don't. It's going to be tough to deal with now, even more so. Kiro finds the first, fades off towards new box, throws the nade as well. They don't want to challenge. They're backing off that completely because they found the space towards A. Now it's up to Zinni. Does he know the player's graveyard? Do we expect this at all? Absolutely not. This could be a second for Preezy. Looking at the money, there's no reason financially for Kiro not to go for this one. Maybe you could argue he wants to drop the op and find a rifle instead. Clearing a library. Wants to stick with the op. He's got the kit. I just don't see a path for him. I think he's just hoping to do economic damage, catching players going in towards Moto. They're just going to stack up into pit. Oh, no. Nothing. Can't do the damage. I think Asilian died of the bomb, though. That's one. No! The bomb doesn't explode. Wow. Half a second left until that happened. So Asilian does survive, and they get the second round victory. That's good. builds up some economy, gets them a little bit of a base. The problem is that economy and base has already towered over them in terms of Rush B. They are absolutely destroying it, both in terms of the rounds and the money in their bank accounts. So they have an easy buy up here with still plenty of cash to spare. Nades sail through. Preezy want to go for a quick take of banana. They've been trying this repeatedly and not finding much success. Aside from, you know, as mentioned, openers, then they lose the following duels. Oh my goodness. QX gets 2 nades dropped right at his feet, and then Texi finds a second. Another multi-kill round for him towards banana. Becker with 2 back though. Hold on a second. Executor and Kinky eliminated from the picture. You still have Texi, who's been the biggest threat towards this B site. Oh, this is bad. Yeah, I was watching on the radar. Kiro spotting out Nico, who walked right into his crosshair, and you still have Zinni here. Griller's got to expect it. He's got to be looking at this, because Zinni's been here every single round, and he is. So that is even numbers now. They need to get the bomb here. Becker's low, and it won't be watched. So it should be a bomb plant. He's just going to toss the bomb over. Griller gets that, and will plant it safely within the site. Molotov getting it tossed by Kiro on a flashbang as well. This is a nice crossfire, though, and they're coming right into it. Our Rush B. Oh, but they still get one. Kiro alive jumps on top of the box. Can't hit the shot, down to 26 HP. Only needs to hit the headshot, but he can't do it. Griller does that instead. And it will be Preezy picking up a 3rd round. Something to celebrate in a half that hasn't featured much for Preezy, but did a nice job of taking control of lane there, getting the important trades, and spotting out Zinni, who's been giving them a little bit of a hard time there over in Pit. And Mini Pit in particular. Timeout call for Preezy. They know it's not done yet because, well, Rush B have a ton of money. So they have to do the exact same thing up against the guns once more. This time they'll have the AWP at their disposal in Becker's hands and the 4 AKs around it with full util. Preezy need rounds, though. They need this last round. Anything to build up into a second half. Some kind of momentum. Oh, wow. What a shot from Becker. Pressure was on from Zinni as he just rolled around that corner aggressively. But Becker manages to get another opener for Preezy, which they haven't been short of here, as mentioned. Kiro, the immediate trade onto Griller. That may push them back from an A take. Oh, Executor, a little risky here because he doesn't have any support. Nate doesn't do much damage to him. He was already fading away, only 1 HP lost. Now Preezy have made the adjustment to B, but the reinforcements have arrived. It's not just Executor now. He's got Kinky with him. Smoke drop to dirt. To Preezy. Ooh. Nico. Nico. Trying to attract attention here towards this A site. He has managed to work his way out of Boiler. And then go back in the mid. That's not too bad. That keeps those 2 players at A frozen in their place. 35 seconds left. Here comes the execute for Preezy. That's a good molly as well. That'll keep Executor's toes warm. He comes around, not too fussed by it. Says, thanks for the foot warmer. I will take that frag. Good trade from Asilion, though. Kinky. Can't do anything either. Okay. Nice B take. And they also get Texi. 4th round may be secured here. It's down to Kiro only. Misses that shot through the wall. Now it's rotated over. Relying on the Deagle at this point. Needs some pretty wicked headshots, and this is being watched from Banana. He's dead! Well done! Preezy get themselves a 4th on the board as they head into the second half looking a little bit better than they thought they might. All right. So something, I'd say 2 of the best rounds that Preezy have played on the gun round so far. Which is good. They had to fend off a full buy for Rush B twice. And they achieved that. Now, I mean, if you can get your pistol success back in order here in the second half, you're looking at the possibility of bringing this down to only a 1-round lead for Rush B. That is if, and only if, they get another pistol here. Perfect so far in that category. They want to make it 4. And again, I say that, but they've also lost the follow-up buys, or ecos, twice after winning pistols. So it's going to need to be more of that second half pistol that we saw on map number 1. Rush B waiting for pushes. Flashing it out. Okay, well done. Not seeing anything. They're thinking, okay, well, let's go check out top banana. Maybe spotted a headshot or 2. QX getting information. There's the flashbang from Asilion. Not going to be capitalized on. They just want to keep Rush B guessing. There's the smoke. Good counter util coming through from Preezy, but they're going to have to win the duels. Need to be good on the pistols once more, and there's QX onto Executor. Trades on back. Chaos ensuing here on this B site. Who will prevail? It will be Rush B. Is their first pistol round coming through here at the worst possible time for Preezy? Griller and Becker are going to have to answer that question. They have the dualies. Need these close range engagements. Are hoping that someone's going to overstep here on Rush B. But it just isn't happening at all. And without the kit available to them, at least not in their person, time is ticking away at even the possibility of a retake. There's one for Becker. I don't even think they're going to activate off of this. They're not. They're just trying to save the armor. That is a curious decision for Preezy. I guess you can kind of understand it given the positioning and the lack of the kit. But still, would have wanted to see a little more fight out of them in the tail end of that round. Becker even loses the armor. And only one player survives out of that round. Rush B find themselves a 9th. And for the first time get to buy up after pistol. With rifles. Instead of just pistols and SMGs. Force buy for Preezy. Stacking up the B site as well. Don't mind it. Don't mind that at all. Could be setting themselves up for success here on a force buy of their own. Smoke's going to sail in. To be honest with you, I'm not even sure why they throw that smoke. You want them to go B. You don't want them to go back, and that smoke could deter them from heading into that B site. We'll see if the adjustment is made immediately for Preezy. No, they're still going to send 2 players up here close to the half wall. Not a bad idea with the MP9 and the 5.7, but the flashbang pretty much annihilates them, I would say. Asilion was blinded, and Kinky gets 2. And losing only 1 player in turn means that this will be a round victory for Rush B, because I would imagine Preezy want to carry these guns over into the following round. That'll do it. 10-4 for Rush B. 3 rounds away from picking up this series and eliminating Preezy from CCT EU Season number 3, Series 3. Checking in on those score lines again. Texi onto 20 frags, 20 and 5. Ridiculous numbers coming through from him. A strong turnaround from map number 1. Where it was, as already mentioned, Executor, Kiro, Zinni looking strong there. Still look good. But it's Texi who's carrying the load of the frags in his favor. All right, so Griller, Becker, and Nico They've got the guns carried over from that previous round. Maybe some upgrades and utility can still come through from Asilion and QX. And Asilion actually only going to get the 2 pieces of util. QX onto the 5-7. And they're going to stack B again. I guess why not? See if that works out. They're headed there on Rush B. Great flashbang tossed by Asilion. Nico capitalizes, finding that on Kinky, but they keep pushing forward. That might be a step too far. Molotov forward. Hero. Galil, nade sailing through. Just the util advantage for Rush B might be the difference maker here. That said, the frags are still managed to come through for Preezy. Damage done on both sides, more so on the Preezy side. Now, I would imagine that... Oh, no! I was going to say they need to fade off, but Executor with the double from the nade on the 2 low players. Oh, goodness me. QX is now alone towards A. And it will be an 11th round for Rush B. I really appreciate that effort from Preasy, though, right? They go for the stacking on the same site, trying to catch Rush B napping, perhaps saying, okay, maybe they won't expect the stack for 2 rounds in a row. No, Rush B expected it. They were ready for it. Look at the util that sailed in as well. That's wild. I mean, Preezy almost caught them off guard. Almost, right? They got the frags in. Things were looking good until that nade. Until that nade turned a 3v3 into a 3v1. QX, a little bit of damage on the tail end. Some money built up. But it will be Rush B finding an 11th. Here comes the buy-up. Probably the last one for Preezy if they don't win this round. Four A1Ss in the AWP. Becker can't get any util as a result, but they don't want him to have util. They want him to get frags with that op. See if they flash him out into mid, or if he's going to play banana. Looks like he's going to play banana, would be my guess. We'll see. QX waiting with the A1S. Incendiary and Molotov trade spots. So no one can move a muscle just yet. They both fade away. There's the spot for QX, the frag! Yes! And he does manage to help get that second one as well. Griller connecting on it. A little bit messy. Flashbangs were everywhere. But Preasy do get that 2-man advantage, but they pay the price in terms of health with QX at 32 and Nico limping along at 1 HP. Becker, though, connects onto Zinni. That could put this round away for Preasy. We'll see. 2v5 required. There's the first. They expect the second player in pit is the question. They're going for that spam. With the double box. No, they don't expect the second. So Asilion takes care of business onto Kiro. Executor. Last one standing. Molotov going to get tossed. Certainly possible here. There's the first. Second maybe? Oh, no. Couldn't do it. Great effort from Executor, but there's just too many targets and too little time for him to find that. Not to mention a no-scope for Becker to cap things off. Preasy do manage to find their way to a 5th round. But the money, while it is a little bit low on the Rush B side, they should still have enough to get most of what they want. And you see that there. 2 AKs, 2 Galils, and the MAC-10. And the important part is they still have their utility, which you absolutely have to deploy as effectively as possible here on this map of Inferno, round after round. There's that banana battle happening again. This time, Preasy aren't going to be as aggressive on it. Still have QX of the sandbags. And is he trapped here? Well, yeah. He throws the smoke forward instead and almost dies as a result of it, because that nade sailed in afterwards, chasing him down to 8 HP. $115 on the clock. Rush B haven't taken a lick of damage yet. See Preasy with a heavy presence on B once more. That might be short-lived, because I think they wanted to trade spots. Yeah, QX with the low HP, they moved him in towards CT into more bunkered down position. And they keep 2 healthy players on the B side instead, with Griller boosted up over the new box. 45 seconds left. Rush B moving into A. Executor finds the opener on Nico. There's only one player left here, and he's going to be surrounded very shortly. Becker trying to hit the shot. Does on the first. Gets back into cover two, but that will be all he gets. Executor takes care of that. 4v3 in favor of Rush B, who are flirting with a 12th round victory. And it's just going to be a save. Yeah, there's really not much of a choice. If you look at the money here for the Preasy side, they have a couple of AKs in their hands, an MP9, which is not ideal. I think there might be a rifle on the ground for QX to pick up somewhere. Oh, no, there isn't, because all the frags went towards the A site, so he's just going to have to keep that MP9 up. At least makes them have a better chance of success in the follow-up round. But it's not going to be any easier up against Rush B, who are going to have a 12th. They're going to have the 4 guns saved over, so they don't get punished in terms of their economy. It'll be an easy buy for Zinni. Someone could drop him. He could get his util. They'll be more than fine. Last chance for Preasy. They took a gamble. Went to Inferno, where Rush B have been struggling lately. But it's not a map that they have many reps on, and it's unfortunately for them kind of showing. Rush B have a 7-round lead and only need one of those rounds to close out this series. There's that nade deep banana for Preasy, and it doesn't do that much damage. Rush B are kind of waiting on the outside of banana. Not going in too aggressively. That Molotov's actually going to shake things up for Preasy and keep them on notice. Unbeknownst to them, no one is actually going towards this B site yet for Rush B. I think that's a missed smoke. Yeah, it is. So smoke thrown at mid. And then they get one in towards Moto. That was the intention, I believe, initially. Asilion completely flashed out, destroyed by Kinky and Texi. There is a trade back from Becker. But the hit's on here towards the A side. Need a big play from Nico. There's the first, and actually he survives and puts his head down for cover here at Mini Pit. Incendiary onto the site. Nico's doing work here. Kinky gone as well. It's down to Zinni and Kiro. Zinni eliminated. Kiro, the only one left with the op, hits the first. Swings around to try and get the second. That won't happen. Great work from Nico. Had to really stand on his head, honestly, to make that possible for Preasy and get the reinforcements in place. And does exactly what's asked of him. In fact, more so, because he survives the whole engagement and is still alive here. Speaking of being alive, Preasy are still going here, still kicking on Inferno. Was that enough to break the economy of Rush B? Kind of. They could have opted for a half buy. Instead, they say, nope. We've got the confidence. We are forcing up 2 Galils, an AK, and 2 Deagles. The Deagle's the bit of a limiting factor, but outside of that, it should be okay. Utility is a little lighter, but also not too bad either. Early damage favoring Preasy. Boost for Becker. Ooh, thought he was going to hit that shot. Get another chance. He does, but he misses that too. That was not an easy one, of course, so he'll just fade off. A little bit of util damage on that fadeaway. Executor gets the spot towards the A site. Kinky pushed back by the Incendiary. Grillers wants to peek around this. And he's going to win that fight against Kinky. That might send Rush B forward down banana, but instead it actually makes them back off and reset a little bit. So there's still time on the clock for them to think about how they want to deploy their forces here. And in fact, this is the correct call, because Preasy have sent a 3rd player towards the B site. If they get a Asilion here, this round's on. Asilion only 1. That might not be good enough. Trade is in. Still got the 3 rifles. Nico was great in that previous round. Needs to be again here. He's got the support of Griller, but Griller's kind of smoked off, so he's going to have to push through that. That could be to his disadvantage, but they overlooked Nico, and there he is again. 2K for Preasy keeps them going as QX takes down Texi. Now they're in an anti-eco situation. Not much going to be bought up from Rush B, if anything at all. You have a flashbang in Executor's hands. Pistol upgrades? No, they're not going to. The only reason Executor gets that is because he can stay above 2K by buying the flashbang. 20th round of play. Smoke gets tossed in for banana there by Preezy. Creative one thrown, of course, from CT spawn. And I mean, there's really not much Rush B can do here aside from flash out through a smoke and hope that they get a frag. Maybe just go for a straight pop flash. There's that flash. Is the frag? No, not yet. Well, perhaps not ever. Definitely the latter. QX going to take care of business with Griller. A full house amongst them. 3 for QX and Griller with 2. So 8 rounds. Okay. Still a daunting task for them. Having been down 12-5. Need to win out just for overtime. And another big test here. Rushby buying up once more. 3 AKs and 2 Galils. Probably getting a little frustrated that it's taking longer than they thought it would to get past that finish line. And now wondering if they can even take their step across it. Op shot misses the mark. Incendiary lands in front of Becker to try and keep a push away from his op. And a little bit of chip damage happening on both the B and A site. So you see Griller down to 53 and Asilian at 73. Everyone's still full health on the Rush B side. They got the lurk in Executor. Getting into Boiler. He's technically got a 1v1 if he comes out of Boiler here with the Arch player. And having heard that smoke thrown, might be tempted to have a look back in. Time ticking away here on round number 21. 55 seconds left for Rush B to make their play. I think they might have been called over by Executor. 3 players coming up mid. Executor waiting the apartments. Has to turn around. Has to turn around. He does. Does he hit the shot? No. Nico closes the gap. Executor just wasn't expecting it. Now Becker hits the op shot onto Kinky. This push may have already been fended off here. And it has. Texi, the last one standing. Preezy are impressing. And they will shut down Texi in the 1v4. Preezy, 9 rounds picked up. That's going to be the first timeout that Rushby have called throughout the entire series. 12-9. Their money's kind of in the dumps. They're deciding how they want to do this. Do you force up again into what has been a pretty effective CT side here for Preezy? Or wait and go for the eco? I imagine the call's the eco and they're just discussing what's going to happen after this round. A little more aggressive of an investment than I expected, but I guess when you have the full loss bonus, you can afford to do this. 2 Deagles, body armor for 3 players, a Tech 9, and a Scout in the mix. Scout often underrated, I would say, in terms of its potential to turn rounds on their head because of tags. Just getting that tag damage and how quickly you can maneuver around corners repeatedly to do so and be impressive and effective. Anyway, Griller's going to get one. There's that Scout. Not even a tag. That's a bag. Headshot for Zinni. They're going to push up off of it. Upgrade for Executor to the AWP. That's such a huge find. Now they know Nico's here. He's been here every single round. They just have to take care of him. That's another story, though. They can't. Nico, 2 frags, finally runs out of bullets, but Asilion is right there with Griller to take care of the rest. And Preezy, unexpectedly here, on to double digits. This one was a blowout for Rush B in every way, shape, and form, but Preezy finally awoken. 2 rounds remain in regulation. If Preezy win both, we're headed for overtime. If Rush B win a single one, this one's over. Rush B, E-code. They wanted that op up in Kiro's hands. They've got it. Everyone else onto the rifles. Oh, this nade. Is it going to hit the mark? No. Misses everyone. Follow-up doesn't. Kiro down to 43. kind of a default setup for Rush B, kind of waiting for pushes to come their way. And they haven't really been able to find much on Executor's Lurk. Making their presence felt at Banana, dumping a lot of util in that direction. But speaking of util, Preasy's pacing it well. They've still got a lot available to them. Not going too aggressive in that Banana hunt, which is tempting at the beginning of the round. Down to 1 minute our Rush B. They haven't really gone for a quick rush. So, not living up to their namesake here. We've seen slow approaches every single time on their T side. Now they're all grouped up towards B. With 43 seconds left, this has to be their final destination. They're going to try and fake an A hit. Some good util to do so. That'll keep all those players, 3 of them, with their feet firmly planted on A. There's no way they move a muscle. At least not early enough to help out their teammates towards B. Here it comes. Rush B trying to close the door. QX gets one. Becker alive, and he gets another one for himself. Can they close him out quickly enough? No, they can't. Becker collects another frag and does so much damage to the rest of these players. Texi and Kiro down to 45 and 43 HP respectively. This makes this retake extremely viable for Preezy. Kiro gone. It's all down to Texi. 23 frags. Needs to hit 26 right here to end this one. Flashes are in. Util's available, but now it's been spent. Do they expect Texi in this position? Not clean on the spray. If he was, maybe a chance, but it will be an 11th for Preezy. The unlikeliest of comebacks here is absolutely on. 11th round found. Bomb plant, at the very least, allows Rush B to get the money in. But what a great job from Becker. Back literally against the wall there with the AWP. Is able to deliver a couple of frags before he falls. And not to mention the util damage and everything that was sailing through from Preezy. That left Rush B very, very isolated on that B site with no util, no health, and in the end, no chance at a round victory. Okay, down to this. Rush B had 7 chances to close this out. They're down to their last one. Oh, and an opener finally for them. That is something that Preasy's done a great job of throughout this map, is getting opening frags, but this time they lose the first, and QX and Griller eats a nade. Goes down to 43 HP. That B side is exceptionally light, and Preasy's not reinforcing it. No one's even close to being able to reinforce this. So, if Rush B decide to go in this direction, Griller's going to have to get probably 2 to make this even an argument. Hoping that the util he's tossing down will deter them, and so far so good in that regard. I mean, Preezy didn't move a muscle. 3 players stacked up on that A site. Finally, they are second-guessing themselves, and at just the wrong time. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They had the right idea, and Rush B have outplayed them. Flashbang's going to go in. They're making themselves heard, or have they outplayed them? Is it just fake after fake coming through? We'll see. It feels like they wanted to double back, but time is against them at this point. 28 seconds left. Texi finding that one is absolutely immense. He won't get anything more, but it keeps 2 players towards the B side. Now the actual hit is going towards A. Shot missed by Becker. Needs to be better. He gets 1, but that might not be good enough. 3v2 now. They've got the smokes isolating that position. And Zinni through it. Collects Nico. Last one standing is Griller. 1v3. Oh, what a shame would be for Preezy not to come through and push to OT after a valiant effort here on their map pick. Griller down to 18 HP. It's nigh impossible, and in fact, it is. Executor closes it out, and Preezy, despite having a lot of chances there to close out that map and series earlier, it comes down to the last round of regulation, round number 24, where they do get it. I mean, huge props to Preezy. We didn't see much from them on map 1 at all, aside from a couple of pistol round victories and then some conversions in that second half. But here, being down 12-5 is a daunting prospect for any team, and they're able to strike back and fight back against Rush B's gun rounds, which they weren't able to do at all over on the previous map. So great on them. Unfortunately, their time is up. They are eliminated from CCT Europe season number 3, series number 3. And look, I mean, Rush B were the expected winners of this one in pretty much every single respect. But it's good for Preezy to build up some confidence on a map pick of Inferno, a map that they don't usually play on, and they almost managed to upset the Rush B squad and push it to a map number 3. It just falls short right at the very end of a chance at overtime. Anyway, that's going to wrap up our coverage here today. All the teams have been decided for the top 8, guys. It's going to go on and continue to decide who will qualify for the main event. I believe that's going to continue tomorrow. So keep it locked here on CCT tomorrow. Come back and join us then. For now, have yourselves a great night.